Book 1, Sunny Ridge. Chapter 1, Aunt Ada. Mr. and Mrs. Beresford were sitting at the breakfast table. They were an ordinary couple. Hundreds of elderly couples just like them were having breakfast all over England at that particular moment. It was an ordinary sort of day, too. The kind of day that you get 5 days out of 7. It looked as though it might rain, but wasn't quite sure of it. Mr. Beresford had once had red hair. There were traces of the red still, but most of it had gone that sandy-come-gray color that red-headed people so often arrive at in middle life. Mrs. Beresford had once had black hair, a vigorous curling mop of it. Now the black was adulterated with streaks of gray laid on, apparently at random. It made a rather pleasant effect. Mrs. Beresford had once thought of dyeing her hair, but in the end, she had decided that she liked herself better as nature had made her. She had decided instead to try a new shade of lipstick so as to cheer herself up. An elderly couple having breakfast together, a pleasant couple, but nothing remarkable about them. So an onlooker would have said. If the onlooker had been young, he or she would have added, "Oh yes, quite pleasant, but deadly dull." Of course, like all old people. However, Mr. and Mrs. Beresford had not yet arrived at the time of life when they thought of themselves as old, and they had no idea that they and many others were automatically pronounced deadly dull solely on that account. Only by the young, of course, but then they would have thought indulgently. Young people knew nothing about life. Poor dears. They were always worrying about examinations, or their sex life, or buying some extraordinary clothes, or doing extraordinary things to their hair to make them more noticeable. Mr. and Mrs. Beresford, from their own point of view, were just past the prime of life. They liked themselves and liked each other, and day succeeded day in a quiet but enjoyable fashion. There were, of course, moments. Everyone has moments. Mr. Beresford opened a letter, glanced through it, and laid it down, adding it to the small pile by his left hand. He picked up the next letter, but forbore to open it. Instead, he stayed with it in his hand. He was not looking at the letter. He was looking at the toast rack. His wife observed him for a few moments before saying, "What's the matter, Tommy?" Matter said. Tommy vaguely. Matter. "That's what I said," said Mrs. Beresford. "Nothing is the matter," said Mr. Beresford. "What should it be?" "You've thought of something," said Tuppence accusingly. "I don't think I was thinking of anything at all." "Oh, yes. You were. Has anything happened?" "No. Of course not. What should happen?" He added, "I got the plumber's bill." "Oh," said Tuppence, with the air of one enlightened. "More than you expected, I suppose." "Naturally," said Tommy. "It always is." "I can't think why we didn't train as plumbers," said Tuppence. "If you'd only trained as a plumber, I could have been a plumber's mate and we'd be raking in money day by day." Very short-sighted of us not to see these opportunities. Was that the plumber's bill you were looking at just now? Oh no, that was just an appeal. Delinquent boys, racial integration. No, just another home. They're opening for old people. Well, that's more sensible anyway, said Tuppence, But I don't see why you have to have that worried look about it. Oh, I wasn't thinking of that. Well, what were you thinking of? I suppose it put it into my mind, said Mr. Beresford. What said Tuppence? You know you'll tell me in the end. It really wasn't anything important. I just thought that perhaps, well, it was Aunt Ada. Oh, I see, said Tuppence, with instant comprehension. Yes, she added, softly, meditatively. Aunt Ada. Their eyes met. It is regrettably true that in these days there is in nearly every family the problem of what might be called an Aunt Ada. The names are different: Aunt Amelia, Aunt Susan, Aunt Kathy, Aunt Joan. They are varied by grandmothers, aged cousins, and even great aunts. But they exist and present a problem in life which has to be dealt with. Arrangements have to be made. Suitable establishments for looking after the elderly have to be inspected and full questions asked about them. Recommendations are sought from doctors, from friends, who have Aunt Adas of their own, who had been perfectly happy until she had died at the Laurels, Bexhill, or Happy Meadows at Scarborough. The days are past when Aunt Elizabeth, Aunt Ada, and the rest of them lived on happily in the homes where they had lived for many years previously, looked after by devoted, if sometimes somewhat tyrannical old servants. Both sides were thoroughly satisfied with the arrangement. Or there were the innumerable poor relations, indigent nieces, semi-idiotic spinster cousins, yearning for a good home with 3 good meals a day and a nice bedroom. Supply and demand complemented each other, and all was well. Nowadays, things are different. For the Aunt Adas of today, arrangements have to be made suitable, not merely to an elderly lady who, owing to arthritis or other rheumatic difficulties, is liable to fall downstairs if she is left alone in a house, or who suffers from chronic bronchitis, or who quarrels with her neighbors and insults the tradespeople. Unfortunately, the Aunt Adas are far more trouble than the opposite end of the age scale. Children can be provided with foster homes, foisted off on relations, or sent to suitable schools where they stay for the holidays. Or arrangements can be made for pony tracks or camps, and on the whole, very little objection is made by the children to the arrangements so made for them. The Aunt Adas are very different. Tuppence Beresford's own great-aunt Primrose had been a notable troublemaker. Impossible to satisfy her. No sooner did she enter an establishment guaranteed to provide a good home and all comforts for elderly ladies than after writing a few highly complimentary letters to her niece praising this particular establishment, the next news would be that she had indignantly walked out of it without notice. Impossible. I couldn't stay there another minute. Within the space of a year, Aunt Primrose had been in and out of 11 such establishments, finally writing to say that she had now met a very charming young man, really a very devoted boy. He lost his mother at a young age, and he badly needs looking after. I have rented a flat, and he is coming to live with me. This arrangement will suit us both perfectly. We are natural affinities. You need have no more anxieties. Dear Prudence, my future is settled. I am seeing my lawyer tomorrow, as it is necessary that I should make some provision for Mervyn, if I should predecease him, which is, of course, the natural course of events, though I assure you, at the moment, I feel in the pink of health. Tuppence had hurried north. The incident had taken place in Aberdeen. But as it happened, the police had arrived there first and had removed the glamorous Mervyn, for whom they had been seeking for some time, on a charge of obtaining money under false pretenses. Aunt Primrose had been highly indignant and had called it persecution, but after attending the court proceedings where 25 other cases were taken into account, had been forced to change her views of her protégé. "I think I ought to go and see Aunt Ada. You know, Tuppence," said Tommy. "It's been some time." "I suppose so," said Tuppence, without enthusiasm. "How long has it been?" Tommy considered. "It must be nearly a year," he said. "It's more than that," said Tuppence. "I think it's over a year." "Oh dear," said Tommy. "The time does go so fast, doesn't it? I can't believe it's been as long as that. Still, I believe you're right. Tuppence," he calculated. "It's awful the way one forgets. Isn't it? I really feel very badly about it." "I don't think you need," said Tuppence. "After all, we send her things, and we write letters." "Oh yes, I know. You're awfully good about those sort of things, Tuppence, but all the same, one does read things sometimes that are very upsetting." "You're thinking of that dreadful book we got from the library," said Tuppence, "and how awful it was for the poor old dears, how they suffered." "I suppose it was true, taken from life." "Oh yes," said Tuppence. "There must be places like that. And there are people who are terribly unhappy, who can't help being unhappy. But what else is one to do? Tommy, what can anyone do except be as careful as possible? Be very careful what you choose. Find out all about it and make sure she's got a nice doctor looking after her. Nobody could be nicer than Dr. Murray. You must admit that." "Yes," said Tommy, the worried look receding from his face. "Murray's a first-class chap, kind, patient. If anything was going wrong, he'd let us know. So I don't think you need worry about it," said Tuppence. "How old is she by now?" 82, said Tommy. "No, no. I think it's 83, he added. "It must be rather awful, when you've outlived everybody." "That's only what we feel," said Tuppence. "They don't feel it. You can't really tell. Well, your Aunt Ada doesn't. Don't you remember the glee with which she told us the number of her old friends that she'd already outlived? She finished up by saying, 'And as for Amy Morgan, I've heard she won't last more than another 6 months. She always used to say, I was so delicate. And now it's practically a certainty that I shall outlive her. Outlive her by a good many years, too.' Triumphant. That's what she was at the Prospect." "All the same," said Tommy. "I know," said Tuppence. "I know. All the same, you feel it's your duty, and so you've got to go. Don't you think I'm right?" "Unfortunately," said Tuppence. "I do think you're right, absolutely right. And I'll come too," she added, with a slight note of heroism in her voice. "No," said Tommy. "Why should you? She's not your aunt." "No, I'll go." "Not at all," said Mrs. Beresford. "Miss Beresford, I like to suffer too. We'll suffer together. You won't enjoy it, and I shan't enjoy it, and I don't think for one moment that Aunt Ada will enjoy it. But I quite see it is one of those things that has got to be done. No, I don't want you to go. After all, the last time, remember how frightfully rude she was to you? Oh, I didn't mind that, said Tuppence. It's probably the only bit of the visit that the poor old girl enjoyed. I don't grudge it to her, not for a moment. You've always been nice to her, said Tommy, even though you don't like her very much. Nobody could like Aunt Ada, said Tuppence. If you ask me, I don't think anyone ever has. One can't help feeling sorry for people when they get old, said Tommy. I can, said Tuppence. I haven't got as nice a nature as you have. Being a woman, you're more ruthless, said Tommy. I suppose that might be it. After all, women haven't really got time to be anything but realistic over things. I mean, I'm very sorry for people if they're old or sick or anything. If they're nice people. But if they're not nice people, well, it's different. You must admit, if you're pretty nasty when you're 20, and just as nasty when you're 40, and nastier still when you're 60, and a perfect devil by the time you're 80, well, really, I don't see why one should be particularly sorry for people. Just because they're old, you can't change yourself, really. I know some absolute ducks who are 70 and 80. Old Mrs. Beauchamp and Mary Carr and the baker's grandmother. Dear old Mrs. Poplet, who used to come in and clean for us. They were all dears and sweet, and I'd do anything I could for them. All right, said Tommy. Be realistic. But if you really want to be noble and come with me, I want to come with you, said Tuppence. After all, I married you for better or for worse, and Aunt Ada is decidedly the worse. So I shall go with you hand in hand. And we'll take her a bunch of flowers and a box of chocolates with soft centers and perhaps a magazine or two. You might write to Miss What's-Her-Name and say we're coming. One day next week, I could manage Tuesday, said Tommy. If that's all right for you. Tuesday it is, said Tuppence. What's the name of the woman I can't remember, the matron or the superintendent or whoever she is? Begins with a P. Miss Packard, that's right. Perhaps it'll be different this time, said Tommy. Different? In what way? Oh, I don't know. Something interesting might happen. We might be in a railway accident on the way there, said Tuppence, brightening up a little. Why on earth do you want to be in a railway accident? Well, I don't really. Of course. It was just what, well, it would be an adventure of some kind, wouldn't it? Perhaps we could save lives or do something useful. Useful, and at the same time, exciting. What a hope, said Mr. Beresford. I know, agreed Tuppence. It's just that these sort of ideas come to one sometimes. Chapter 2. Was it your poor child? How Sunny Ridge had come by its name would be difficult to say. There was nothing prominently ridge-like about it. The grounds were flat, which was eminently more suitable for the elderly occupants. It had an ample, though rather undistinguished garden. It was a fairly large Victorian mansion kept in a good state of repair. There were some pleasant shady trees, a Virginia creeper running up the side of the house, and 2 monkey puzzles gave an exotic air to the scene. There were several benches in advantageous places to catch the sun, 1 or 2 garden chairs, and a sheltered veranda on which the old ladies could sit sheltered from the east winds. Tommy rang the front doorbell, and he and Tuppence were duly admitted by a rather harassed-looking young woman in a nylon overall. She showed them into a small sitting room, saying rather breathlessly, I'll tell Miss Packard. She's expecting you, and she'll be down in a minute. You won't mind waiting just a little, Will you? But it's old Mrs. Caraway. She's been and swallowed her thimble again. You see? How on earth did she do a thing like that? Asked Tuppence, surprised. Does it for fun, explained the household help briefly. Always doing it. She departed, and Tuppence sat down and said thoughtfully, I don't think I should like to swallow a thimble. It'd be awfully bobbly as it went down. Don't you think so? They had not very long to wait, however, before the door opened and Miss Packard came in, apologizing as she did so. She was a big, sandy-haired woman of about 50, with the air of calm competence about her, which Tommy had always admired. I'm sorry if I have kept you waiting, Mr. Beresford, she said. How do you do? Mrs. Beresford. I'm so glad you've come too. Somebody swallowed something. I hear, said Tommy. Oh, so Marlene told you that. Yes, it was old Mrs. Caraway. She's always swallowing things. Very difficult, because one can't watch them all the time. Of course, one knows children do it, but it seems a funny thing to be a hobby of an elderly woman, doesn't it? It's grown upon her, She gets worse every year. It doesn't seem to do her any harm. That's the cheeriest thing about it. Perhaps her father was a sword swallower, suggested Tuppence. Now that's a very interesting idea. Mrs. Beresford, perhaps it would explain things, she went on. I've told Miss Fanshawe that you were coming. Mr. Beresford, I don't know really whether she quite took it in. She doesn't always. How has she been lately? Well, she's failing rather rapidly now, I'm afraid, said Miss Packard in a comfortable voice. One never really knows how much she takes in and how much she doesn't. I told her last night, and she said she was sure I must be mistaken because it was term time. She seemed to think that you were still at school. Poor old things. They get very muddled up sometimes, especially over time. However, this morning when I reminded her about your visit, she just said it was quite impossible because you were dead. Oh well, Miss Packard went on cheerfully. I expect she'll recognize you when she sees you. How is she in health? Much the same, well, perhaps as well as can be expected. Frankly, I don't think she'll be with us very much longer. She doesn't suffer in any way, but her heart condition's no better than it was. In fact, it's rather worse. So I think I'd like you to know that it's just as well to be prepared, so that if she did go suddenly, it wouldn't be any shock to you. We brought her some flowers, said Tuppence. And a box of chocolates, said Tommy. Oh, that's very kind of you, I'm sure. She'll be very pleased. Would you like to come up now? Tommy and Tuppence rose and followed Miss Packard from the room. She led them up the broad staircase. As they passed one of the rooms in the passage upstairs, it opened suddenly, and a little woman about 5 foot high trotted out, calling in a loud, shrill voice. I want my cocoa! I want my cocoa! Where's Nurse Jane? I want my cocoa! A woman in a nurse's uniform popped out of the next door and said, There, dear. It's all right. You've had your cocoa. You had it 20 minutes ago. No, I didn't. Nurse, it's not true. I haven't had my cocoa. I'm thirsty. Well, you shall have another cup if you like. I can't have another when I haven't had one. They passed on, and Miss Packard. After giving a brief rap on a door at the end of the passage, opened it and passed in. "Here you are, Miss Fanshawe," she said brightly. "Here's your nephew come to see you. Isn't that nice?" In a bed near the window, an elderly lady sat up abruptly on her raised pillows. She had iron gray hair, a thin, wrinkled face with a large, high-bridged nose, and a general air of disapprobation. Tommy advanced. "Hello? Aunt Ada," he said. "How are you?" Aunt Ada paid no attention to him, but addressed Miss Packard angrily. "I don't know what you mean by showing gentlemen into a lady's bedroom," she said. "Wouldn't have been thought proper at all in my young days. Telling me he's my nephew indeed. Who is he? A plumber or the electrician? Now, that's not very nice," said Miss Packard mildly. "I'm your nephew, Thomas Beresford," said Tommy. He advanced the box of chocolates. "I've brought you a box of chocolates." "You can't get round me that way," said Aunt Ada. "I know you're kind. Say anything." "You will. Who's this woman?" She eyed Mrs. Beresford with an air of distaste. "I'm Prudence," said Mrs. Beresford. "Your niece." "Prudence. What a ridiculous name," said Aunt Ada. "Sounds like a parlor maid." "My great-uncle Matthew had a parlor maid called Comfort, and the housemaid was called Rejoice in the Lord. Methodist she was. But my great-aunt Fanny soon put a stop to that. Told her she was going to be called Rebecca as long as she was in her house." "I brought you a few roses," said Tuppence. "I don't care for flowers in a sick room. Use up all the oxygen. I'll put them in a vase for you," said Miss Packard. "You won't do anything of the kind. You ought to have learnt by now that I know my own mind. You seem in fine form." "Aunt Ada," said Mr. Beresford. "Fighting fit. I should say, I can take your measure all right." "What do you mean by saying that you're my nephew? What did you say your name was, Thomas?" "Yes, Thomas or Tommy. Never heard of you," said Aunt Ada. "I only had one nephew, and he was called William. Killed in the last war. Good thing, too. He'd have gone to the bad if he'd lived." "I'm tired," said Aunt Ada, leaning back on her pillows and turning her head towards Miss Packard. "Take 'em away. You shouldn't let strangers in to see me." "I thought a nice little visit might cheer you up," said Miss Packard unperturbed. Aunt Ada uttered a deep bass sound of ribald mirth. "All right," said Tuppence cheerfully. "We'll go away again. I'll leave the roses. You might change your mind about them. Come on." "Tommy," said Tuppence. She turned towards the door. "Well, goodbye, Aunt Ada. I'm sorry you don't remember me." Aunt Ada was silent until Tuppence had gone out of the door with Miss Packard, and Tommy followed her. "Come back, you," said Aunt Ada, raising her voice. "I know you perfectly. You're Thomas. Red-haired you used to be. Carrots. That's the color your hair was. Come back. I'll talk to you. I don't want the woman. No good, her pretending she's your wife. I know better. Shouldn't bring that type of woman in here. Come and sit down here in this chair and tell me about your dear mother. You go away," added Aunt Ada as a kind of postscript, waving her hand towards Tuppence, who was hesitating in the doorway. Tuppence retired immediately. "Quite in one of her moods today," said Miss Packard. unruffled. As they went down the stairs, sometimes, she added, she can be quite pleasant. You would hardly believe it. Tommy sat down in the chair indicated to him by Aunt Ada and remarked mildly that he couldn't tell her much about his mother, as she had been dead now for nearly 40 years. Aunt Ada was unperturbed by this statement. Fancy, she said. Is it as long as that? Well, time does pass quickly. She looked him over in a considering manner. Why don't you get married, she said. Get some nice, capable woman to look after you. You're getting on, you know. Save you taking up with all these loose women and bringing them round and speaking as though they were your wife. I can see, said Tommy, that I shall have to get Tuppence to bring her marriage lines along next time we come to see you. Made an honest woman of her. Have you said Aunt Ada? We've been married over 30 years, said Tommy, and we've got a son and a daughter, and they're both married too. The trouble is, said Aunt Ada, shifting her ground with dexterity, that nobody tells me anything. If you'd kept me properly up to date, Tommy did not argue the point. Tuppence had once laid upon him a serious injunction. If anybody over the age of 65 finds fault with you, she said, never argue, never try to say you're right. Apologize at once and say it was all your fault, and you're very sorry, and you'll never do it again. It occurred to Tommy at this moment, with some force, that would certainly be the line to take with Aunt Ada. And indeed, always had been. I'm very sorry. Aunt Ada, he said, I'm afraid, one does tend to get forgetful as time goes on. It's not everyone, he continued unblushingly. Who has your wonderful memory for the past? Aunt Ada smirked. There was no other word for it. You have something there, she said. I'm sorry if I received you rather roughly, but I don't care for being imposed upon. You never know in this place. They let in anyone to see you. Anyone at all. If I accepted everyone for what they said they were, they might be intending to rob and murder me in my bed. Oh, I don't think that's very likely, said Tommy. You never know, said Aunt Ada. The things you read in the paper, and the things people come and tell you. Not that I believe everything I'm told, but I keep a sharp lookout. Would you believe it? They brought a strange man in the other day, never seen him before. Called himself Dr. Williams. Said Dr. Murray was away on his holiday, and this was his new partner. New partner. How was I to know he was his new partner? He just said he was. That's all. Was he his new partner? Well, as a matter of fact, said Aunt Ada, slightly annoyed at losing ground, he actually was. But nobody could have known it for sure. There he was. Drove up in a car. Had that little kind of black box with him, which doctors carry to do blood pressure and all that sort of thing. It's like the magic box they all use to talk about so much. Who was it? Joanna Southcott's no, said Tommy. I think that was rather different. A prophecy of some kind. Oh, I see. Well, my point is, anyone could come into a place like this and say he was a doctor. And immediately, all the nurses would smirk and giggle and say yes. Doctor, of course, doctor, and more or less stand to attention. Silly girls. And if the patient swore she didn't know the man, they'd only say she was forgetful and forgot people. I never forget a face, said Aunt Ada firmly. I never have. How is your Aunt Caroline? I haven't heard from her for some time. Have you seen anything of her? Tommy said, rather apologetically. That his Aunt Caroline had been dead for 15 years. Aunt Ada did not take this demise with any signs of sorrow. Aunt Caroline had after all not been her sister, but merely her first cousin. Everyone seems to be dying, she said, with a certain relish. No stamina. That's what's the matter with them. Weak heart, coronary thrombosis, high blood pressure, chronic bronchitis, rheumatoid arthritis, all the rest of it. Feeble folk, all of them. That's how the doctors make their living, giving them boxes and boxes and bottles of tablets, yellow tablets, pink tablets, green tablets, even black tablets. I shouldn't be surprised. Brimstone and treacle they used to use in my grandmother's day. I bet that was as good as anything. With the choice of getting well or having brimstone and treacle to drink. You chose getting well every time. She nodded her head in a satisfied manner. Can't really trust doctors, can you? Not when it's a professional matter, some new fad. I'm told there's a lot of poisoning going on here. To get hearts for the surgeons, so I'm told. Don't think it's true. Myself? Miss Packard's not the sort of woman who would stand for that. Downstairs, Miss Packard, her manner slightly apologetic, indicated a room leading off the hall. I'm so sorry about this, Mrs. Beresford, but I expect you know how it is with elderly people. They take fancies or dislikes and persist in them. It must be very difficult running a place of this kind, said Tuppence. Oh, not really, said Miss Packard. I quite enjoy it, you know, and really, I'm quite fond of them all. One gets fond of people one has to look after. You know, I mean, they have their little ways and their fidgets, but they're quite easy to manage. If you know how, Tuppence thought to herself that Miss Packard was one of those people who would know how. They're like children, really, said Miss Packard indulgently. Only children are far more logical, which makes it difficult sometimes with them. But these people are illogical. They want to be reassured by your telling them what they want to believe. Then they're quite happy again for a bit. I've got a very nice staff here. People with patience, you know, and good temper, and not too brainy. Because if you have people who are brainy, they are bound to be very impatient. Yes, Miss Donovan, what is it? She turned her head as a young woman with pince-nez came running down the stairs. It's Mrs. Lockett again, Miss Packard. She says she's dying, and she wants the doctor called at once. Oh, said Miss Packard, unimpressed. What's she dying from this time? She says there was mushroom in the stew yesterday, and that there must have been fungi in it, and that she's poisoned. That's a new one, said Miss Packard. I'd better come up and talk to her. So sorry to leave you. Mrs. Beresford, you'll find magazines and papers in that room. Oh, I'll be quite all right, said Tuppence. So she went into the room that had been indicated to her. It was a pleasant room, overlooking the garden, with French windows that opened on it. There were easy chairs, bowls of flowers on the tables. One wall had a bookshelf containing a mixture of modern novels and travel books, and also what might be described as old favorites, which possibly many of the inmates might be glad to meet again. There were magazines on a table. At the moment, there was only one occupant in the room. An old lady with white hair combed back off her face who was sitting in a chair, holding a glass of milk in her hand and looking at it. She had a pretty pink and white face, and she smiled at Tuppence in a friendly manner. "Good morning," she said. "Are you coming to live here, or are you visiting?" "I'm visiting," said Tuppence. "I have an aunt here. My husband's with her now. We thought perhaps 2 people at once was rather too much." "That was very thoughtful of you," said the old lady. She took a sip of milk appreciatively. "I wonder, no. I think it's quite all right. Wouldn't you like some tea, or some coffee perhaps? Let me ring the bell. They're very obliging here." "No, thank you," said Tuppence. "Really? Or a glass of milk perhaps? It's not poisoned today." "No, no, not even that. We shan't be stopping very much longer." "Well, if you're quite sure, but it wouldn't be any trouble. You know, nobody ever thinks anything is any trouble here. Unless, I mean, you ask for something quite impossible. I dare say the aunt we're visiting sometimes asks for quite impossible things," said Tuppence. "She's a Miss Fanshawe." She added, "Oh, Miss Fanshawe," said the old lady. "Oh, yes." Something seemed to be restraining her, but Tuppence said cheerfully, "She's rather a Tartar. I should imagine. She always has been." "Oh, yes, indeed she is. I used to have an aunt myself, you know, who was very like that, especially as she grew older. But we're all quite fond of Miss Fanshawe. She can be very, very amusing, if she likes. About people, you know." "Yes, I dare say she could be," said Tuppence. She reflected a moment or two, considering Aunt Ada in this new light. "Very acid," said the old lady. "My name is Lancaster, by the way. Mrs. Lancaster." "My name's Beresford," said Tuppence. "I'm afraid, you know, one does enjoy a bit of malice now and then." Her descriptions of some of the other guests here, and the things she says about them, well, you know, one oughtn't, of course, to find it funny, but one does. "Have you been living here long?" "A good while now." "Yes. Let me see. 7 years, 8 years. Yes, yes, it must be more than 8 years." She sighed. "One loses touch with things, and people too. Any relations I have left live abroad. That must be rather sad." "No, not really. I didn't care for them very much. Indeed, I didn't even know them well. I had a bad illness, a very bad illness, and I was alone in the world. So they thought it was better for me to live in a place like this. I think I'm very lucky to have come here. They are so kind and thoughtful, and the gardens are really beautiful. I know myself that I shouldn't like to be living on my own because I do get very confused sometimes. You know, very confused." She tapped her forehead. "I get confused here. I mix things up. I don't always remember properly the things that have happened." "I'm sorry," said Tuppence. "I suppose one always has to have something, doesn't one? Some illnesses are very painful. We have 2 poor women living here with very bad rheumatoid arthritis. They suffer terribly. So I think perhaps it doesn't matter so much if one gets, well, just a little confused about what happened and where and who it was and all that sort of thing. You know. At any rate, it's not painful physically. No. I think perhaps you're quite right," said Tuppence. The door opened, and a girl in a white overall came in with a little tray with a coffee pot on it and a plate with 2 biscuits, which she set down at Tuppence's side. "Miss Packard thought you might care for a cup of coffee," she said. "Oh, thank you," said Tuppence. The girl went out again, and Mrs. Lancaster said, "There, you see, very thoughtful, aren't they?" "Yes, indeed." Tuppence poured out her coffee and began to drink it. The 2 women sat in silence for some time. Tuppence offered the plate of biscuits, but the old lady shook her head. "No, thank you, dear. I just like my milk plain." She put down the empty glass and leaned back in her chair, her eyes half closed. Tuppence thought that perhaps this was the moment in the morning when she took a little nap, so she remained silent. Suddenly, however, Mrs. Lancaster seemed to jerk herself awake again. Her eyes opened. She looked at Tuppence and said, "I see you're looking at the fireplace." "Oh, was I said Tuppence?" Slightly startled. "Yes, I wondered." She leant forward and lowered her voice. "Excuse me, was it your poor child Tuppence?" Slightly taken aback, hesitated. "No, I don't think so," she said. "I wondered. I thought perhaps you'd come for that reason. Someone ought to come sometime. Perhaps they will." And looking at the fireplace, "The way you did, that's where it is. You know, behind the fireplace." "Oh," said Tuppence. "Is it always the same time?" said Mrs. Lancaster in a low voice. "Always the same time of day?" She looked up at the clock on the mantelpiece. Tuppence looked up also. "11:10, said the old lady. "11:10? Yes, it's always the same time every morning." She sighed. "People didn't understand. I told them what I knew, but they wouldn't believe me." Tuppence was relieved that at that moment the door opened and Tommy came in. Tuppence rose to her feet. "Here I am. I'm ready." She went towards the door, turning her head to say, "Goodbye, Mrs. Lancaster." "How did you get on?" she asked Tommy. As they emerged into the hall. "After you left," said Tommy, "like a house on fire. I seem to have had a bad effect on her." "Don't I?" said Tuppence, rather cheering, in a way. "Why cheering?" "Well, at my age," said Tuppence, "and what with my neat and respectable and slightly boring appearance, it's nice to think that you might be taken for a depraved woman of fatal sexual charm." "Idiot," said Tommy, pinching her arm affectionately. "Who were you hobnobbing with?" "She looked a very nice, fluffy old lady." "She was very nice," said Tuppence. "A dear old thing, I think, but unfortunately bats, yes, seemed to think there was a dead child behind the fireplace, or something of the kind. She asked me if it was my poor child. Rather unnerving," said Tommy. "I suppose there must be some people who are slightly batty here, as well as normal elderly relatives with nothing but age to trouble them. Still, she looked nice." "Oh, she was nice," said Tuppence. "Nice and very sweet, I think. I wonder what exactly her fancies are and why." Miss Packard appeared again suddenly. "Goodbye, Mrs. Beresford. I hope they brought you some coffee." "Oh, yes, they did. Thank you." "Well, It's been very kind of you to come. I'm sure, said Miss Packard. Turning to Tommy, she said, and I know Miss Fanshawe has enjoyed your visit very much. I'm sorry she was rude to your wife. I think that gave her a lot of pleasure, too, said Tuppence. Yes, you're quite right. She does like being rude to people. She's unfortunately rather good at it, and so she practices the art as often as she can, said Tommy. You're very understanding, both of you, said Miss Packard. The old lady I was talking to, said Tuppence, Mrs. Lancaster. I think she said her name was, oh yes, Mrs. Lancaster. We're all very fond of her. Is she a little peculiar? Well, she has fancies, said Miss Packard indulgently. We have several people here who have fancies, quite harmless ones. But, well, there they are. Things that they believe have happened to them, or to other people. We try not to take any notice, not to encourage them. Just play it down. I think really, it's just an exercise in imagination, a sort of fantasy they like to live in. Something exciting or something sad and tragic. It doesn't matter which, but no persecution mania. Thank goodness. That would never do. Well, that's over, said Tommy with a sigh. As he got into the car, we shan't need to come again for at least 6 months. But they didn't need to go and see her in 6 months. For 3 weeks later, Aunt Ada died in her sleep. Chapter 3. A Funeral. Funerals are rather sad, aren't they? Said Tuppence. They had just returned from attending Aunt Ada's funeral, which had entailed a long and troublesome railway journey since the burial had taken place at the country village in Lincolnshire, where most of Aunt Ada's family and forebears had been buried. What do you expect a funeral to be? Said Tommy reasonably. A scene of mad gaiety. Well, it could be in some places, said Tuppence. I mean, the Irish enjoy a wake, don't they? They have a lot of keening and wailing first, and then plenty of drink and a sort of mad whoopee. Drink, she added, with a look towards the sideboard. Tommy went over to it and duly brought back what he considered appropriate. In this case, a white lady. Huh, that's more like it, said Tuppence. She took off her black hat and threw it across the room and slipped off her long black coat. I hate mourning, she said. It always smells of mothballs because it's been laid up somewhere. You don't need to go on wearing mourning. It's only to go to the funeral in, said Tommy. Oh no, I know that. In a minute or two, I'm going to go up and put on a scarlet jersey just to cheer things up. You can make me another white lady. Really. Tuppence. I had no idea that funerals would bring out this party feeling. I said funerals were sad, said Tuppence when she reappeared a moment or two later, wearing a brilliant cherry red dress with a ruby and diamond lizard pinned to the shoulder of it, because it's funerals, like Aunt Ada's, that are sad. I mean elderly people, and not many flowers. Not a lot of people sobbing and sniffing round. Someone old and lonely who won't be missed much. I should have thought it would be much easier for you to stand that than it would if it were my funeral. For instance, that's where you're entirely wrong, said Tuppence. I don't particularly want to think of your funeral, because I'd much prefer to die before you do. But I mean, if I were going to your funeral, at any rate, it would be an orgy of grief. I should take a lot of handkerchiefs with black borders. Well, I hadn't thought of black borders, but it's a nice idea. And besides, the burial service is rather lovely. Makes you feel uplifted. Real grief is real. It makes you feel awful, but it does something to you. I mean, it works it out like perspiration. Really, Tuppence. I find your remarks about my decease and the effect it will have upon you in exceedingly bad taste. I don't like it. Let's forget about funerals. I agree. Let's forget. The poor old bean's gone, said Tommy, and she went peacefully and without suffering. So, let's leave it at that. I'd better clear up all these, I suppose. He went over to the writing table and ruffled through some papers. Now where did I put Mr. Rockberry's letter? Who's Mr. Rockberry? Oh, you mean the lawyer who wrote to you? Yes. About winding up her affairs. I seem to be the only one of the family left by now. Pity she hadn't got a fortune to leave you, said Tuppence. If she had had a fortune, she'd have left it to that cat's home, said Tommy. The legacy that she's left to them in her will pretty well eat up all the spare cash. There won't be much left to come to me. Not that I need it or want it anyway. Was she so fond of cats? I don't know. I suppose so. I never heard her mention them. I believe, said Tommy thoughtfully. She used to get rather a lot of fun out of saying to old friends of hers when they came to see her, I've left you a little something in my will. Dear, or this brooch that you're so fond of, I've left you in my will. She didn't actually leave anything to anyone except the cat's home. I bet she got rather a kick out of that, said Tuppence. I can just see her saying all the things you told me to. A lot of her old friends, or so-called old friends, because I don't suppose they were people she really liked at all. She just enjoyed leading them up the garden path. I must say, she was an old devil, wasn't she? Tommy only. In a funny sort of way, one likes her for being an old devil. It's something to be able to get some fun out of life when you're old and stuck away in a home. Shall we have to go to Sunny Ridge? Where's the other letter? The one from Miss Packard? Oh, yes. Here it is. I put it with Rockberry's. Yes. She says there are certain things there, I gather, which apparently are now my property. She took some furniture with her, you know, when she went to live there. And of course, there are her personal effects, clothes and things like that. I suppose somebody will have to go through them. And letters and things. I'm her executor, so I suppose it's up to me. I don't suppose there's anything we want, really. Is there? Except there's a small desk there that I always liked. Belonged to old Uncle William, I believe. Well, you might take that as a memento, said Tuppence. Otherwise, I suppose, we just send the things to be auctioned. So you don't really need to go there at all, said Tommy. Oh, I think I'd like to go there, said Tuppence. You'd like to? Why won't it be rather a bore to you? What, looking through her things? No. I don't think so. I think I've got a certain amount of curiosity. Old letters and antique jewelry are always interesting, and I think one ought to look at them oneself, not just send them to auction or let strangers go through them. No. We'll go and look through the things and see if there's anything we would like to keep and otherwise settle up. Why do you really want to go? You've got some other reason, haven't you? Oh dear, said Tuppence. It is awful being married to someone who knows too much about one. So you have got another reason. Not a real one. Come on, Tuppence. You're not really so fond of turning over people's belongings. That, I think, is my duty, said Tuppence firmly. No. The only other reason is, come on, cough it up. I'd rather like to see that other old pussy again. What, the one who thought there was a dead child behind the fireplace? Yes, said Tuppence. I'd like to talk to her again. I'd like to know what was in her mind when she said all those things. Was it something she remembered? Or was it something that she just imagined? The more I think about it, the more extraordinary it seems. Is it a sort of story that she wrote to herself in her mind? Or was there once something real that happened about a fireplace? Or about a dead child? What made her think that the dead child might have been my dead child? Do I look as though I had a dead child? I don't know how you expect anyone to look who has a dead child, said Tommy. I shouldn't have thought so. Anyway, Tuppence, it is our duty to go, and you can enjoy yourself in your macabre way on the side. So that's settled. We'll write to Miss Packard and fix a day. Chapter 4. Picture of a House. Tuppence drew a deep breath. It's just the same, she said. She and Tommy were standing on the front doorstep of Sunny Ridge. Why shouldn't it be? Asked Tommy. I don't know. It's just a feeling I have something to do with time. Time goes at a different pace in different places. Some places you come back to, and you feel that time has been bustling along at a terrific rate and that all sorts of things will have happened and changed. But here, Tommy, do you remember Ostend? We went there on our honeymoon. Of course I remember. And do you remember the sign written up, "Trams Still Stand"? It made us laugh. It seemed so ridiculous. I think it was Knock Not Ostend. Never mind you remember it. Well, this is like that word, tram still stand, a portmanteau word. Game still stand. Nothing's happened here. Time has just stood still. Everything's going on here just the same. It's like ghosts, only the other way around. I don't know what you are talking about. Are you going to stand here all day talking about time and not even ring the bell? Aunt Ada isn't here, for one thing. That's different. He pressed the bell. That's the only thing that will be different. My old lady will be drinking milk and talking about fireplaces. And Mrs. somebody or other will have swallowed a thimble or a teaspoon, and a funny little woman will come squeaking out of a room demanding her cocoa, and Miss Packard will come down the stairs. And the door opened. A young woman in a nylon overall said Mr. and Mrs. Beresford, Miss Packard's expecting you. The young woman was just about to show them into the same sitting room as before when Miss Packard came down the stairs and greeted them. Her manner was suitably not quite as brisk as usual. It was grave and had a kind of semi-mourning about it, not too much that might have been embarrassing. She was an expert in the exact amount of condolence which would be acceptable. 70 years and 10 was the biblical accepted span of life, and the deaths in her establishment seldom occurred below that figure. They were to be expected, and they happened. So good of you to come. I've got everything laid out tidily for you to look through. I'm glad you could come so soon, because as a matter of fact, I have already 3 or 4 people waiting for a vacancy to come here. You will understand, I'm sure, and not think that I was trying to hurry you in any way. Oh no, of course, we quite understand. said Tommy. It's all still in the room Miss Fanshawe occupied. Miss Packard explained. Miss Packard opened the door of the room in which they had last seen Aunt Ada. It had that deserted look a room has when the bed is covered with a dust sheet, with the shapes showing beneath it of folded-up blankets and neatly arranged pillows. The wardrobe doors stood open, and the clothes it had held had been laid on the top of the bed, neatly folded. What do you usually do, I mean? What do people do mostly with clothes and things like that, said Tuppence. Miss Packard, as invariably, was competent and helpful. I can give you the name of 2 or 3 societies who are only too pleased to have things of that kind. She had quite a good fur stole and a good quality coat, but I don't suppose you would have any personal use for them. But perhaps you have charities of your own where you would like to dispose of things. Tuppence shook her head. She had some jewelry, said Miss Packard. I removed that for safekeeping. You will find it in the right-hand drawer of the dressing table. I put it there just before you were due to arrive. Thank you very much, said Tommy, for the trouble you have taken. Tuppence was staring at a picture over the mantelpiece. It was a small oil painting representing a pale pink house standing adjacent to a canal, spanned by a small humpbacked bridge. There was an empty boat drawn up under the bridge against the bank of the canal. In the distance were 2 poplar trees. It was a very pleasant little scene, but nevertheless, Tommy wondered why Tuppence was staring at it with such earnestness. How funny, murmured Tuppence. Tommy looked at her inquiringly. The things that Tuppence thought funny were, he knew by long experience, not really to be described by such an adjective at all. What do you mean? Tuppence. It is funny. I never noticed that picture when I was here before. But the odd thing is that I have seen that house somewhere. Or perhaps it's a house just like that I have seen. I remember it quite well. Funny that I can't remember when and where. I expect you noticed it without really noticing you were noticing, said Tommy. Feeling his choice of words was rather clumsy and nearly as painfully repetitive as Tuppence's reiteration of the word funny. Did you notice it, Tommy? When we were here last time, no. But then I didn't look particularly. Oh, that picture, said Miss Packard. No, I don't think you would have seen it when you were here the last time, because I'm almost sure it wasn't hanging over the mantelpiece then. Actually, it was a picture belonging to one of our other guests, and she gave it to your aunt. Miss Fanshawe expressed admiration of it once or twice, and this other old lady made her a present of it and insisted she should have it. Oh, I see, said Tuppence. So, of course, I couldn't have seen it here before. But I still feel I know the house quite well. Don't you, Tommy? No, said Tommy. Well, I'll leave you now, said Miss Packard briskly. I shall be available at any time that you want me. She nodded with a smile and left the room, closing the door behind her. I don't think I really like that woman's teeth, said Tuppence. What's wrong with them? Too many of them. Or too big. The better to eat you with, my child. Like Red Riding Hood's grandmother. You seem in a very odd sort of mood today. Tuppence. I am rather. I've always thought of Miss Packard as very nice, but today, somehow, she seems to me rather sinister. Have you ever felt that? No, I haven't. Come on, let's get on with what we came here to do. Look over poor old Aunt Ada's effects, as the lawyers call them. That's the desk I told you about, Uncle William's desk. Do you like it? It's lovely. Regency, I should think. It's nice for the old people who come here to be able to bring some of their own things with them. I don't care for the horsehair chairs, but I'd like that little work table. It's just what we need for that corner by the window, where we've got that perfectly hideous whatnot. All right, said Tommy. I'll make a note of those two, and we'll have the picture over the mantelpiece. It's an awfully attractive picture, and I'm quite sure that I've seen that house somewhere. Now, let's look at the jewelry. They opened the dressing table drawer. There was a set of cameos and a Florentine bracelet and earrings and a ring with different colored stones in it. I've seen one of these before, said Tuppence. They spell a name usually. Dearest sometimes. Diamond, emerald, amethyst. No, it's not dearest. I don't think it would be really. I can't imagine anyone giving your Aunt Ada a ring that spelt dearest. Ruby. Emerald. The difficulty is one never knows where to begin. I'll try again. Ruby. Emerald. Another ruby. No. I think it's a garnet and an amethyst and another pinky stone. It must be a ruby this time, and a small diamond in the middle. Oh, of course. Its regard. Rather nice, really. So old-fashioned and sentimental. She slipped it onto her finger. I think Deborah might like to have this, she said, and the Florentine set. She's frightfully keen on Victorian things. A lot of people are nowadays. Now, I suppose we'd better do the clothes. That's always rather macabre, I think. Oh, this is the fur stole. Quite valuable. I should think. I wouldn't want it myself. I wonder if there's anyone here, anyone who is especially nice to Aunt Ada, or perhaps some special friend among the other inmates' visitors. I mean, they call them visitors or guests. I notice. It would be nice to offer her the stole if so. It's real sable. We'll ask Miss Packard. The rest of the things can go to the charities. So that's all settled, isn't it? We'll go and find Miss Packard now. Goodbye, Aunt Ada, she remarked aloud, her eyes turning to the bed. I'm glad we came to see you that last time. I'm sorry you didn't like me, but if it was fun to you not to like me and say those rude things, I don't begrudge it to you. You had to have some fun, and we won't forget you. We'll think of you when we look at Uncle William's desk. They went in search of Miss Packard. Tommy explained that they would arrange for the desk and the small work table to be called for and dispatched to their own address, and that he would arrange with the local auctioneers to dispose of the rest of the furniture. He would leave the choice of any societies willing to receive clothing to Miss Packard, if she wouldn't mind the trouble. I don't know if there's anyone here who would like her sable stole, said Tuppence. It's a very nice one. One of her special friends, perhaps, or perhaps one of the nurses who had done some special waiting on Aunt Ada. That is a very kind thought of yours, Mrs. Beresford. I'm afraid Miss Fanshawe hadn't any special friends among our visitors, but Miss O'Keefe, one of the nurses, did do a lot for her, and was especially good and tactful, and I think she'd be pleased and honored to have it. And there's the picture over the mantelpiece, said Tuppence. I'd like to have that, but perhaps the person whom it belonged to, and who gave it to her, would want to have it back. I think we ought to ask her, Miss Packard interrupted. Oh, I'm sorry. Mrs. Beresford, I'm afraid we can't do that. It was a Mrs. Lancaster, who gave it to Miss Fanshawe, and she isn't with us any longer." "Isn't with you," said Tuppence, surprised. "A Mrs. Lancaster. The one I saw last time I was here with white hair brushed back from her face. She was drinking milk in the sitting room downstairs. She's gone away. You say, yet it was all rather sudden. One of her relations, a Mrs. Johnson, took her away about a week ago." Mrs. Johnson had returned from Africa, where she's been living for the last 4 or 5 years, quite unexpectedly. She is now able to take care of Mrs. Lancaster in her own home, since she and her husband are taking a house in England. "I don't think," said Miss Packard, "that Mrs. Lancaster really wanted to leave us. She had become so set in her ways here, and she got on very well with everyone and was happy. She was very disturbed, quite tearful about it. But what can one do? She hadn't really very much say in the matter, because of course the Johnsons were paying for her stay here. I did suggest that as she had been here so long and settled down so well, it might be advisable to let her remain." "How long had Mrs. Lancaster been with you?" asked Tuppence. "Oh, nearly 6 years. I think, yes, that's about it. That's why. Of course, she'd really come to feel that this was her home." "Yes," said Tuppence. "Yes, I can understand that." She frowned and gave a nervous glance at Tommy and then stuck a resolute chin into the air. "I'm sorry she's left. I had a feeling when I was talking to her that I'd met her before her face seemed familiar to me. And then afterwards, it came back to me that I'd met her with an old friend of mine, a Mrs. Blenkinsop. I thought when I came back here again to visit Aunt Ada that I'd find out from her if that was so. But of course, if she's gone back to her own people, that's different. I quite understand. Mrs. Beresford, if any of our visitors can get in touch with some of their old friends or someone who knew their relations at one time, it makes a great difference to them. I can't remember a Mrs. Blenkinsop ever having been mentioned by her, but then I don't suppose that would be likely to happen in any case. Can you tell me a little more about her, who her relations were, and how she came to come here?" "There's really very little to tell. As I said, it was about 6 years ago that we had letters from Mrs. Johnson inquiring about the home, and then Mrs. Johnson herself came here and inspected it. She said she'd had mentions of Sunny Ridge from a friend, and she inquired the terms and all that, and then she went away. And about a week or a fortnight later, we had a letter from a firm of solicitors in London making further inquiries. And finally they wrote saying that they would like us to accept Mrs. Lancaster and that Mrs. Johnson would bring her here in about a week's time if we had a vacancy. As it happened, we had, and Mrs. Johnson brought Mrs. Lancaster here, and Mrs. Lancaster seemed to like the place and liked the room that we proposed to allot her. Mrs. Johnson said that Mrs. Lancaster would like to bring some of her own things. I quite agreed, because people usually do that and find they're much happier. So it was all arranged very satisfactorily. Mrs. Johnson explained that Mrs. Lancaster was a relation of her husband's, not a very near one, but that they felt worried about her because they themselves were going out to Africa, to Nigeria, I think it was. Her husband was taking up an appointment there, and it was likely they'd be there for some years before they returned to England. So, As they had no home to offer Mrs. Lancaster, they wanted to make sure that she was accepted in a place where she would be really happy. They were quite sure, from what they'd heard about this place, that that was so. So it was all arranged very happily indeed, and Mrs. Lancaster settled down here very well. I see. Everyone here liked Mrs. Lancaster very much. She was a little bit well. You know what I mean, woolly in the head. I mean, she forgot things, confused things, and couldn't remember names and addresses sometimes. Did she get many letters? Said Tuppence. I mean letters from abroad and things. Well, I think Mrs. Johnson or Mr. Johnson wrote once or twice from Africa, but not after the first year. People, I'm afraid, do forget, you know, especially when they go to a new country and a different life. And I don't think they'd been very closely in touch with her at any time. I think it was just a distant relation and a family responsibility, and that was all it meant to them. All the financial arrangements were done through the lawyer, Mr. Eccles, a very nice, reputable firm. Actually, we'd had one or two dealings with that firm before, so that we knew about them, as they knew about us. But I think most of Mrs. Lancaster's friends and relations had passed over, and so she didn't hear much from anyone, and I think hardly anyone ever came to visit her. One very nice-looking man came about a year later. I don't think he knew her personally at all well, but he was a friend of Mr. Johnson's and had also been in the colonial service overseas. I think he just came to make sure she was well and happy. And after that, said Tuppence, everyone forgot about her. I'm afraid so, said Miss Packard. It's sad, isn't it? But it's the usual, rather than the unusual thing to happen. Fortunately, most visitors to us make their own friends here. They get friendly with someone who has their own tastes or certain memories in common. And so things settle down quite happily. I think most of them forget most of their past life. Some of them, I suppose, said Tommy, are a little. He hesitated for a word. A little? His hand went slowly to his forehead, but he drew it away. I don't mean, he said. Oh, I know perfectly what you mean, said Miss Packard. We don't take mental patients, you know, but we do take what you might call borderline cases. I mean, people who are rather senile can't look after themselves properly, or who have certain fancies and imaginations. Sometimes they imagine themselves to be historical personages, quite in a harmless way. We've had 2 Marie Antoinettes here. One of them was always talking about something called the Petit Trianon and drinking a lot of milk, which she seemed to associate with the place. And we had one dear old soul who insisted that she was Madame Curie and that she had discovered radium. She used to read the papers with great interest, especially any news of atomic bombs or scientific discoveries. Then she always explained it was she and her husband who had first started experiments on these lines. Harmless delusions are things that manage to keep you very happy when you're elderly. They don't usually last all the time. You know, you're not Marie Antoinette every day, or even Madame Curie. Usually, it comes on about once a fortnight. Then I suppose, presumably, one gets tired of keeping the play acting up, and of course, more often, it's just forgetfulness that people suffer from. They can't quite remember who they are, or they keep saying there's something very important they've forgotten, and if they could only remember it. That sort of thing. I see, said Tuppence. She hesitated, and then said, Mrs. Lancaster. Was it always things about that particular fireplace in the sitting room she remembered? Or was it any fireplace? Miss Packard stared. A fireplace? I don't understand what you mean. It was something she said that I didn't understand. Perhaps she'd had some unpleasant association with a fireplace, or read some story that had frightened her. Possibly. Tuppence said, I'm still rather worried about the picture she gave to Aunt Ada. I really don't think you need worry. Mrs. Beresford. I expect she's forgotten all about it by now. I don't think she prized it particularly. She was just pleased that Miss Fanshawe admired it and was glad for her to have it. And I'm sure she'd be glad for you to have it because you admire it. It's a nice picture. I thought so myself. Not that I know much about pictures. I tell you what I'll do. I'll write to Mrs. Johnson if you'll give me her address, and just ask if it's all right to keep it. The only address I've got is the hotel in London. They were going to the Cleveland. I think it was called, yes, the Cleveland Hotel, George Street, W1. She was taking Mrs. Lancaster there for about 4 or 5 days, and after that, I think they were going to stay with some relations in Scotland. I expect the Cleveland Hotel will have a forwarding address. Well, thank you. And now, about this first stole of Aunt Ada's. I'll go and bring Miss O'Keefe to you. She went out of the room. You and your Mrs. Blenkinsopps, said Tommy. Tuppence looked complacent. One of my best creations, she said. I'm glad I was able to make use of her. I was just trying to think of a name, and suddenly Mrs. Blenkinsop came into my mind. What fun it was, wasn't it? It's a long time ago. No more spies in wartime and counter-espionage for us. More's the pity. It was fun living in that guest house, inventing a new personality for myself. I really began to believe I was Mrs. Blenkinsop. You were lucky you got away safely with it, said Tommy. And in my opinion, as I once told you, you overdid it. I did not. I was perfectly in character. A nice woman, rather silly, and far too much taken up with her 3 sons. That's what I mean, said Tommy. 1 son would have been quite enough. 3 sons were too much to burden yourself with. They became quite real to me, said Tuppence. Douglas, Andrew, and Goodness. I've forgotten the name of the 3rd one now. I know exactly what they looked like and their characters and just where they were stationed. And I talked most indiscreetly about the letters I got from them. Well, that's over, said Tommy. There's nothing to find out in this place, so forget about Mrs. Blenkinsop. When I'm dead and buried, and you've suitably mourned me and taken up your residence in a home for the aged, I expect you'll be thinking you are Mrs. Blenkinsop half of the time. It'll be rather boring to have only one role to play, said Tuppence. Why do you think old people want to be Marie Antoinette? And Madame Curie and all the rest of it, asked Tommy. I expect because they get so bored. One does get bored. I'm sure you would if you couldn't use your legs and walk about. Or perhaps your fingers get too stiff and you can't knit. Desperately, you want something to do to amuse yourself, so you try on some public character and see what it feels like when you are it. I can understand that perfectly. I'm sure you can, said Tommy. God help the home for the age that you go to. You'll be Cleopatra most of the time. I expect I won't be a famous person, said Tuppence. "I'll be someone like a kitchen maid at Anne of Cleves' castle, retailing a lot of spicy gossip that I'd heard." The door opened, and Miss Packard appeared in company with a tall, freckle-faced young woman in nurse's dress and a mop of red hair. "This is Miss O'Keefe, Mr. and Mrs. Beresford. They have something to tell you. Excuse me, will you? One of the patients is asking for me." Tuppence duly made the presentation of Aunt Ada's first stole, and Nurse O'Keefe was enraptured. "Oh, it's lovely. It's too good for me. Though, you'll be wanting it yourself, no? I don't really. It's on the big side for me. I'm too small. It's just right for a tall girl like you." Aunt Ada was tall. She was the grand old lady. She must have been very handsome as a girl. "I suppose so," said Tommy doubtfully. "She must have been a Tartar to look after. Though, oh, she was that? Indeed, but she had a grand spirit. Nothing got her down, and she was no fool either. You'd be surprised the way she got to know things. Sharp as a needle. She had a temper. Though, yes, indeed. But it's the whining kind that gets you down all complaints and moans. Miss Fanshawe was never dull. Grand stories she'd tell you of the old days. Rode a horse once up the staircase of a country house when she was a girl, or so she said. Would that be true now? Well, I wouldn't put it past her, said Tommy. You never know what you can believe here. The tales the old dears come and tell you. Criminals that they've recognized. We must notify the police at once. If not, we're all in danger. Somebody was being poisoned last time we were here. I remember, said Tuppence. Ah, that was only Mrs. Lockett. It happens to her every day. But it's not the police she wants. It's a doctor to be called. She's that crazy about doctors. And somebody, a little woman, calling out for Coco. That would be Mrs. Moody. Poor soul. She's gone. You mean left here, gone away? No. It was a thrombosis, took her very sudden. She was one who was very devoted to your aunt. Not that Miss Fanshawe always had time for her, always talking 19 to the dozen. As she did Mrs. Lancaster has left. I hear, yes, her folk came for her. She didn't want to go. Poor thing. What was the story she told me about the fireplace in the sitting room? Ah, she'd lots of stories. That one about the things that happened to her and the secrets she knew. There was something about a child, a kidnapped child or a murdered child. It's strange, it is. The things they think up. It's the TV, as often as not, that gives them the ideas. Do you find it a strain, working here with all these old people? It must be tiring. Oh no, I like old people. That's why I took up geriatric work. You've been here long. 1.5 years, she paused. But I'm leaving next month. Oh, why? For the first time, a certain constraint came into Nurse O'Keefe's manner. Well, you see, Mrs. Beresford, one needs a change, but you'll be doing the same kind of work. Oh, yes. She picked up the first stole. I'm thanking you again very much, and I'm glad, too, to have something to remember Miss Fanshawe. Bye. She was a grand old lady. You don't find many like her nowadays. Chapter 5. Disappearance of an old lady. Aunt Ada's things arrived in due course. The desk was installed and admired. The little work table dispossess the whatnot, which was relegated to a dark corner of the hall, and the picture of the pale pink house by the canal bridge, Tuppence hung over the mantelpiece in her bedroom, where she could see it every morning when drinking her early morning tea, since her conscience still troubled her a little. Tuppence wrote a letter explaining how the picture had come into their possession, but that if Mrs. Lancaster would like it returned, she had only got to let them know. This she dispatched to Mrs. Lancaster, C.O. Mrs. Johnson, at the Cleveland Hotel, George Street, London, W1. To this there was no reply. But a week later, the letter was returned with "Not known" at this address scrawled on it. "How tiresome," said Tuppence. "Perhaps they only stayed for a night or two," suggested Tommy. "You'd think they'd have left a forwarding address. Did you put 'Please forward' on it?" "Yes, I did. I know. I'll ring them up and ask." "They must have put an address in the hotel register." "I'd let it go if I were you," said Tommy. "Why make all this fuss? I expect the old pussy has forgotten all about the picture. I might as well try." Tuppence sat down at the telephone and was presently connected to the Cleveland Hotel. She rejoined Tommy in his study a few minutes later. "It's rather curious, Tommy. They haven't even been there. No Mrs. Johnson, no Mrs. Lancaster, no rooms booked for them or any trace of their having stayed there before. I expect Miss Packard got the name of the hotel wrong, wrote it down in a hurry, and then perhaps lost it or remembered it wrong. Things like that often happen. You know, I shouldn't have thought it would at Sunny Ridge. Miss Packard is so efficient always. Perhaps they didn't book beforehand at the hotel, and it was full, so they had to go somewhere else. You know what accommodation in London is like. Must you go on fussing?" Tuppence retired. Presently, she came back. "I know what I'm going to do. I'll ring up Miss Packard, and I'll get the address of the lawyers." "What lawyers, don't you remember?" She said something about a firm of solicitors who made all the arrangements because the Johnsons were abroad. Tommy, who was busy over a speech he was drafting for a conference he was shortly to attend, and murmuring under his breath the proper policy if such a contingency should arise, said, "How do you spell contingency? Tuppence, did you hear what I was saying?" "Yes. Very good idea. Splendid. Excellent. You do that." Tuppence went out, stuck her head in again, and said, "Consistency. Can't be. You've got the wrong word. What are you writing about? The paper I'm reading next at the say. And I do wish you'd let me do it in peace. Sorry." Tuppence removed herself. Tommy continued to write sentences and then scratch them out. His face was just brightening. As the pace of his writing increased, when once more the door opened. "Here it is," said Tuppence. "Partingdale, Harris, Lockeridge, and Partingdale. 32. Lincoln Terrace, W. C2, Tell, Holborn, July 1386. The operative member of the firm is Mr. Eccles." She placed a sheet of paper by Tommy's elbow. "Now you take on." "No," said Tommy firmly. "Yes, she's your Aunt Ada. Where does Aunt Ada come in, Mrs. Lancaster is no aunt of mine, but it's lawyers." Tuppence insisted. "It's a man's job always to deal with lawyers. They just think women are silly and don't pay attention." A very sensible point of view, said Tommy. Oh, Tommy, do help. You go and telephone, and I'll find the dictionary and look how to spell contingency. Tommy gave her a look, but departed. He returned at last and spoke firmly. This matter is now closed. Tuppence, you got Mr. Eccles, strictly speaking. I got a Mr. Wills, who is doubtless the dog's body of the firm of Partingford, Lockjaw, and Harrison, but he was fully informed and glib. All letters and communications go via the Southern Counties Bank. Hammersmith Branch, who will forward all communications. And there, Tuppence, let me tell you, the trail stops. Banks will forward things, but they won't yield any addresses to you or anyone else who asks. They have their code of rules, and they'll stick to them. Their lips are sealed like our more pompous prime ministers. All right, I'll send a letter. Care of the bank. Do that. And for goodness sake, leave me alone, or I shall never get my speech done. Thank you. Darling, said Tuppence, I don't know what I'd do without you. She kissed the top of his head. It's the best butter, said Tommy. It was not until the following Thursday evening that Tommy asked suddenly, By the way, did you ever get any answer to the letter you sent, care of the bank, to Mrs. Johnson? It's nice of you to ask, Mo, said Tuppence sarcastically. No, I didn't, she added meditatively. I don't think I shall, either. Why not? You're not really interested, said Tuppence coldly. Look here. Tuppence, I know I've been rather preoccupied. It's all this say. It's only once a year, thank goodness. It starts on Monday, doesn't it? For 5 days, 4 days. And you all go down to a hush-hush, top-secret house in the country somewhere, and make speeches, and read papers, and vet young men for super-secret assignments in Europe and beyond. I've forgotten what stands for. All these initials they have nowadays. International Union of Associated Security. What a mouthful. Quite ridiculous. And I expect the whole place is bugged, and everybody knows everybody else's most secret conversations. Highly likely, said Tommy with a grin. And I suppose you enjoy it. Well, I do in a way. One sees a lot of old friends, all quite gaga by now, I expect. Does any of it do any good? Heavens, what a question. Can one ever let oneself believe that you can answer that by a plain yes or no? And are any of the people any good? I'd answer yes to that. Some of them are very good indeed. Will old Josh be there? Yes, he'll be there. What is he like nowadays? Extremely deaf, half blind, crippled with rheumatism, and you'd be surprised at the things that don't get past him. I see, said Tuppence. She meditated. I wish I were in it, too. Tommy looked apologetic. I expect you'll find something to do while I'm away. I might at that, said Tuppence meditatively. Her husband looked at her with the vague apprehension that Tuppence could always arouse in him. Who gone? Tuppence, what are you up to? Nothing. Yet. So far, I'm only thinking. What about Sunny Ridge? And a nice old lady sipping milk and talking in a scatty kind of way about dead children and fireplaces. It intrigued me. I thought then that I'd try and find out more from her next time we came to see Aunt Ada. But there wasn't a next time, because Aunt Ada died. And when we were next in Sunny Ridge, Mrs. Lancaster had disappeared. You mean her people had taken her away? That's not a disappearance. It's quite natural. It's a disappearance, no traceable address, no answer to letters. It's a planned disappearance. I'm more and more sure of it, but Tuppence broke in upon his but. Listen, Tommy, supposing that some time or other a crime happened, it seemed all safe and covered up. But then suppose that someone in the family had seen something, or known something, someone elderly and garrulous, someone who chattered to people, someone whom you suddenly realized might be a danger to you. What would you do about it? Arsenic in the soup, suggested Tommy cheerfully. Cosh them on the head. Push them down the staircase. That's rather extreme. Sudden deaths attract attention. You'd look about for some simpler way, and you'd find one. A nice, respectable home for elderly ladies. You'd pay a visit to it, calling yourself Mrs. Johnson or Mrs. Robinson, or you would get some unsuspecting third party to make arrangements. You'd fix the financial arrangements through a firm of reliable solicitors. You've already hinted, perhaps, that your elderly relative has fancies and mild delusions sometimes. So do a good many of the other old ladies. Nobody will think it odd if she cackles on about poisoned milk, or dead children behind a fireplace, or a sinister kidnapping. Nobody will really listen. They'll just think it's old Mrs. So-and-so having her fancies again. Nobody will take any notice at all. Except Mrs. Thomas Beresford, said Tommy. All right, yes, said Tuppence. I've taken notice. But why did you? I don't quite know, said Tuppence slowly. It's like the fairy stories. By the pricking of my thumbs, something evil this way comes. I felt suddenly scared. I'd always thought of Sunny Ridge as such a normal, happy place, and suddenly I began to wonder. That's the only way I can put it. I wanted to find out more. And now, poor old Mrs. Lancaster has disappeared. Somebody's spirited her away. But why should they? I can only think because she was getting worse. Worse from their point of view. Remembering more, perhaps, talking to people more. Or perhaps she recognized someone, or someone recognized her, or told her something that gave her new ideas about something that had once happened. Anyway, for some reason or other, she became dangerous to someone. Look here. Tuppence, this whole thing is all somethings and someone's. It's just an idea you've thought up. You don't want to go mixing yourself up in things that are no business of yours. There's nothing to be mixed up in according to you, said Tuppence. So you needn't worry at all. You leave Sunny Ridge alone. I don't mean to go back to Sunny Ridge. I think they've told me all they know there. I think that old lady was quite safe while she was there. I want to find out where she is now. I want to get to her, wherever she is in time before something happens to her. What on earth do you think might happen to her? I don't like to think, but I'm on the trail. I'm going to be Prudence Beresford, private investigator. Do you remember when we were Blunt's brilliant detectives I was? Said Tommy. You were Miss Robinson, my private secretary, not all the time. Anyway, that's what I'm going to do while you're playing at international espionage at Hush Hush Manor. It's the Save Mrs. Lancaster that I'm going to be busy with. You'll probably find her perfectly all right. I hope I shall. Nobody would be better pleased. than I should. How do you propose to set about it? As I told you, I've got to think first. Perhaps an advertisement of some kind? No, that would be a mistake. Well, be careful, said Tommy, rather inadequately. Tuppence did not deign to reply. On Monday morning, Albert, the domestic mainstay of the Beresfords' life for many long years, ever since he had been roped into anti-criminal activities by them as a carroty-haired lift boy, deposited the tray of early morning tea on the table between the two beds, pulled back the curtains, announced that it was a fine day, and removed his now portly form from the room. Tuppence yawned, sat up, rubbed her eyes, poured out a cup of tea, dropped a slice of lemon in it, and remarked that it seemed a nice day. But you never knew. Tommy turned over and groaned. "Wake up," said Tuppence. "Remember you're going places today." "Oh, Lord," said Tommy. "So I am." He, too, sat up and helped himself to tea. He looked with appreciation at the picture over the mantelpiece. "I must say, Tuppence, your picture looks very nice. It's the way the sun comes in from the window sideways and lights it up. Peaceful," said Tommy. "If only I could remember where it was, I'd seen it before." "I can't see that it matters. You'll remember some time or other. That's no good. I want to remember now." "But why don't you see? It's the only clue I've got. It was Mrs. Lancaster's picture. But the two things don't tie up together anyway," said Tommy. "I mean, it's true that the picture once belonged to Mrs. Lancaster, but it may have been just a picture she bought at an exhibition or that somebody in her family did. It may have been a picture that somebody gave her as a present. She took it to Sunny Ridge with her because she thought it looked nice. There's no reason it should have anything to do with her personally. If it had, she wouldn't have given it to Aunt Ada." "It's the only clue I've got," said Tuppence. "It's a nice, peaceful house," said Tommy. "All the same, I think it's an empty house." "What do you mean, empty, I don't think," said Tuppence. "There's anybody living in it." "I don't think anybody's ever going to come out of that house. Nobody's going to walk across that bridge. Nobody's going to untie that boat and row away in it. For goodness sake, Tuppence." Tommy stared at her. "What's the matter with you? I thought so. The first time I saw it," said Tuppence. "I thought, what a nice house that would be to live in. And then I thought, but nobody does live here." "I'm sure they don't. That shows you that I have seen it before. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's coming. It's coming." Tommy stared at her. "Out of a window," said Tuppence breathlessly. "Out of a car window. No, no. That would be the wrong angle, running alongside the canal. And a little humpbacked bridge and the pink walls of the house, the two poplar trees. More than two. There were lots more poplar trees. Oh dear, oh dear. If I could... Oh, come off it. Tuppence, it will come back to me. Good Lord." Tommy looked at his watch. "I've got to hurry. You and your déjà vu picture." He jumped out of bed and hastened to the bathroom. Tuppence lay back on her pillows and closed her eyes, trying to force a recollection that just remained elusively out of reach. Tommy was pouring out a second cup of coffee in the dining room when Tuppence appeared, flushed with triumph. "I've got it. I know where I saw that house. It was out of the window of a railway train, where, when I don't know, I'll have to think. I remember saying to myself, someday I'll go and look at that house. And I tried to see what the name of the next station was. But you know what railways are nowadays. They've pulled down half the stations, and the next one we went through was all torn down, and grass growing over the platforms, and no name board or anything. Where the hell's my briefcase? Albert? A frenzied search took place. Tommy came back to say a breathless goodbye. Tuppence was sitting looking meditatively at a fried egg. "Goodbye," said Tommy. "And for God's sake, Tuppence, don't go poking into something that's none of your business." "I think," said Tuppence, meditatively, "that what I shall really do is to take a few railway journeys." Tommy looked slightly relieved. "Yes," he said encouragingly, "you try that. Buy yourself a season ticket. There's some scheme where you can travel 1,000 miles all over the British Isles for a very reasonable fixed sum. That ought to suit you down to the ground. Tuppence. You travel by all the trains you can think of in all the likely parts. That ought to keep you happy until I come home again. Give my love to Josh. I will." He added, looking at his wife in a worried manner, "Wish you were coming with me. Don't do anything stupid, will you?" "Of course not," said Tuppence. Chapter 6. Tuppence on the trail. "Oh dear," sighed Tuppence. "Oh dear." She looked round her with gloomy eyes. Never, she said to herself, had she felt more miserable. Naturally, she had known she would miss Tommy, but she had no idea how much she was going to miss him. During the long course of their married life, they had hardly ever been separated for any length of time. Starting before their marriage, they had called themselves a pair of young adventurers. They had been through various difficulties and dangers together. They had married. They had had 2 children, and just as the world was seeming rather dull and middle-aged to them, the Second War had come about, and in what seemed an almost miraculous way, they had been tangled up yet again on the outskirts of the British intelligence. A somewhat unorthodox pair. They had been recruited by a quiet, nondescript man who called himself Mr. Carter, but to whose word everybody seemed to bow. They had had adventures, and once again they had had them together. This, by the way, had not been planned by Mr. Carter. Tommy alone had been recruited, but Tuppence, displaying all her natural ingenuity, had managed to eavesdrop in such a fashion that when Tommy had arrived at a guest house on the sea coast in the role of a certain Mr. Meadows, the first person he had seen there had been a middle-aged lady plying knitting needles, who had looked up at him with innocent eyes and whom he had been forced to greet as Mrs. Blenkinsop. Thereafter they had worked as a pair. However, thought Tuppence to herself, I can't do it this time. No amount of eavesdropping, of ingenuity, or anything else would take her to the recesses of Hush Hush Manor, or to participation in the intricacies of IUAS, just an old boys' club, she thought resentfully. Without Tommy, the flat was empty. The world was lonely. And what on earth, thought Tuppence, am I to do with myself? The question was really purely rhetorical, for Tuppence had already started on the first steps of what she planned to do with herself. There was no question this time of intelligence work, of counter-espionage, or anything of that kind. Nothing of an official nature. Prudence Beresford, private investigator. That's what I am, said Tuppence to herself. After a scrappy lunch had been hastily cleared away, the dining room table was strewn with railway timetables, guidebooks, maps, and a few old diaries which Tuppence had managed to disinter. Sometime in the last 3 years, not longer. She was sure she had taken a railway journey, and looking out of the carriage window, had noticed a house. But what railway journey? Like most people at the present time, the Beresfords traveled mainly by car. The railway journeys they took were few and far between. Scotland, of course, when they went to stay with their married daughter Deborah. But that was a night journey, Penzance summer holidays. But Tuppence knew that line by heart. No, this had been a much more casual journey, with diligence and perseverance. Tuppence had made a meticulous list of all the possible journeys she had taken, which might correspond to what she was looking for. 1 or 2 race meetings, a visit to Northumberland, 2 possible places in Wales, a christening, 2 weddings, a sale they had attended, some puppies she had once delivered for a friend who bred them and who had gone down with influenza. The meeting place had been an arid-looking country junction whose name she couldn't remember. Tuppence sighed. It seemed as though Tommy's solution was the one she might have to adopt, buy a kind of circular ticket, and actually travel over the most likely stretches of railway line. In a small notebook, she had jotted down any snatches of extra memories, vague flashes in case they might help. A hat, for instance. Yes, a hat that she had thrown up on the rack. She had been wearing a hat, so a wedding or the christening certainly not puppies. And another flash kicking off her shoes because her feet hurt. Yes, that was definite. She had been actually looking at the house, and she had kicked off her shoes because her feet hurt. So, then, it had definitely been a social function she had either been going to or returning from. Returning from, of course, because of the painfulness of her feet from long standing about in her best shoes, and what kind of a hat. Because that would help. A flowery hat, a summer wedding, or a velvet winter one. Tuppence was busy jotting down details from the railway timetables of different lines when Albert came in to ask what she wanted for supper and what she wanted ordered in from the butcher and the grocer. I think I'm going to be away for the next few days, said Tuppence, so you needn't order in anything. I'm going to take some railway journeys. Will you be wanting some sandwiches? I might. Get some ham or something. Egg and cheese, do you? Or there's a tin of pâté in the larder. It's been there a long while. Time it was eaten. It was a somewhat sinister recommendation. But Tuppence said, all right, that'll do. Want letters forwarded? I don't even know where I'm going yet, said Tuppence. I see, said Albert. The comfortable thing about Albert was that he always accepted everything. Nothing ever had to be explained to him. He went away, and Tuppence settled down to her planning. What she wanted was a social engagement involving a hat and party shoes. Unfortunately, the ones she had listed involved different railway lines. One wedding on the Southern Railway, the other in East Anglia, the christening north of Bedford. If she could remember a little more about the scenery. She had been sitting on the right-hand side of the train. What had she been looking at before the canal, Woodstree's farmland? A distant village straining her brain. She looked up with a frown. Albert had come back. How far she was at that moment from knowing that Albert, standing there waiting for attention, was neither more nor less than an answer to prayer. Well, what is it now, Albert? If it's that you're going to be away all day tomorrow, and the day after as well, probably. Would it be all right for me to have the day off? Yes, of course. It's Elizabeth. Come out in spots, she has. Millie thinks it's measles. Oh dear. Millie was Albert's wife, and Elizabeth was the youngest of his children. So Millie wants you at home, of course. Albert lived in a small, neat house, a street or two away. It's not that so much. She likes me out of the way when she's got her hands full. She doesn't want me messing things up. But it's the other kids. I could take 'em somewhere out of her way. Of course, you're all in quarantine. I suppose. Oh well, best for 'em all to get it, and get it over. Charlie's had it, and so has Jean. Anyway, that'll be all right. Tuppence assured him that it would be all right. Something was stirring in the depths of her subconscious. A happy anticipation. A recognition measles. Yes, measles. Something to do with measles. But why should the house by the canal have anything to do with measles? Of course, Anthea. Anthea was Tuppence's goddaughter, and Anthea's daughter Jane was at school her first term, and it was prize giving, and Anthea had rung up. Her two younger children had come out in a measles rash, and she had nobody in the house to help, and Jane would be terribly disappointed if nobody came. Could Tuppence possibly? And Tuppence had said, of course, she wasn't doing anything particular. She'd go down to the school and take Jane out and give her lunch, and then go back to the sports and all the rest of it. There was a special school train. Everything came back into her mind with astonishing clarity. Even the dress she'd worn a summer print of cornflowers. She had seen the house on the return journey. Going down there, she had been absorbed in a magazine she had bought. But coming back, she had had nothing to read. And she had looked out of the window until, exhausted by the activities of the day and the pressure of her shoes, she had dropped off to sleep. When she had woken up, the train had been running beside a canal. It was partially wooded country, an occasional bridge, sometimes a twisting lane or minor road, a distant farm, no villages. The train began to slow down, for no reason it would seem, except that a signal must be against it. It drew jerkily to a halt by a bridge, a little hump-backed bridge which spanned the canal, a disused canal, presumably. On the other side of the canal, close to the water, was the house, a house that Tuppence thought at once was one of the most attractive houses she had ever seen, a quiet, peaceful house, irradiated by the golden light of the late afternoon sun. There was no human being to be seen, no dogs or livestock. Yet the green shutters were not fastened. The house must be lived in. But now, at this moment, it was empty. I must find out about that house. Tuppence had thought, someday I must come back here and look at it. It's the kind of house I'd like to live in. With a jerk, the train lurched slowly forwards. I'll look out for the name of the next station so that I'll know where it is. But there had been no appropriate station. It was the time when things were beginning to happen to railways. Small stations were closed, even pulled down. Grass sprouted on the decayed platforms. For 20 minutes, half an hour, the train ran on, but nothing identifiable was to be seen. Over fields, in the far distance, Tuppence once saw the spire of a church. Then had come some factory complex, tall chimneys, a line of prefab houses, then open country again. Tuppence had thought to herself, that house was rather like a dream. Perhaps it was a dream. I don't suppose I'll ever go and look for it, too difficult. Besides, rather a pity. Perhaps someday, maybe, I'll come across it by accident. And so she had forgotten all about it until a picture hanging on a wall had reawakened a veiled memory. And now, thanks to one word uttered unwittingly by Albert, the quest was ended. Or, to speak correctly, a quest was beginning. Tuppence sorted out 3 maps, a guidebook, and various other accessories. Roughly now, she knew the area she would have to search. Jane's school she marked with a large cross the branch railway line, which ran into the main line to London, the time lapse whilst she had slept. The final area, as planned, covered a considerable mileage north of Medchester, southeast of Market Basing, which was a small town, but was quite an important railway junction, west probably of Shaleborough. She'd take the car and start early tomorrow morning. She got up and went into the bedroom and studied the picture over the mantelpiece. Yes, there was no mistake. That was the house she had seen from the train 3 years ago. The house she had promised to look for someday. Someday had come. Someday was tomorrow. Book 2, The House on the Canal. Chapter 7, The Friendly Witch. Before leaving the next morning, Tuppence took a last careful look at the picture hanging in her room, not so much to fix its details firmly in her mind, but to memorize its position in the landscape. This time, she would be seeing it not from the window of a train, but from the road. The angle of approach would be quite different. There might be many humpbacked bridges, many similar disused canals, perhaps other houses, looking like this one, but that Tuppence refused to believe. The picture was signed, but the signature of the artist was illegible. All that could be said was that it began with B, turning away from the picture. Tuppence checked her paraphernalia, and A, B, C, and its attached railway map. A selection of ordnance maps, tentative names of places, Medchester, Westley Market Basing Middlesham Inchwell. Between them, they enclosed the triangle that she had decided to examine. With her, she took a small overnight bag since she would have a 3 hours drive before she even arrived at the area of operations. And after that, it meant, she judged, a good deal of slow driving along country roads and lanes looking for likely canals. After stopping in Medchester for coffee and a snack, she pushed on by a second-class road adjacent to a railway line, Pékin, and leading through wooded country with plenty of streams. As in most of the rural districts of England, signposts were plentiful, bearing names that Tuppence had never heard of, and seldom seeming to lead to the place in question. There seemed to be a certain cunning about this part of the road system of England. The road would twist off from the canal, and when you pressed on hopefully to where you thought the canal might have taken itself, you drew a blank. If you had gone in the direction of Great Micheldenin, the next signpost you came to offered you a choice of 2 roads, one to Pennington Sparrow and the other to Farlingford. You chose Farlingford and managed actually to get to such a place, but almost immediately the next signpost sent you back firmly to Medchester, so that you practically retraced your steps. Actually, Tuppence never did find Great Michelden, and for a long time she was quite unable to find the lost canal. If she had had any idea of which village she was looking for, things might have gone more easily. Tracking canals on maps was merely puzzling. Now and again she came to the railway, which cheered her up, and she would then push on, hopefully for Bees Hill. South Winterton and Farrell St. Edmund. Farrell St. Edmund had once had a station, but it had been abolished some time ago. If only, thought Tuppence, there was some well-behaved road that ran alongside a canal, or alongside a railway line. It would make it so much easier. The day wore on, and Tuppence became more and more baffled. Occasionally, she came upon a farm adjacent to a canal, but the road, having led to the farm, insisted on having nothing more to do with the canal, and went over a hill and arrived at something called West Penfold, which had a church with a square tower which was no use at all. From there, when disconsolately pursuing a rutted road which seemed the only way out of West Penfold, and which to Tuppence's sense of direction, which was now becoming increasingly unreliable, seemed to lead in the opposite direction, to anywhere she could possibly want to go. She came abruptly to a place where two lanes forked right and left. There was the remains of a signpost between them, the arms of which had both broken off. Which way, said Tuppence. Who knows, I don't. She took the left-hand one. It meandered on, winding to left and to right. Finally it shot round a bend, widened out, and climbed a hill, coming out of woods into open downlike country. Having surmounted the crest, it took a steep downward course. Not very far away, a plaintive cry sounded. Sounds like a train, said Tuppence, with sudden hope. It was a train. Then below her was the railway line, and on it a goods train, uttering cries of distress as it puffed along. And beyond it was the canal, and on the other side of the canal was a house that Tuppence recognized, and, leading across the canal, was a small, humpbacked, pink-bricked bridge. The road dipped under the railway, came up, and made for the bridge. Tuppence drove very gently over the narrow bridge. Beyond it, the road went on with the house on the right-hand side of it. Tuppence drove on, looking for the way in. There didn't seem to be one. A fairly high wall shielded it from the road. The house was on her right now. She stopped the car and walked back onto the bridge and looked at what she could see of the house from there. Most of the tall windows were shuttered with green shutters. The house had a very quiet and empty look. It looked peaceful and kindly in the setting sun. There was nothing to suggest that anyone lived in it. She went back to the car and drove a little farther. The wall, a moderately high one, ran along to her right. The left-hand side of the road was merely a hedge giving on green fields. Presently she came to a wrought iron gate in the wall. She parked the car by the side of the road, got out, and went over to look through the ironwork of the gate. By standing on tiptoe, she could look over it. What she looked into was a garden. The place was certainly not a farm now, though it might have been once. Presumably, it gave on fields beyond it. The garden was tended and cultivated. It was not particularly tidy, but it looked as though someone was trying rather unsuccessfully to keep it tidy. From the iron gate, a circular path curved through the garden and round to the house. This must be presumably the front door, though it didn't look like a front door. It was inconspicuous, though, sturdy, a back door. The house looked quite different from this side. To begin with, it was not empty. People lived there. Windows were open. Curtains fluttered at them. A garbage pail stood by the door. At the far end of the garden, Tuppence could see a large man digging. A big, elderly man who dug slowly and with persistence. Certainly looked at from here, the house held no enchantment. No artist would have wanted particularly to paint it. It was just a house, and somebody lived in it, Tuppence wondered. She hesitated. Should she go on and forget the house altogether? No. She could hardly do that, not after all the trouble she had taken. What time was it? She looked at her watch, but her watch had stopped. The sound of a door opening came from inside. She peered through the gate again. The door of the house had opened, and a woman came out. She put down a milk bottle, and then, straightening up, glanced towards the gate. She saw Tuppence and hesitated for a moment, and then, seeming to make up her mind, she came down the path towards the gate. Why? Said Tuppence to herself. Why, it's a friendly witch. It was a woman of about 50. She had long, straggly hair, which, when caught by the wind, flew out behind her. It reminded Tuppence vaguely of a picture by Nevinson of a young witch on a broomstick. That is perhaps why the term witch had come into her mind, but there was nothing young or beautiful about this woman. She was middle-aged, with a lined face, dressed in a rather slipshod way. She had a kind of steeple hat perched on her head, and her nose and her chin came up towards each other. As a description, she could have been sinister, but she did not look sinister. She seemed to have a beaming and boundless goodwill. Yes, thought Tuppence, you're exactly like a witch, but you're a friendly witch. I expect you're what they used to call a white witch. The woman came down in a hesitating manner to the gate and spoke. Her voice was pleasant, with a faint country burr in it of some kind. Were you looking for anything? She said. I'm sorry, said Tuppence. You must think it very rude of me looking into your garden in this way. But I wondered about this house. Would you like to come in and look round the garden, said the friendly witch. Well, thank you, but I don't want to bother you. Oh, it's no bother. I've nothing to do. Lovely afternoon, isn't it? Yes, it is, said Tuppence. I thought perhaps you'd lost your way, said the friendly witch. People do sometimes. I just thought, said Tuppence, that this was a very attractive-looking house when I came down the hill on the other side of the bridge. That's the prettiest side, said the woman. Artists come and sketch it sometimes, or they used to once. Yes, said Tuppence. I expect they would. I believe I saw a picture at some exhibition. She added hurriedly, some house very like this. Perhaps it was this. Oh, it may have been. Funny. You know, artists come and do a picture, and then other artists seem to come too. It's just the same when they have the local picture show every year. Artists all seem to choose the same spot. I don't know why. You know, it's either a bit of meadow and brook, or a particular oak tree, or a clump of willows, or it's the same view of the Norman church, 5 or 6 different pictures of the same thing, most of them pretty bad, I should think. But then I don't know anything about art. Come in, do. You're very kind, said Tuppence. Say, you've got a very nice garden, she added. Oh, it's not too bad. We've got a few flowers and vegetables and things. But my husband can't do much work nowadays, and I've got no time with one thing and another. I saw this house once from the train, said Tuppence. The train slowed up, and I saw this house, and I wondered whether I'd ever see it again. Quite some time ago. And now suddenly you come down the hill in your car, and there it is, said the woman. Funny. Things happen like that, don't they? Thank goodness, Tuppence thought. This woman is extraordinarily easy to talk to. One hardly has to imagine anything to explain oneself. One can almost say just what comes into one's head. Like to come inside the house, said the friendly witch. I can see you're interested. It's quite an old house. You know, I mean, late Georgian or something like that. They say, only it's been added on to. Of course, we've only got half the house, you know. Oh, I see, said Tuppence. It's divided in two. Is that it? This is really the back of it, said the woman. The front's the other side. The side you saw from the bridge. It was a funny way to partition it. I'd have thought it would have been easier to do it the other way. You know, right and left, so to speak. Not back and front. This is all really the back. Have you lived here long? Asked Tuppence. 3 years. After my husband retired, we wanted a little place, somewhere in the country where we'd be quiet. Somewhere cheap. This was going cheap. Because, of course, it's very lonely. You're not near a village or anything. I saw a church steeple in the distance. Ah, that's Sutton Chancellor. 2.5 miles from here. We're in the parish. Of course. But there aren't any houses until you get to the village. It's a very small village, too. You'll have a cup of tea, said the friendly witch. I just put the kettle on, not 2 minutes ago when I looked out and saw you. She raised both hands to her mouth and shouted, Amos! She shouted, Amos! The big man in the distance turned his head. Tea in 10 minutes, she called. He acknowledged the signal by raising his hand. She turned, opened the door, and motioned Tuppence to go in. Perry, my name is, she said in a friendly voice. Alice Perry. Mine's Beresford, said Tuppence. Mrs. Beresford. Come in, Mrs. Beresford, and have a look round. Tuppence paused for a second. She thought, just for a moment, I feel like Hansel and Gretel. The witch asks you into her house. Perhaps it's a gingerbread house. It ought to be. Then she looked at Alice Perry again and thought that it wasn't the gingerbread house of Hansel and Gretel's witch. This was just a perfectly ordinary woman. No, not quite ordinary. She had a rather strange, wild friendliness about her. She might be able to do spells, thought Tuppence, but I'm sure they'd be good spells. She stooped her head a little and stepped over the threshold into the witch's house. It was rather dark inside. The passages were small. Mrs. Perry led her through a kitchen and into a sitting room beyond it, which was evidently the family living room. There was nothing exciting about the house. It was, Tuppence thought, probably a late Victorian addition to the main part. Horizontally, it was narrow. It seemed to consist of a horizontal passage, rather dark, which served a string of rooms. She thought to herself that it certainly was rather an odd way of dividing a house. Sit down, and I'll bring the tea in, said Mrs. Perry. Let me help you. Oh, Don't worry. I shan't be a minute. It's already on the tray." A whistle rose from the kitchen. The kettle had evidently reached the end of its span of tranquility. Mrs. Perry went out and returned in a minute or two with the tea tray, a plate of scones, a jar of jam, and 3 cups and saucers. "Well, so, I expect you're disappointed. Now you've got inside," said Mrs. Perry. It was a shrewd remark, and very near to the truth. "Oh, no," said Tuppence. "Well, I should be if I was you, because they don't match a bit. Do they? I mean, the front and the back side of the house don't match. But it is a comfortable house to live in. Not many rooms, not too much light, but it makes a great difference in price. Who divided the house and why?" "Oh, a good many years ago. I suppose, whoever had it thought it was too big or too inconvenient. Only wanted a weekend place or something of that kind. So they kept the good rooms, the dining room and the drawing room, and made a kitchen out of a small study there was, and a couple of bedrooms and bathroom upstairs, and then walled it up and let the part that was kitchens and old-fashioned sculleries and things, and did it up a bit. Who lives in the other part? Someone who just comes down for weekends. Nobody lives there now," said Mrs. Perry. "Have another scone, dear." "Thank you," said Tuppence. "At least nobody's come down here in the last 2 years. I don't know even who it belongs to now. But when you first came here, there was a young lady used to come down here, an actress. They said she was. At least that's what we heard, but we never saw her really. Just caught a glimpse sometimes. She used to come down late on a Saturday night after the show. I suppose she used to go away on the Sunday evenings. Quite a mystery woman," said Tuppence, encouragingly. "You know, that's just the way I used to think of her. I used to make up stories about her in my head. Sometimes I'd think she was like Greta Garbo. You know, the way she went about always in dark glasses and pulled down hats. Goodness now, I've got my peak hat on." She removed the witch's headgear from her head and laughed. "It's for a play we're having at the Parish Rooms in Sutton Chancellor," she said. "You know, a sort of fairy story, play for the children, mostly. I'm playing the witch," she added. "Oh," said Tuppence, slightly taken aback, then added quickly, "What fun! Yes, it is fun, isn't it?" said Mrs. Perry. "Just right for the witch. Aren't I?" She laughed and tapped her chin. "You know, I've got the face for it. Hope it won't put ideas into people's heads. They'll think I've got the evil eye." "I don't think they'd think that of you," said Tuppence. "I'm sure you'd be a beneficent witch." "Well, I'm glad you think so," said Mrs. Perry. "As I was saying, this actress, I can't remember her name now. Miss Marchmont, I think it was. But it might have been something else. You wouldn't believe the things I used to make up about her. Really, I suppose. I hardly ever saw or spoke to her. Sometimes I think she was just terribly shy and neurotic. Reporters'd come down after her and things like that, but she never would see them. At other times, I used to think, well, you'll say I'm foolish. I used to think quite sinister things about her. You know, that she was afraid of being recognized. Perhaps she wasn't an actress at all. Perhaps the police were looking for her. Perhaps she was a criminal of some kind. It's exciting sometimes, making things up in your head, especially when you don't well see many people. Did nobody ever come down here with her?" Well, I'm not so sure about that. Of course, these partition walls, you know, that they put in when they turned the house into two, well, they're pretty thin, and sometimes you'd hear voices and things like that. I think she did bring down someone for weekends occasionally. She nodded her head. A man of some kind. That may have been why they wanted somewhere quiet like this. A married man, said Tuppence, entering into the spirit of make-believe. Yes, it would be a married man. Wouldn't it, said Mrs. Perry? Perhaps it was her husband who came down with her. He'd taken this place in the country because he wanted to murder her. And perhaps he buried her in the garden. My, said Mrs. Perry, you do have an imagination, don't you? I never thought of that one. I suppose someone must have known all about her, said Tuppence. I mean house agents, people like that? Oh, I suppose so, said Mrs. Perry. But I rather liked not knowing, if you understand what I mean. Oh, yes, said Tuppence. I do understand. It's got an atmosphere. You know, this house. I mean, there's a feeling in it. A feeling that anything might have happened. Didn't she have any people come in to clean for her or anything like that? Difficult to get anyone here. There's nobody near at hand. The outside door opened. The big man who had been digging in the garden came in. He went to the scullery tap and turned it, obviously washing his hands. Then he came through into the sitting room. This is my husband, said Mrs. Perry. Amos, we've got a visitor. Amos, this is Mrs. Beresford. How do you do? Said Tuppence. Amos Perry was a tall, shambling-looking man. He was bigger and more powerful than Tuppence had realized. Although he had a shambling gait and walked slowly, he was a big man of muscular build. He said, Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Beresford. His voice was pleasant, and he smiled. But Tuppence wondered for a brief moment whether he was really what she would have called all there. There was a kind of wondering simplicity about the look in his eyes, and she wondered, too, whether Mrs. Perry had wanted a quiet place to live in because of some mental disability on the part of her husband. Ever so fond of the garden. He is, said Mrs. Perry. At his entrance, the conversation dimmed down. Mrs. Perry did most of the talking, but her personality seemed to have changed. She talked with rather more nervousness and with particular attention to her husband, encouraging him, Tuppence thought, rather in a way that a mother might prompt a shy boy to talk, to display the best of himself before a visitor, and to be a little nervous that he might be inadequate. When she'd finished her tea, Tuppence got up. She said, I must be going. Thank you, Mrs. Perry, very much for your hospitality. You'll see the garden before you go. Mr. Perry rose. Come on, I'll show you. She went with him outdoors, and he took her down to the corner beyond where he had been digging. Nice. Them flowers. Aren't they? He said. Got some old-fashioned roses here. See this one? Striped red and white. Commandant Beaurepaire, said Tuppence. Us calls it York and Lancaster here, said Perry. Wars of the Roses. Smells sweet. Don't it smells lovely? Better than them new-fashioned hybrid teas. In a way, the garden was rather pathetic. The weeds were imperfectly controlled, but the flowers themselves were carefully tied up in an amateurish fashion. Bright colors? said Mr. Perry. I like bright colors. We often get folk to see our garden. He said, Glad you came. Thank you very much, said Tuppence. I think your garden and your house are very nice indeed. You ought to see t'other side of it. Is it to let or to be sold? Your wife says there's nobody living there now. We don't know. We've not seen anyone, and there's no board up, and nobody's ever come to see over it. It would be a nice house, I think, to live in. You wanting a house? Yes, said Tuppence, making up her mind quickly. Yes, as a matter of fact. We are looking round for some small place in the country. For when my husband retires, that'll be next year probably. But we like to look about in plenty of time. It's quiet here if you like quiet. I suppose, said Tuppence. I could ask the local house agents. Is that how you got your house? Saw an advertisement first we did in the paper. Then we went to the house agents. Yes. Where was that in Sutton Chancellor? That's your village, isn't it? Sutton Chancellor? No. Agent's place is in Market Basing. Russell and Thompson. That's the name. You could go to them and ask. Yes, said Tuppence. So I could. How far is Market Basing from here? It's 2 miles to Sutton Chancellor, and it's 7 miles to Market Basing from there. There's a proper road from Sutton Chancellor, but it's all lanes hereabouts. I see, said Tuppence. Well, goodbye, Mr. Perry, and thank you very much for showing me your garden. Wait a bit. He stooped, cut off an enormous peony, and taking Tuppence by the lapel of her coat, he inserted this through the buttonhole in it. There, he said. There you are. Looks pretty. It does. For a moment, Tuppence felt a sudden feeling of panic. This large, shambling, good-natured man suddenly frightened her. He was looking down at her, smiling rather wildly, almost leering. Pretty it looks on you. He said again, pretty. Tuppence thought, I'm glad I'm not a young girl. I don't think I'd like him putting a flower on me then. She said goodbye again and hurried away. The house door was open, and Tuppence went in to say goodbye to Mrs. Perry. Mrs. Perry was in the kitchen, washing up the tea things, and Tuppence almost automatically pulled a tea cloth off the rack and started drying. Thank you so much, she said. Both you and your husband. You've been so kind and hospitable to me. What's that? From the wall of the kitchen, or rather behind the wall, where an old-fashioned range had once stood, there came a loud screaming and squawking and a scratching noise, too. That'll be a jackdaw, said Mrs. Perry. Drop down the chimney in the other house. They do this time of the year. One came down our chimney last week. They make nests in the chimneys. You know, what in the other house? Yes. There it is again. Again the squawking and crying of a distressed bird came to their ears. Mrs. Perry said, There's no one to bother. You see, in the empty house, the chimneys ought to be swept and all that. The squawking, scratching noises went on. Poor bird, said Tuppence. I know. It won't be able to get up again. You mean it'll just die there? Oh, yes. One came down our chimney, as I say. 2 of them. Actually, one was a young bird. It was all right. We put it out, and it flew away. The other one was dead. The frenzied scuffling and squeaking went on. "Oh," said Tuppence, "I wish we could get at it." Mr. Perry came in through the door. "Anything the matter?" he said, looking from one to the other. "There's a bird. Amos. It must be in the drawing-room chimney next door. Hear it, eh? It's come down from the jackdaw's nest." "I wish we could get in there," said Mrs. Perry. "Ah, you can't do anything. They'll die from the fright. If nothing else, then it'll smell," said Mrs. Perry. "You won't smell anything in here. You're soft-hearted," he went on, looking from one to the other. "Like all females. We'll get it if you like. Why, is one of the windows open? We can get in through the door." "What door?" "Outside here in the yard. The key's hanging up among those." He went outside and along to the end, opening a small door there. It was a kind of potting shed, really. But a door from it led into the other house, and near the door of the potting shed were 6 or 7 rusty keys hanging on a nail. "This one fits," said Mr. Perry. He took down the key and put it in the door, and after exerting a good deal of cajolery and force, the key turned rustily in the lock. "I went in once before," he said, "when I heard water running. Somebody'd forgotten to turn the water off properly." He went in, and the 2 women followed him. The door led into a small room which still contained various flower vases on a shelf and a sink with a tap. "A flower room. I shouldn't wonder," he said, "where people used to do the flowers. See, a lot of the vases left here. There was a door out of the flower room. This was not even locked. He opened it, and they went through. It was like," Tuppence thought, "going through into another world." The passageway outside was covered with a pile carpet. A little way along there was a door half open, and from there the sounds of a bird in distress were coming. Perry pushed the door open, and his wife and Tuppence went in. The windows were shuttered, but one side of a shutter was hanging loose, and light came in. Although it was dim, there was a faded but beautiful carpet on the floor, a deep sage green in color. There was a bookshelf against the wall, but no chairs or tables. The furniture had been removed, no doubt. The curtains and carpets had been left as fittings to be passed on to the next tenant. Mrs. Perry went towards the fireplace. A bird lay in the grate scuffling and uttering loud squawking sounds of distress. "Ich kakshi." She stooped, picked it up, and said, "Open the window if you can." Amos. Amos went over, pulled the shutter aside, unfastened the other side of it, and then pushed at the latch of the window. He raised the lower sash, which came gratingly. As soon as it was open, Mrs. Perry leaned out and released the jackdaw. It flopped onto the lawn, hopped a few paces. "Better kill it," said Perry. "It's damaged." "Leave it a bit," said his wife. "You never know." They recover very quickly. Birds. It's fright that makes them so paralyzed looking. Sure enough. A few moments later, the jackdaw, with a final struggle, a squawk, a flapping of wings flew off. "I only hope," said Alice Perry, "that it doesn't come down that chimney again. Contrary things, birds, don't know what's good for them. Get into a room. They can never get out of it by themselves. Oh, she added, what a mess. Tuppence and Mr. Perry all stared at the grate. From the chimney had come down a mass of soot, of odd rubble, and of broken bricks. Evidently, it had been in a bad state of repair for some time. Somebody ought to come and live here, said Mrs. Perry, looking round her. Somebody ought to look after it. Tuppence agreed with her. Some builder ought to look at it, or do something about it, or the whole house will come down soon. Probably water has been coming through the roof in the top rooms. Yes, look at the ceiling up there. It's come through there. Oh, what a shame, said Tuppence. To ruin a beautiful house. It really is a beautiful room. Isn't it? She and Mrs. Perry looked together round it appreciatively. Built in 1790, it had all the graciousness of a house of that period. It had had originally a pattern of willow leaves on the discolored paper. It's a ruin now, said Mr. Perry. Tuppence poked the debris in the grate. One ought to sweep it up, said Mrs. Perry. Now, what do you want to bother yourself with a house that doesn't belong to you, said her husband. Leave it alone, woman. It'll be in just as bad a state tomorrow morning. Tuppence stirred the bricks aside with a toe. Ooh, she said with an exclamation of disgust. There were 2 dead birds lying in the fireplace. By the look of them, they had been dead for some time. That's the nest that came down a good few weeks ago. It's a wonder it doesn't smell more than it does, said Perry. What's this thing, said Tuppence. She poked with her toe at something lying half hidden in the rubble. Then she bent and picked it up. Don't you touch a dead bird, said Mrs. Perry. It's not a bird, said Tuppence. Something else must have come down the chimney. Well, I never, she added, staring at it. It's a doll. It's a child's doll. They looked down at it, ragged, torn. Its clothes in rags, its head lolling from the shoulders. It had originally been a child's doll. One glass eye dropped out. Tuppence stood holding it. I wonder, she said. I wonder how a child's doll ever got up a chimney. Extraordinary. Chapter 8. Sutton Chancellor. After leaving the canal house, Tuppence drove slowly on along the narrow, winding road which she had been assured would lead her to the village of Sutton Chancellor. It was an isolated road. There were no houses to be seen from it, only field gates from which muddy tracks led inwards. There was little traffic. One tractor came along, and one lorry proudly announcing that it carried Mother's Delight and the picture of an enormous and unnatural-looking loaf. The church steeple she had noticed in the distance seemed to have disappeared entirely, but it finally reappeared quite near at hand after the lane had bent suddenly and sharply round a belt of trees. Tuppence glanced at the speedometer and saw she had come 2 miles since the canal house. It was an attractive old church, standing in a sizable churchyard, with a lone yew tree standing by the church door. Tuppence left the car outside the lych gate, passed through it, and stood for a few moments surveying the church and the churchyard round it. Then she went to the church door, with its rounded Norman arch, and lifted the heavy handle. It was unlocked, and she went inside. The inside was unattractive. The church was an old one, undoubtedly, but it had had a zealous wash and brush-up in Victorian times. Its pitch pine pews and its flaring red and blue glass windows had ruined any antique charm it had once possessed. A middle-aged woman in a tweed coat and skirt was arranging flowers in brass vases round the pulpit she had already finished the altar. She looked round at Tuppence with a sharply inquiring glance. Tuppence wandered up an aisle looking at memorial tablets on the walls. A family called Warrender seemed to be most fully represented in early years. All of the Priory, Sutton Chancellor, Captain Warrender, Major Warrender, Sarah Elizabeth Warrender, dearly beloved wife of George Warrender. A newer tablet recorded the death of Julia Stark, another beloved wife of Philip Stark, also of the Priory, Sutton Chancellor. So it would seem the Warrenders had died out. None of them were particularly suggestive or interesting. Tuppence passed out of the church again and walked round it on the outside. The outside, Tuppence thought, was much more attractive than the inside. Early Perp and Decke, said Tuppence to herself. Having been brought up on familiar terms with ecclesiastical architecture, she was not particularly fond of Early Perp herself. It was a fair-sized church, and she thought that the village of Sutton Chancellor must once have been a rather more important center of rural life than it was now. She left the car where it was and walked on to the village. It had a village shop and a post office and about a dozen small houses or cottages. One or two of them were thatched, but the others were rather plain and unattractive. There were 6 council houses at the end of the village street, looking slightly self-conscious. A brass plate on a door announced Arthur Thomas, chimney sweep. Tuppence wondered if any responsible house agents were likely to engage his services for the house by the canal, which certainly needed them. How silly she had been, she thought, not to have asked the name of the house. She walked back slowly towards the church and her car, pausing to examine the churchyard more closely. She liked the churchyard. There were very few new burials in it. Most of the stones commemorated Victorian burials, and earlier ones half defaced by lichen and time. The old stones were attractive. Some of them were upright slabs with cherubs on the tops, with wreaths round them. She wandered about, looking at the inscriptions. Warrenders again. Mary Warrender, aged 47. Alice Warrender, aged 33. Colonel John Warrender, killed in Afghanistan. Various infant Warrenders deeply regretted and eloquent verses of pious hopes. She wondered if any Warrenders lived here still. They'd left off being buried here, apparently. She couldn't find any tombstones later than 1843. Rounding the big yew tree, she came upon an elderly clergyman who was stooping over a row of old tombstones near a wall behind the church. He straightened up and turned round as Tuppence approached. "Good afternoon," he said pleasantly. "Good afternoon," said Tuppence, and added, "I've been looking at the church." "Ruined by Victorian renovation," said the clergyman. He had a pleasant voice and a nice smile. He looked about 70, but Tuppence presumed he was not quite as far advanced in age as that, though he was certainly rheumatic and rather unsteady on his legs. "Too much money about in Victorian times," he said sadly. "Too many ironmasters. They were pious, but had, unfortunately, no sense of the artistic, no taste." Did you see the east window? He shuddered. Yes, said Tuppence. Dreadful. She said, I couldn't agree with you more. I'm the vicar, he added, rather unnecessarily. I thought you must be, said Tuppence politely. Have you been here long? She added. 10 years. My dear, he said. It's a nice parish, nice people, what there are of them. I've been very happy here. They don't like my sermons very much, he added sadly. I do the best I can, but of course, I can't pretend to be really modern. Sit down, he added hospitably, waving to a nearby tombstone. Tuppence sat down gratefully, and the vicar took a seat on another one nearby. I can't stand very long, he said. Apologetically, he added, Can I do anything for you, or are you just passing by? Well, I'm really just passing by, said Tuppence. I thought I'd just look at the church. I'd rather lost myself in a car wandering around the lanes. Yes, yes. Very difficult to find one's way about round here. A lot of signposts are broken, you know, and the council don't repair them as they should. He added, I don't know that it matters very much. People who drive down these lanes aren't usually trying to get anywhere in particular. People who are keep to the main roads. Dreadful, he added again. Especially the new motorway. At least, I think so. The noise and the speed and the reckless driving. Oh, well, pay no attention to me. I'm a crusty old fellow. You'd never guess what I'm doing here. He went on. I saw you were examining some of the gravestones, said Tuppence. Has there been any vandalism? Have teenagers been breaking bits off them? No. One's mind does turn that way nowadays, what with so many telephone boxes wrecked and all those other things that these young vandals do. Poor children. They don't know any better, I suppose. Can't think of anything more amusing to do than to smash things. Sad. Isn't it very sad? No, he said. There's been no damage of that kind here. The boys round here are a nice lot on the whole. No, I'm just looking for a child's grave. Tuppence stirred on her tombstone. A child's grave, she said. Yeah. Somebody wrote to me. A Major Waters. He asked if by any possibility a child had been buried here. I looked it up in the parish register, of course, but there was no record of any such name. All the same, I came out here and looked round the stones. I thought, you know, that perhaps whoever wrote might have got hold of some wrong name, or that there had been a mistake. What was the Christian name? Asked Tuppence. He didn't know. Perhaps Julia after the mother. How old was the child? Again, he wasn't sure. Rather vague, the whole thing. I think myself that the man must have got hold of the wrong village altogether. I never remember a Waters living here or having heard of one. What about the Warrenders? Asked Tuppence, her mind going back to the names in the church. The church seems full of tablets to them, and their names are on lots of gravestones out here. That family's died out by now. They had a fine property, an old 14th century priory. It was burnt down, nearly 100 years ago now. So I suppose any Warrenders there were left, went away, and didn't come back. A new house was built on the site by a rich Victorian called Stark. A very ugly house, but comfortable, they say. Very comfortable. Bathrooms, you know. And all that. I suppose that sort of thing is important. It seems a very odd thing, said Tuppence, that someone should write and ask you about a child's grave. Somebody a relation, the father of the child, said the vicar. One of these war tragedies. I imagine a marriage that broke up when the husband was on service abroad. The young wife ran away with another man while the husband was serving abroad. There was a child he'd never seen. She'd be grown up by now. I suppose, if she were alive, it must be 20 years ago or more. Isn't it a long time after to be looking for her? Apparently, he only heard there was a child quite recently. The information came to him by pure chance. Curious story. The whole thing. What made him think that the child had been buried here? I gather somebody who had come across his wife in wartime had told him that his wife had said she was living at Sutton Chancellor. It happens, you know. You meet someone, a friend or acquaintance you haven't seen for years, and they sometimes can give you news from the past that you wouldn't get in any other way. But she's certainly not living here now. Nobody of that name has lived here not since I've been here, or in the neighborhood as far as I know. Of course, the mother might have been going by another name. However, I gather the father is employing solicitors and inquiry agents and all that sort of thing, and they will probably be able to get results in the end. It will take time. Was it your poor child? Murmured Tuppence. I beg your pardon. My dear, nothing, said Tuppence. Something somebody said to me the other day. Was it your poor child? It's rather a startling thing to hear suddenly. But I don't really think the old lady who said it knew what she was talking about. I know. I'm often the same. I say things, and I don't really know what I mean by them. Most vexing. I expect you know everything about the people who live here now, said Tuppence. Well, there certainly aren't very many to know. Yes. Why? Is there someone you wanted to know about? I wondered if there had ever been a Mrs. Lancaster living here. Lancaster? No. I don't think I recollect that name. And there's a house I was driving today rather aimlessly, not minding particularly where I went. Just following lanes, I know. Very nice. The lanes round here. And you can find quite rare specimens. Botanical, I mean. In the hedges here. Nobody ever picks flowers in these hedges. We never get any tourists round here or that sort of thing. Yes, I've found some very rare specimens sometimes. Dusty cranesbill. For instance, there was a house by a canal, said Tuppence, refusing to be sidetracked into botany, near a little humpbacked bridge. It was about 2 miles from here. I wondered what its name was. Let me see. Canal Humpbacked Bridge. Well, there are several houses like that. There's Maricott Farm. It wasn't a farm. Ah, now. I expect it was the Perry's house, Amos and Alice Perry. That's right, said Tuppence. A Mr. and Mrs. Perry. She's a striking-looking woman. Isn't she interesting? I always think, very interesting. A medieval face. Didn't you think so? She's going to play the witch in our play. We're getting up. The school children. You know. She looks rather like a witch, doesn't she? Yes, said Tuppence. A friendly witch, as you say, my dear. Absolutely rightly. Yes, a friendly witch. But yes, poor fellow, said the vicar. Not completely compos mentis, but no harm in him. They were very nice. They asked me in for a cup of tea, said Tuppence. But what I wanted to know was the name of the house. I forgot to ask them. They're only living in half of it, aren't they? Yes. Yes. In what used to be the old kitchen quarters. They call it Waterside, I think, though I believe the ancient name for it was Watermead. A pleasanter name, I think. Who does the other part of the house belong to? Well, the whole house used to belong originally to the Bradleys. That was a good many years ago. Yes, 30 or 40 at least, I should think. And then it was sold, and then sold again, and then it remained empty for a long time. When I came here, it was just being used as a kind of weekend place by some actress, Miss Margrave. I believe she was not here very much, just used to come down from time to time. I never knew her. She never came to church. I saw her in the distance sometimes, a beautiful creature, a very beautiful creature. Who does it actually belong to now? Tuppence persisted. I have no idea. Possibly it still belongs to her. The part the Perrys live in is only rented to them. I recognized it. You know, said Tuppence, as soon as I saw it. Because I've got a picture of it. Oh, really, that must have been one of Boscombe's. Or was his name Boscobel? I can't remember now. Some name like that. He was a Cornishman, fairly well-known artist, I believe. I rather imagine he's dead now. Yes. He used to come down here fairly often. He used to sketch all round this part of the world. He did some oils here, too. Very attractive landscapes. Some of them. This particular picture, said Tuppence, was given to an old aunt of mine who died about a month ago. It was given to her by a Mrs. Lancaster. That's why I asked if you knew the name. But the vicar shook his head once more. Lancaster. No, I don't seem to remember the name. Ah, but here's the person you must ask. Our dear Miss Bly. Very active. Miss Bly is. She knows all about the parish. She runs everything. The Women's Institute, the Boy Scouts, and the Guides, everything. You ask her? She's very active. Very active indeed. The vicar sighed. The activity of Miss Bly seemed to worry him. Nellie Bly. They call her in the village. The boys sing it after her sometimes. Nellie Bly, Nellie Bly. It's not her proper name. That's something more like Gertrude or Geraldine. Miss Bly, who was the tweed-clad woman Tuppence had seen in the church, was approaching them at a rapid trot, still holding a small watering can. She eyed Tuppence with deep curiosity as she approached, increasing her pace and starting a conversation before she reached them. Finished my job? She exclaimed merrily. Had a bit of a rush today. Oh yes, had a bit of a rush, of course. As you know, Vicar, I usually do the church in the morning. But today we had the emergency meeting in the parish rooms, and really, you wouldn't believe the time it took. So much argument. You know, I really think sometimes people object to things just for the fun of doing so. Mrs. Partington was particularly irritating, wanting everything fully discussed, you know, and wondering whether we'd got enough different prices from different firms. I mean, the whole thing is such a small cost anyway, that really a few shillings here or there can't make much difference. And Birkenheads have always been most reliable. I don't think, really, Vicar, you know, that you ought to sit on that tombstone. Irreverent. perhaps suggested the vicar. Oh, no, no. Of course I didn't mean that at all. Vicar, I meant the stone. You know, the damp does come through. And with your rheumatism. Her eyes slid sideways to Tuppence questioningly. Let me introduce you to Miss Bly, said the vicar. This is he hesitated. Mrs. Beresford, said Tuppence. Ah, yes, said Miss Bly. I saw you in the church, didn't I? Just now, looking round it. I would have come and spoken to you, called your attention to one or two interesting points, but I was in such a hurry to finish my job. I ought to have come and helped you, said Tuppence, in her sweetest voice. But it wouldn't have been much use, would it? Because I could see you knew so exactly where every flower ought to go. Well now, it's very nice of you to say so, but it's quite true. I've done the flowers in the church for, I don't know how many years it is. We let the school children arrange their own particular pots of wildflowers for festivals, though of course they haven't the least idea. Poor little things. I do think a little instruction. But Mrs. Peake will never have any instruction. She's so particular. She says it spoils their initiative. Are you staying down here? She asked Tuppence. I was going on to Market Basing, said Tuppence. Perhaps you can tell me a nice quiet hotel to stay there. Well, I expect you'll find it a little disappointing. It's just a market town. You know, it doesn't cater at all for the motoring trade. The Blue Dragon is a 2-star, but really I don't think these stars mean anything at all sometimes. I think you'd find the Lamb better. Quieter, you know. Are you staying there for long? Oh, no, said Tuppence. Just a day or two while I'm looking round the neighborhood. Not very much to see, I'm afraid. No interesting antiquities or anything like that. We're purely a rural and agricultural district, said the vicar. But peaceful, you know, very peaceful. As I told you, some interesting wildflowers. Ah, yes, said Tuppence. I've heard that, and I'm anxious to collect a few specimens in the intervals of doing a little mild house hunting. She added, Oh dear, how interesting, said Miss Bly. Are you thinking of settling in this neighborhood? Well, my husband and I haven't decided very definitely on any one neighborhood in particular, said Tuppence, and we're in no hurry. He won't be retiring for another 18 months, but it's always as well, I think, to look about. Personally, what I prefer to do is to stay in one neighborhood for 4 or 5 days, get a list of likely small properties and drive about to see them. Coming down for 1 day from London to see one particular house is very tiring. I find... Oh, yes. You've got your car here, have you? Yes, said Tuppence. I shall have to go to a house agent in Market Basing tomorrow morning. There's nowhere, I suppose, to stay in the village here. Is there? Of course. There's Mrs. Copley, said Miss Bly. She takes people in the summer, you know, summer visitors. She's beautifully clean. All her rooms are. Of course. She only does bed and breakfast, and perhaps a light meal in the evening. But I don't think she takes anyone in much before August, or July, at the earliest. Perhaps I could go and see her, and find out, said Tuppence. She's a very worthy woman, said the vicar. Her tongue wags a good deal. He added, she never stops talking. Not for one single minute. A lot of gossip, and chattering is always going on in these small villages," said Miss Bly. "I think it would be a very good idea if I helped Mrs. Beresford. I could take her along to Mrs. Copley and just see what chances there are." "That would be very kind of you," said Tuppence. "Then we'll be off," said Miss Bly briskly. "Goodbye, Vicar. Still on your quest. A sad task and so unlikely to meet with success. I really think it was a most unreasonable request to make." Tuppence said goodbye to the vicar and said she would be glad to help him if she could. "I could easily spend an hour or two looking at the various gravestones. I've got very good eyesight for my age. It's just the name Waters you are looking for." "Not really," said the vicar. "It's the age that matters. I think a child of perhaps 7. It would be a girl. Major Waters thinks that his wife might have changed her name and that probably the child might be known by the name she had taken. And as he doesn't know what that name is, it makes it all very difficult. The whole thing's impossible, so far as I can see," said Miss Bly. "You ought never to have said you would do such a thing. Vicar, it's monstrous, suggesting anything of the kind." "The poor fellow seems very upset," said the vicar. "A sad history altogether, so far as I can make out. But I mustn't keep you," Tuppence thought to herself, as she was shepherded by Miss Bly, that no matter what the reputation of Mrs. Copley for talking, she could hardly talk more than Miss Bly did. A stream of pronouncements, both rapid and dictatorial, poured from her lips. Mrs. Copley's cottage proved to be a pleasant and roomy one, set back from the village street, with a neat garden of flowers in front, a whitened doorstep, and a brass handle well polished. Mrs. Copley herself seemed to Tuppence like a character straight out of the pages of Dickens. She was very small and very round, so that she came rolling towards you rather like a rubber ball. She had bright, twinkling eyes, blonde hair rolled up in sausage curls on her head, and an air of tremendous vigor. After displaying a little doubt to begin with, "Well, I don't usually, you know. No. My husband and I say summer visitors. That's different. Everyone does that if they can nowadays. And have to, I'm sure. But not this time of year so much. We don't, not until July. However, if it's just for a few days and the lady wouldn't mind things being a bit rough." Perhaps Tuppence said she didn't mind things being rough, and Mrs. Copley, having surveyed her with close attention, whilst not stopping her flow of conversation, said perhaps the lady would like to come up and see the room, and then things might be arranged. At that point, Miss Bly tore herself away with some regret, because she had not so far been able to extract all the information she wanted from Tuppence. As to where she came from, what her husband did, how old she was, if she had any children, and other matters of interest. But it appeared that she had a meeting at her house over which she was going to preside, and was terrified at the risk that someone else might seize that coveted post. "You'll be quite all right with Mrs. Copley," she assured Tuppence. "She'll look after you, I'm sure. Now, what about your car?" "Oh, I'll fetch it presently," said Tuppence. "Mrs. Copley will tell me where I had better put it. I can leave it outside here, really, because it isn't a very narrow street." "Is it? Oh, my husband can do better than that for you," said Mrs. Copley. "He'll put it in the field for you, just round the side lane here, and it'll be quite all right. There's a shed he can drive it into." Things were arranged amicably on that basis, and Miss Bly hurried away to her appointment. The question of an evening meal was next raised. Tuppence asked if there was a pub in the village. "Oh, we have nothing as a lady could go to," said Mrs. Copley. "But if you'd be satisfied with a couple of eggs and a slice of ham, and maybe some bread and homemade jam," Tuppence said that would be splendid. Her room was small but cheerful and pleasant, with a rosebud wallpaper and a comfortable-looking bed and a general air of spotless cleanliness. "Yes, it's a nice wallpaper, miss," said Mrs. Copley, who seemed determined to accord Tuppence single status. "Chose it we did so that any newly married couple should come here on honeymoon. Romantic, if you know what I mean." Tuppence agreed that romance was a very desirable thing. They haven't got so much to spend nowadays, newly marrieds, not what they used to. Most of them you see are saving for a house, or are making down payments already. Or they've got to buy some furniture on the hire purchase, and it doesn't leave anything over for having a posh honeymoon or anything of that kind. They're careful, you know, most of the young folk. They don't go bashing all their money. She clattered downstairs, again talking briskly as she went. Tuppence lay down on the bed to have half an hour's sleep after a somewhat tiring day. She had, however, great hopes of Mrs. Copley, and felt that once thoroughly rested herself, she would be able to lead the conversation to the most fruitful subjects possible. She would hear, she was sure, all about the house by the bridge, who had lived there, who had been of evil or good repute in the neighborhood, what scandals there were, and other such likely topics. She was more convinced of this than ever when she had been introduced to Mr. Copley, a man who barely opened his mouth. His conversation was mostly made up of amiable grunts, usually signifying an affirmative. Sometimes, in more muted tones, a disagreement. He was content, so far as Tuppence could see, to let his wife talk. He himself more or less abstracted his attention, part of the time busy with his plans for the next day, which appeared to be market day. As far as Tuppence was concerned, nothing could have turned out better. It could have been distinguished by a slogan. "You want information? We have it." Mrs. Copley was as good as a wireless set or a television. You had only to turn the button and words poured out, accompanied by gestures and lots of facial expression. Not only was her figure like a child's rubber ball, her face might also have been made of India rubber. The various people she was talking about almost came alive in caricature before Tuppence's eyes. Tuppence ate bacon and eggs and had slices of thick bread and butter, and praised the blackberry jelly, homemade, her favorite kind, she truthfully announced, and did her best to absorb the flood of information so that she could write notes down in her notebook later. A whole panorama of the past in this country district seemed to be spread out before her. There was no chronological sequence, which occasionally made things difficult. Mrs. Copley jumped from 15 years ago to 2 years ago to last month, and then back to somewhere in the 20s. All this would want a lot of sorting out, and Tuppence wondered whether in the end she would get anything. The first button she had pressed had not given her any result. That was a mention of Mrs. Lancaster. I think she came from hereabouts, said Tuppence, allowing a good deal of vagueness to appear in her voice. She had a picture, a very nice picture, done by an artist who I believe was known down here. Who did you say? Now a Mrs. Lancaster? No, I don't remember any Lancasters in these parts. Lancaster. Lancaster? A gentleman had a car accident. I remember. No, it's the car I'm thinking of. A Lancaster that was, no, Mrs. Lancaster. It wouldn't be Miss Bolton, would it? She'd be about 70 now, I think. She might have married a Mr. Lancaster. She went away and traveled abroad, and I do hear she married someone. The picture she gave my aunt was by a Mr. Boscobel, I think the name was, said Tuppence. What a lovely jelly. I don't put no apple in it either, like most people do. Makes it gel better, they say, but it takes all the flavor out. Yes, said Tuppence. I quite agree with you. It does. Who did you say now? It began with a B, but I didn't quite catch it. Boscobel. I think, oh, I remember Mr. Boscoen well. Let's see now. That must have been 15 years ago. It was at least that he came down here. He came several years running. He did. He liked the place. Actually, rented a cottage. One of Farmer Hart's cottages it was, that he kept for his laborer. But they built a new one. They did. The council. 4 new cottages specially for laborers. Regular artist. Mr. B was, said Mrs. Copley. Funny kind of coat he used to wear. Sort of velvet or corduroy. It used to have holes in the elbows, and he wore green and yellow shirts. He did? Oh, very colorful. He was. I liked his pictures. I did. He had a showing of them one year. Round about Christmas time it was. I think, no, of course not. It must have been in the summer. He wasn't here in this winter. Yes, very nice. Nothing exciting, if you know what I mean. Just a house with a couple of trees, or 2 cows looking over a fence, but all nice and quiet and pretty colors. Not like some of these young chaps nowadays. Do you have a lot of artists down here? Not really. Oh no. Not to speak of. 1 or 2 ladies comes down in the summer and does sketching sometimes. But I don't think much of them. We had a young fellow a year ago, called himself an artist. Didn't shave properly. I can't say I liked any of his pictures much. Funny colors all swirled round anyhow. Nothing you could recognize a bit. Sold a lot of his pictures. He did at that, and they weren't cheap. Mind you, ought to have been £5. Said Mr. Copley, entering the conversation for the first time so suddenly that Tuppence jumped. What my husband thinks is, said Mrs. Copley, resuming her place as interpreter to him. He thinks no picture ought to cost more than £5. Paints wouldn't cost as much as that. That's what he says. Don't you, George? Said George. Mr. Boscoen painted a picture of that house by the bridge in the canal, Waterside or Watermead. Isn't it called? I came that way today? Oh, you came along that road. Did you? It's not much of a road. Is it very narrow? Lonely that house is. I always think. I wouldn't like to live in that house. Too lonely. Don't you agree? George made the noise that expressed faint disagreement and possibly contempt at the cowardice of women. That's where Alice Perry lives. That is, said Mrs. Copley. Tuppence abandoned her researches on Mr. Boscawen to go along with an opinion on the Perrys. It was, she perceived, always better to go along with Mrs. Copley, who was a jumper from subject to subject. Queer couple they are, said Mrs. Copley. George made his agreeing sound. Keep themselves to themselves. They do. Don't mingle much, as you'd say. And she goes about looking like nothing on earth. Alice Perry does. Mad, said Mr. Copley. Well, I don't know as I'd say that. She looks mad all right. All that scatty hair flying about, and she wears a men's coats and great rubber boots most of the time. And she says odd things and doesn't sometimes answer you right when you ask her a question. But I wouldn't say she was mad. Peculiar, that's all. Do people like her? Nobody knows her hardly, although they've been there several years. There's all sorts of tales about her, but then, there's always tales. What sort of tales? Direct questions were never resented by Mrs. Copley, who welcomed them as one who was only too eager to answer. Calls up spirits, they say, at night, sitting round a table, and there's stories of lights moving about the house at night. And she reads a lot of clever books, they say, with things drawn in them circles and stars. If you ask me, it's Amos Perry, as is the one that's not quite all right. He's just simple, said Mr. Copley indulgently. Well, you may be right about that. But there were tales said of him once. Fond of his garden, but doesn't know much. It's only half a house, though. Isn't it? Said Tuppence. Mrs. Perry asked me, and very kindly, did she really? I don't know. As I'd have liked to go into that house, said Mrs. Copley. Their part of it's all right, said Mr. Copley. Isn't the other part all right? Said Tuppence. The front part that gives on the canal. Well, there used to be a lot of stories about it, of course. Nobody's lived in it for years. They say there's something queer about it. Lot of stories told. But when you come down to it, it's not stories in anybody's memory here. It's all long ago. It was built over 100 years ago. You know, they say as there was a pretty lady kept there first, built for her. It was by one of the gentlemen at court. Queen Victoria's court asked Tuppence with interest. I don't think it would be her. She was particular. The old queen was. No. I'd say it was before that. Time of one of them Georges. This gentleman, he used to come down and see her. And the story goes that they had a quarrel, and he cut her throat one night. How terrible, said Tuppence. Did they hang him for it? No. Oh, no. There was nothing of that sort. The story is, you see, that he had to get rid of the body, and he walled her up in the fireplace. Walled her up in the fireplace. Some ways they tell it. They say she was a nun, and she had run away from a convent, and that's why she had to be walled up. That's what they do at convents. But it wasn't nuns who walled her up. No, no. He did it, her lover. What had done her in an... And he bricked up all the fireplace, they say, and nailed a big sheet of iron over it. Anyway, She was never seen again. Poor soul. Walking about in her fine dresses, some said. Of course, she'd gone away with him. Gone away to live in town. Or back to some other place. People used to hear noises and see lights in the house. And a lot of people don't go near it after dark. But what happened later, said Tuppence, feeling that to go back beyond the reign of Queen Victoria seemed a little too far into the past for what she was looking for. Well, I don't rightly know, as there was very much. A farmer called Blodgett took it over when it came up for sale. I believe he weren't there long either. What they called a gentleman farmer. That's why he liked the house, I suppose, but the farming land wasn't much use to him, and he didn't know how to deal with it. So he sold it again. Changed hands ever so many times it has. Always builders, coming along and making alterations, new bathrooms, that sort of thing. A couple had it, who were doing chicken farming, I believe, at one time. But it got a name, you know, for being unlucky. But all that's a bit before my time. I believe Mr. Boscawen himself thought of buying it at one time. That was when he painted the picture of it. What sort of age was Mr. Boscawen when he was down here? 40, I would say. Or maybe a bit more than that. He was a good-looking man in his way. Run into fat a bit. Though, great one for the girls. He was, said Mr. Copley. It was a warning grunt this time. Ah, well, we all know what artists are like, said Mrs. Copley, including Tuppence in this knowledge. Go over to France a lot, you know, and get French ways. They do. He wasn't married. Not then he wasn't. Not when he was first down here. Bit keen he was on Mrs. Charrington's daughter, but nothing came of it. She was a lovely girl, though, but too young for him. She wasn't more than 25. Who was Mrs. Charrington? Tuppence felt bewildered at this introduction of new characters. What the hell am I doing here? Anyway, she thought suddenly, as waves of fatigue swept over her. I'm just listening to a lot of gossip about people, and imagining things like murder, which aren't true at all. I can see now. It started when a nice but addle-headed old pussy got a bit mixed up in her head and began reminiscing about stories this Mr. Boscawen, or someone like him who may have given the picture to her, told about the house and the legends about it, of someone being walled up alive in a fireplace, and she thought it was a child for some reason. And here I am going round investigating mares' nests. Tommy told me I was a fool, and he was quite right. I am a fool. She waited for a break to occur in Mrs. Copley's even flow of conversation, so that she could rise, say good night politely, and go upstairs to bed. Mrs. Copley was still in full and happy spate. Mrs. Charrington. Oh, she lived in Watermead for a bit, said Mrs. Copley. Mrs. Charrington and her daughter? She was a nice lady. She was Mrs. Charrington, widow of an army officer, I believe, badly off. But the house was being rented cheap. Did a lot of gardening. She was very fond of gardening. Not much good at keeping the house clean. She wasn't. I went and obliged for her, once or twice, but I couldn't keep it up. I had to go on my bicycle. You see, and it's over 2 miles. Weren't any buses along that road. Did she live there long? Not more than 2 or 3 years, I think. Got scared, I expect. After the troubles came. And then she had her own troubles about her daughter, too. Lillian, I think her name was. Tuppence took a draught of the strong tea with which the meal was fortified, and resolved to get finished with Mrs. Charrington before seeking repose. What was the trouble about the daughter, Mr. Boscawen? No, it wasn't Mr. Boscawen as got her into trouble. I'll never believe that. It was the other one. Who was the other one? Asked Tuppence. Someone else who lived down here. I don't think he lived down in these parts. Someone she'd met up in London. She went up there to study ballet dancing. Would it be, or art? Mr. Boscawen arranged for her to join some school there. Slate, I think its name was. Slade suggested Tuppence. May have been. That sort of name. Anyway, she used to go up there. And that's how she got to know this fellow. Whoever he was, her mother didn't like it. She forbade her to meet him. Fat lot of good that was likely to do. She was a silly woman in some ways, like a lot of those army officers' wives were. You know, she thought girls would do as they were told. Behind the times, she was been out in India and those parts. But when it's a question of a good-looking young fellow and you take your eye off a girl, you won't find she's doing what you told her. Not her. He used to come down here now and then, and they used to meet outside. And then she got into trouble. Did she? Tuppence said, using the well-known euphemism, hoping that under that form it would not offend Mr. Copley's sense of propriety. Must have been him, I suppose. Anyway, there it was, plain as plain. I saw how it was long before her own mother did. Beautiful creature, she was, big and tall and handsome. But I don't think, you know, that she was one that could stand up to things. She'd break up. You know. She used to walk about rather wild-like, muttering to herself. If you ask me, he treated her bad. That fellow did. Went away and left her when he found out what was happening. Of course, a mother, as was a mother, would have gone and talked to him and made him see where his duty lay. But Mrs. Charrington, she wouldn't have had the spirit to do that. Anyway, her mother got wise, and she took the girl away. Shut up the house. She did, and afterwards it was put up for sale. They came back to pack up, I believe, but they never came to the village or said anything to anyone. They never come back here, neither of them. There was some story got around. I never knew if there was any truth in it. Some folk'll make up anything. Said Mr. Copley unexpectedly, well, you're right there. George, still they may have been true. Such things happen. And as you say, that girl didn't look quite right in the head to me. What was the story? Demanded Tuppence. Well, really, I don't like to say. It's a long time since, and I wouldn't like to say anything as I wasn't sure of it. It was Mrs. Badcock's Louise who put it about. Awful liar that girl was. The things she'd say, anything to make up a good story. But what was it said? Tuppence said this Charrington girl had killed the baby, and after that killed herself. Said her mother went half mad with grief, and her relations had to put her in a nursing home. Again, Tuppence felt confusion mounting in her head. She felt almost as though she was swaying in her chair. Could Mrs. Charrington be Mrs. Lancaster? Changed her name. Gone slightly batty. Obsessed about her daughter's fate. Mrs. Copley's voice was going on remorselessly. I never believed a word of that myself. That Badcock girl would say anything. We weren't listening much to hearsay and stories just then. We'd had other things to worry about. Scared stiff we'd been, all over the countryside on account of the things that had been going on. Real things. Why? What had been happening? Asked Tuppence, marveling at the things that seemed to happen, and to center round the peaceful-looking village of Sutton Chancellor. I dare say, as you'll have read about it all in the papers at the time. Let's see. Near as possible, it would have been 20 years ago. You'll have read about it for sure. Child murders. Little girl of 9 years old first. Didn't come home from school one day. Whole neighborhood was out searching for her. Dingley copse she was found in. Strangled. She'd been... It makes me shiver still to think of it. Well, that was the first. Then about 3 weeks later, another. The other side of Market Basing, that was. But within the district, as you might say. A man with a car could have done it easy enough. And then there were others. Not for a month or two sometimes. And then there'd be another one. Not more than a couple of miles from here. One was almost in the village. Though, didn't anyone know who'd done it? They tried hard enough, said Mrs. Copley. Detained a man quite soon. They did. Someone from t'other side of Market Basing. Said he was helping them in their inquiries. You know what that always means. They think they've got him. They pulled in first one and then another, but always after 24 hours or so, they had to let him go again. Found out he couldn't have done it, or wasn't in these parts, or somebody gave him an alibi. You don't know. Liz, said Mr. Copley, they may have known quite well who done it. I'd say they did. That's often the way of it. Or so I've heard. The police know who it is, but they can't get the evidence. That's wives. That is, said Mrs. Copley's. Wives or mothers or fathers even. Even the police can't do much, no matter what they may think. A mother says, my boy was here that night at dinner, or his young lady says she went to the pictures with him that night, and he was with her the whole time. Or a father says that he and his son were out in the far field together doing something well. You can't do anything against it. They may think the father or the mother or his sweetheart's lying, but unless someone else come along and say they saw the boy or the man or whatever it is in some other place, there's not much they can do. It was a terrible time. Right head up we all were round here. When we heard another child was missing, we'd make parties up. Aye, that's right, said Mr. Copley. When they'd got together, they'd go out and they'd search. Sometimes they found her at once, and sometimes they wouldn't find her for weeks. Sometimes she was quite near her home, in a place you'd have thought we must have looked at already. Maniac. I suppose it must have been. It's awful, said Mrs. Copley in a righteous tone. It's awful that there should be men like that. They ought to be shot. They ought to be strangled themselves. And I'd do it to them for one, if anyone would let me. Any man who kills children and assaults them. What's the good putting them in loony bins and treating them with all the home comforts and living soft? And then sooner or later they let 'em out again. Say they're cured and send them home. That happened somewhere in Norfolk. My sister lives there and she told me about it. He went back home and 2 days later he'd done in someone else. Crazy they are. These doctors, some of them, saying these men are cured when they are not. And you've no idea down here who it might have been, said Tuppence. Do you think really it was a stranger? Might have been a stranger to us, but it must have been someone living within, oh, I'd say a range of 20 miles around. It mightn't have been here in this village. You always thought it was. Liz, you get it up, said Mrs. Copley. You think it's sure to be here in your own neighborhood because you're afraid. I suppose. I used to look at people. So did you, George. You'd say to yourself, I wonder if it could be that chap. He's seemed a bit queer lately, that sort of thing. I don't suppose, really, he looked queer at all, said Tuppence. He probably looked just like everyone else. Yes, it could be you've got something there. I've heard it said that you wouldn't know, and whoever it was had never seemed mad at all. But other people say there's always a terrible glare in their eyes. Jeffries, he was the sergeant of police here then, said Mr. Copley. He always used to say he had a good idea, but there was nothing doing. They never caught the man. No, over 6 months it was. Nearly a year. Then the whole thing stopped. And there's never been anything of that kind round here since. No, I think he must have gone away. Gone away altogether. That's what makes people think they might know who it was. You mean because of people who did leave the district? Well, of course it made people talk. You know, they'd say it might be so-and-so. Tuppence hesitated to ask the next question, but she felt that with Mrs. Copley's passion for talking, it wouldn't matter if she did. Who did you think it was? She asked. Well, it's that long ago I'd hardly like to say. But there was names mentioned, talked of, you know, and looked at. Some has thought it might be Mr. Boscoen. Did they? Yes, being an artist and all. Artists are queer. They say that. But I didn't think it was him. There was more, as said it was Amos Perry, said Mr. Copley, Mrs. Perry's husband. Yes, he's a bit queer. You know, simple-minded. He's the sort of chap that might have done it. Were the Perrys living here then? Yes, not at Watermead. They had a cottage about 4 or 5 miles away. Police had an eye on him, I'm sure of that. Couldn't get anything on him. Though, said Mrs. Copley, his wife spoke for him always. Stayed at home with her in the evenings. He did. Always. She said, just went along sometimes to the pub on a Saturday night. But none of these murders took place on a Saturday night. So there wasn't anything in that. Besides, Alice Perry was the kind you'd believe when she gave evidence. She'd never let up or back down. You couldn't frighten her out of it. Anyway, he's not the one. I never thought so. I know I've nothing to go on, but I've a sort of feeling if I'd had to put my finger on anyone, I'd have put it on Sir Philip. Sir Philip, again. Tuppence's head reeled. Yet another character was being introduced. Sir Philip. Who's Sir Philip? She asked. Sir Philip Stark. Lives up in the Warrender house. Used to be called the Old Priory when the Warrenders lived in it before it burnt down. You can see the Warrender graves in the churchyard and tablets in the church, too. Always been Warrenders here, practically since the time of King James. Was Sir Philip A relation of the Warrenders made his money in a big way, I believe. Or his father did. Steelworks or something of that kind. Odd sort of man was Sir Philip. The works were somewhere up north, but he lived here. Kept to himself he did. What they call a rec something, recluse, suggested Tuppence. That's the word I'm looking for. Pale he was, you know, and thin and bony and fond of flowers. He was a botanist, used to collect all sorts of silly little wild flowers, the kind you wouldn't look at twice. He even wrote a book on them. I believe. Oh yes, he was clever, very clever. His wife was a nice lady, and very handsome, but sad-looking. I always thought. Mr. Copley uttered one of his grunts. You're daft, he said, thinking it might have been Sir Philip. He was fond of children. Sir Philip was. He was always giving parties for them. Yes, I know. Always giving fêtes. Having lovely prizes for the children. Egg and spoon races, all those strawberry and cream teas he'd give. He'd no children of his own. You see, often he'd stop children in a lane and give them a sweet, or give them a sixpence to buy sweets. But I don't know. I think he overdid it. He was an odd man. I thought there was something wrong when his wife suddenly up and left him. When did his wife leave him? It'd be about 6 months after all this trouble began. 3 children had been killed by then. Lady Stark went away suddenly to the south of France, and she never came back. She wasn't the kind, you'd say, to do that. She was a quiet lady, respectable. It's not as though she left him for any other man. No. She wasn't the kind to do that. So why did she go and leave him? I always say, it's because she knew something, found out about something. Is he still living here? Not regular. He isn't. He comes down once or twice a year, but the house is kept shut up most of the time, with a caretaker there. Miss Bly, in the village, she used to be his secretary. She sees to things for him. And his wife, she's dead. Poor lady. Died soon after she went abroad. There's a tablet put up to her in the church. Awful for her it would be. Perhaps she wasn't sure at first. Then perhaps she began to suspect her husband. And then perhaps she got to be quite sure. She couldn't bear it, and she went away. The things you women imagine, said Mr. Copley. All I say is there was something that wasn't right about Sir Philip. He was too fond of children, I think, and it wasn't in a natural kind of way. Women's fancies, said Mr. Copley. Mrs. Copley got up and started to move things off the table. About time, said her husband. You'll give this lady here bad dreams if you go on about things as were over years ago and have nothing to do with anyone here anymore. It's been very interesting hearing, said Tuppence, but I am very sleepy. I think I'd better go to bed now. Well, we usually goes early to bed, said Mrs. Copley, and you'll be tired after the long day you've had. I am. I'm frightfully sleepy. Tuppence gave a large yawn. Well, good night, and thank you very much. Would you like a call and a cup of tea in the morning? 8 o'clock too early for you? No. That would be fine, said Tuppence. But don't bother if it's a lot of trouble. No trouble at all, said Mrs. Copley. Tuppence pulled herself wearily up to bed. She opened her suitcase, took out the few things she needed, undressed, washed, and dropped into bed. It was true what she had told Miss Copley. She was dead tired. The things she had heard passed through her head in a kind of kaleidoscope of moving figures and of all sorts of horrific imaginings. Dead children. Too many dead children. Tuppence wanted just one dead child behind a fireplace. The fireplace had to do, perhaps, with Waterside, the child's doll. A child that had been killed by a demented young girl driven off her rather weak brains by the fact that her lover had deserted her. Oh, dear me. What melodramatic language I'm using, thought Tuppence. All such a muddle. The chronology all mixed up. One can't be sure what happened when. She went to sleep and dreamt. There was a kind of lady of Shalott looking out of the window of the house. So, there was a scratching noise coming from the chimney. Blows were coming from behind a great iron plate nailed up there. The clanging sounds of the hammer. Clang, clang, clang. Tuppence woke up. It was Mrs. Copley knocking on the door. She came in brightly, put the tea down by Tuppence's bed, pulled the curtains, hoped Tuppence had slept well. No one had ever, Tuppence thought, looked more cheerful than Mrs. Copley did. She had had no bad dreams. Chapter 9. A Morning in Market Basing. Ah, well, said Mrs. Copley, as she bustled out of the room. Another day. That's what I always say when I wake up. Another day, thought Tuppence, sipping strong black tea. I wonder if I'm making an idiot of myself. Could be. Wish I had Tommy here to talk to. Last night muddled me. Before she left her room, Tuppence made entries in her notebook on the various facts and names that she had heard the night before, which she had been far too tired to do when she went up to bed. Melodramatic stories of the past, containing perhaps grains of truth here and there, but mostly hearsay, malice, gossip, romantic imagination. Really, thought Tuppence, I'm beginning to know the love lives of a quantity of people right back to the 18th century. I think, but what does it all amount to? And what am I looking for? I don't even know any longer. The awful thing is that I've got involved and I can't leave off, having a shrewd suspicion that the first thing she might be getting involved with was Miss Bligh, whom Tuppence recognized as the overall menace of Sutton Chancellor. She circumvented all kind offers of help by driving off to Market Basing post haste, only pausing when the car was accosted by Miss Bligh with shrill cries, to explain to that lady that she had an urgent appointment. When would she be back? Tuppence was vague. Would she care to lunch? Very kind of Miss Bligh, but Tuppence was afraid. Tea. Then, 4:30, I'll expect you. It was almost a royal command. Tuppence smiled, nodded, let in the clutch, and drove on. Possibly, Tuppence thought, if she got anything interesting out of the house agents in Market Basing, Nellie Bligh might provide additional useful information. She was the kind of woman who prided herself on knowing all about everyone. The snag was that she would be determined to know all about Tuppence. Possibly by this afternoon, Tuppence would have recovered sufficiently to be once more her own inventive self. Remember, Mrs. Blenkinsop, said Tuppence, edging round a sharp corner and squeezing into a hedge to avoid being annihilated by a frolicsome tractor of immense bulk. Arrived in Market Basing, she put the car in a parking lot in the main square. and went into the post office and entered a vacant telephone box. The voice of Albert answered using his usual response, a single hello uttered in a suspicious voice. "Listen, Albert, I'll be home tomorrow, in time for dinner. Anyway, perhaps earlier. Mr. Beresford will be back, too. Unless he rings up, get us something chicken. I think—" "Right, madam. Where are you?" But Tuppence had rung off. The life of Market Basing seemed centered in its important main square. Tuppence had consulted a classified directory before leaving the post office, and 3 out of the 4 house and estate agents were situated in the square, the 4th in something called George Street. Tuppence scribbled down the names and went out to look for them. She started with Messrs. Lovebody and Slicker, which appeared to be the most imposing. A girl with spots received her. "I want to make some inquiries about a house." The girl received this news without interest. Tuppence might have been inquiring about some rare animal. "I don't know, I'm sure," said the girl, looking round to ascertain if there was one of her colleagues to whom she could pass Tuppence on a house. Said Tuppence, "You are house agents, aren't you? House agents and auctioneers. The Cranberry Court auctions on Wednesday, if it's that you're interested in. Catalogs 2 shillings. I'm not interested in auctions. I want to ask about a house. Furnished, unfurnished. To buy or rent." Spots brightened a little. "I think you'd better see Mr. Slicker." Tuppence was all for seeing Mr. Slicker, and was presently seated in a small office opposite a tweed-suited young man in horsey checks, who began turning over a large number of particulars of desirable residences, murmuring comments to himself. 8. Mandeville Road. Architect built, 3-bed, American kitchen. Oh, no, that's gone. Amabel Lodge, picturesque residence. 4 acres, reduced price for quick sale. Tuppence interrupted him forcefully. "I have seen a house I like the look of in Sutton Chancellor, or rather, near Sutton Chancellor, by a canal." Sutton Chancellor. Mr. Slicker looked doubtful. "I don't think we have any property there on our books at present. What name? It doesn't seem to have any written up, possibly Waterside. Rivermead, once called Bridge House." "I gather," said Tuppence. "The house is in 2 parts. One half is let, but the tenant there could not tell me anything about the other half. Which fronts on the canal, and which is the one in which I'm interested? It appears to be unoccupied." Mr. Slicker said distantly that he was afraid he couldn't help her, but condescended to supply the information that perhaps Messrs. Blodgett and Burgess might do so. By the tone in his voice, the clerk seemed to imply this Messrs. Blodgett and Burgess were a very inferior firm. Tuppence transferred herself to Messer Blodgett and Burgess, who were on the opposite side of the square, and whose premises closely resembled those of Messrs. Lovebody and Slicker. The same kind of sale bills and forthcoming auctions in their rather grimy windows. Their front door had recently been repainted a rather bilious shade of green. If that was accounted to be a merit, the reception arrangements were equally discouraging, and Tuppence was given over to a Mr. Sprigg, an elderly man of apparently despondent disposition. Once more, Tuppence retailed her wants and requirements. Mr. Sprigg admitted to being aware of the existence of the residence in question, but was not helpful, or as far as it seemed, much interested. "It's not in the market, I'm afraid." The owner doesn't want to sell. Who is the owner? Really, I doubt if I know. It has changed hands rather frequently. There was a rumor at one moment of a compulsory purchase order. What did any local government want it for? Really, Mrs. He glanced down at Tuppence's name, jotted down on his blotter, Mrs. Beresford. If you could tell me the answer to that question, you would be wiser than most victims are these days. The ways of local councils and planning societies are always shrouded in mystery. The rear portion of the house had a few necessary repairs done to it and was let at an exceedingly low rent to yes, a Mr. and Mrs. Perry. As to the actual owners of the property, the gentleman in question lives abroad and seems to have lost interest in the place. I imagine there was some question of a minor inheriting, and it was administered by executors. Some small legal difficulties arose. The law tends to be expensive. Mrs. Beresford, I fancy the owner is quite content for the house to fall down. No repairs are done except to the portion the Perrys inhabit. The actual land, of course, might always prove valuable in the future. The repair of derelict houses is seldom profitable. If you are interested in a property of that kind, I am sure we could offer you something far more worth your while. What, if I may ask, is there which especially appealed to you in this property? I like the look of it, said Tuppence. It's a very pretty house. I saw it first from the train. Oh, I see Mr. Sprigg masked as best he could. An expression of the foolishness of women is incredible, and said soothingly, I should really forget all about it if I were you. I suppose you could write and ask the owners if they would be prepared to sell, or if you would give me their or his address. We will get into communication with the owner's solicitors if you insist, but I can't hold out much hope. I suppose one always has to go through solicitors for everything nowadays. Tuppence sounded both foolish and fretful. And lawyers are always so slow over everything. Ah, yes. The law is prolific of delays, and so are banks just as bad. Banks, Mr. Sprigg sounded a little startled. So many people give you a bank as an address. That's tiresome too. Yes, yes, as you say. But people are so restless these days, and move about so much, living abroad and all that. He opened a desk drawer. Now, I have a property here. Crossgates, 2 miles from Market Basing. Very good condition. Nice garden. Tuppence rose to her feet. No, thank you. She bade Mr. Sprigg a firm goodbye and went out into the square. She paid a brief visit to the third establishment, which seemed to be mainly preoccupied with sales of cattle, chicken farms, and general farms in a derelict condition. She paid a final visit to Messrs. Roberts and Wiley in George Street, which seemed to be a small but pushing business. Anxious to oblige, but generally uninterested and ignorant of Sutton Chancellor, and anxious to sell residences as yet only half-built at what seemed ridiculously exorbitant sums, an illustration of one made Tuppence shudder. The eager young man, seeing his possible client firm in departure, admitted unwillingly that such a place as Sutton Chancellor did exist. Sutton Chancellor you mentioned. Better try Blodgett and Burgess in the square. They handle some property thereabouts, but it's all in very poor condition, run down. There's a pretty house near there. By a canal bridge. I saw it from the train. Why does nobody want to live there? Oh, I know the place. This riverbank, you wouldn't get anyone to live in it. Got a reputation as haunted. You mean ghosts? So they say, lots of tales about it, noises at nights, and groans. If you ask me, it's Death Watch Beetle. Oh dear, said Tuppence. It looked to me so nice and isolated. Much too isolated, most people would say. Floods in winter, think of that. I see that there's a lot to think about, said Tuppence bitterly. She murmured to herself as she sent her steps towards the Lamb and Flag, at which she proposed to fortify herself with lunch. A lot to think about floods. Death Watch Beetle. Ghosts. Clanking chains. Absentee owners and landlords. Solicitors. Banks a house that nobody wants or loves except perhaps me. Cray. Oh well. What I want now is food. The food at the Lamb and Flag was good and plentiful hearty food for farmers rather than phony French menus for tourists passing through thick savory soup, leg of pork, and applesauce, Stilton cheese or plums, and custard if you preferred it, which Tuppence didn't. After a desultory stroll round, Tuppence retrieved her car and started back to Sutton Chancellor, unable to feel that her morning had been fruitful. As she turned the last corner and Sutton Chancellor Church came into view, Tuppence saw the vicar emerging from the churchyard. He walked rather wearily. Tuppence drew up by him. "Are you still looking for that grave?" she asked. The vicar had one hand at the small of his back. "Oh dear," he said. "My eyesight is not very good. So many of the inscriptions are nearly erased. My back troubles me, too. So many of these stones lie flat on the ground. Really, when I bend over, sometimes I fear that I shall never get up again. I shouldn't do it any more," said Tuppence. "If you've looked in the parish register and all that, you've done all you can." "I know. But the poor fellow seemed so keen, so earnest. I'm quite sure that it's all wasted labor. However, I really felt it was my duty. I have still got a short stretch I haven't done. Over there from beyond the yew tree to the far wall, although most of the stones are 18th century. But I should like to feel I had finished my task properly. Then I could not reproach myself. However, I shall leave it till tomorrow." "Quite right," said Tuppence. "You mustn't do too much in one day. I tell you what," she added, "after I've had a cup of tea with Miss Bly, I'll go and have a look myself, from the yew tree to the wall. Do you say?" "Oh, but I couldn't possibly ask you." "That's all right. I shall quite like to do it. I think it's very interesting, prowling round in a churchyard. You know, the older inscriptions give you a sort of picture of the people who lived here and all that sort of thing. I shall quite enjoy it. I shall really. Do go back home and rest." "Well, Thor, of course. I really have to do something about my sermon this evening. It's quite true. You are a very kind friend, I'm sure. A very kind friend." He beamed at her and departed into the vicarage. Tuppence glanced at her watch. She stopped at Miss Bly's house. Might as well get it over, thought Tuppence. The front door was open, and Miss Bly was just carrying a plate of fresh baked scones across the hall into the sitting room. "Oh, so there you are. Dear Mrs. Beresford, I'm so pleased to see you. Tea's quite ready. The kettle is on. I've only got to fill up the teapot. I hope you did all the shopping you wanted," she added, looking in a rather marked manner at the painfully evident empty shopping bag hanging on Tuppence's arm. "Well, I didn't have much luck, really. said Tuppence, putting as good a face on it as she could. You know how it is sometimes, just one of those days when people just haven't got the particular color or the particular kind of thing you want. But I always enjoy looking round a new place, even if it isn't a very interesting one. A whistling kettle let forth a strident shriek for attention, and Miss Bly shot back into the kitchen to attend to it, scattering a batch of letters waiting for the post on the hall table. Tuppence stooped and retrieved them, noticing as she put them back on the table that the topmost one was addressed to a Mrs. York, Rose Trellis Court for elderly ladies at an address in Cumberland. Really, thought Tuppence, I am beginning to feel as if the whole of the country is full of nothing but homes for the elderly. I suppose in next to no time Tommy and I will be living in one. Only the other day, some would-be kind and helpful friend had written to recommend a very nice address in Devon, married couples, mostly retired service people. Quite good cooking. You brought your own furniture and personal belongings. Miss Bly reappeared with the teapot, and the two ladies sat down to tea. Miss Bly's conversation was of a less melodramatic and juicy nature than that of Mrs. Copley, and was concerned more with the procuring of information than of giving it. Tuppence murmured vaguely of past years of service abroad, the domestic difficulties of life in England, gave details of a married son and a married daughter, both with children, and gently steered the conversation to the activities of Miss Bly in Sutton Chancellor, which were numerous: the Women's Institute, guides, scouts, the Conservative Ladies' Union, lectures, Greek art, jam making, flower arrangement, the sketching club, the Friends of Archaeology, the vicar's health, the necessity of making him take care of himself, his absent-mindedness, unfortunate differences of opinion between churchwardens. Tuppence praised the scones, thanked her hostess for her hospitality, and rose to go. You are so wonderfully energetic, Miss Bly, she said. How you manage to do all you do, I cannot imagine. I must confess that after a day's excursion and shopping, I like just a nice little rest on my bed, just half an hour or so of shut-eye. A very comfortable bed, too. I must thank you very much for recommending me to Mrs. Copley, a most reliable woman, though of course she talks too much. Oh, I found all her local tales most entertaining. Half the time, she doesn't know what she's talking about. Are you staying here for long? Oh no, I'm going home tomorrow. I'm disappointed at not having heard of any suitable little property. I had hopes of that very picturesque house by the canal. You're well out of that. It's in a very poor state of repair. Absentee landlords, it's a disgrace. I couldn't even find out who it belongs to. I expect you know. You seem to know everything here. I've never taken much interest in that house. It's always changing hands. One can't keep pace. The Perrys live in half of it, and the other half just goes to rack and ruin. Tuppence said goodbye again and drove back to Mrs. Copley's. The house was quiet and apparently empty. Tuppence went up to her bedroom, deposited her empty shopping bag, washed her face and powdered her nose, tiptoed out of the house again, looking up and down the street. Then, leaving her car where it was, she walked swiftly round the corner and took a footpath through the field behind the village, which eventually led to a stile into the churchyard. Tuppence went over the stile into the churchyard, peaceful in the evening sun. and began to examine the tombstones as she had promised. She had not really had any ulterior motive in doing so. There was nothing here she hoped to discover. It was really just kindliness on her part. The elderly vicar was rather a dear, and she would like him to feel that his conscience was entirely satisfied. She had brought a notebook and pencil with her, in case there was anything of interest to note down for him. She presumed she was merely to look for a gravestone that might have been put up commemorating the death of some child of the required age. Most of the graves here were of an older date. They were not very interesting, not old enough to be quaint or to have touching or tender inscriptions. They were mostly of fairly elderly people. Yet she lingered a little as she went along, making mental pictures in her mind. Jane Elwood departed this life January the 6th, aged 45. William Morrow departed this life January the 5th, deeply regretted. Mary Trevis, 5 years old. March 14th, 1835, that was too far back. In thy presence is the fullness of joy. Lucky little Mary Trevis. She had almost reached the far wall now. The graves here were neglected and overgrown. Nobody seemed to care about this bit of the cemetery. Many of the stones were no longer upright, but lay about on the ground. The wall here was damaged and crumbling. In places, it had been broken down, being right behind the church. It could not be seen from the road, and no doubt children came here to do what damage they could. Tuppence bent over one of the stone slabs. The original lettering was worn away and unreadable, but heaving it up sideways. Tuppence saw some coarsely scrawled letters and words, also, by now, partly overgrown. She stopped to trace them with a forefinger, and got a word here and there, whoever, offend. One of these little ones, millstone, millstone, millstone. And below, in uneven cutting by an amateur hand, here lies Lily Waters. Tuppence drew a deep breath. She was conscious of a shadow behind her, but before she could turn her head, something hit her on the back of her head, and she fell forwards onto the tombstone into pain and darkness. Book 3, Missing a Wife. Chapter 10, A Conference and After. Well, Beresford, said Major General Sir Josiah Penn, K.M.G. C.B.D.S.O., speaking with the weight appropriate to the impressive stream of letters after his name. Well, what do you think of all that yakety-yak Tommy gathered by that remark that old Josh, as he was irreverently spoken of behind his back, was not impressed with the result of the course of the conferences in which they had been taking part. Softly, softly catchy monkey, said Sir Josiah, going on with his remarks. A lot of talk and nothing said. If anybody does say anything sensible now and then, about 4 beanstalks immediately get up and howl it down. I don't know why we come to these things. At least I do know. I know why I do. Nothing else to do. If I didn't come to these shows, I'd have to stay at home. Do you know what happens to me there? I get bullied. Beresford. Bullied by my housekeeper. Bullied by my gardener. He's an elderly Scot, and he won't so much as let me touch my own peaches. So I come along here, throw my weight about, and pretend to myself that I'm performing a useful function, ensuring the security of this country. Stuff and nonsense. What about you? You're a relatively young man. What do you come and waste your time for? Nobody'll listen to you. Even if you do say something worth hearing. Tommy, faintly amused that despite his own, as he considered, advanced age, he could be regarded as a youngster by Major General Sir Josiah Penn, shook his head. The general must be, Tommy thought, considerably past 80. He was rather deaf, heavily bronchial, but he was nobody's fool. Nothing would ever get done at all if you weren't here. Sir, said Tommy. I like to think so, said the general. I'm a toothless bulldog, but I can still bark. How's Mrs. Tommy? Haven't seen her for a long time. Tommy replied that Tuppence was well and active. She was always active. Used to make me think of a dragonfly sometimes. Always darting off after some apparently absurd idea of her own. And then we'd find it wasn't absurd. Good fun, said the general, with approval. Don't like these earnest, middle-aged women you meet nowadays. All got a cause with a capital C. And as for the girls nowadays, he shook his head. Not what they used to be when I was a young man. Pretty as a picture. They used to be then. Their muslin frocks, cloche hats. They used to wear at one time. Do you remember? No. I suppose you'd have been at school. Had to look right down underneath the brim before you could see the girl's face. Tantalizing it was. And they knew it. I remember. Now let me see. She was a relative of yours. An aunt, wasn't she, Ada? Ada Fanshawe. Aunt Ada. Prettiest girl I ever knew. Tommy managed to contain the surprise he felt. That his Aunt Ada could ever have been considered pretty seemed beyond belief. Old Josh was dithering on. Yes, pretty as a picture. Sprightly. 2 gay regular teas. I remember last time I saw her. I was a subaltern just off to India. We were at a moonlight picnic on the beach. She and I wandered away together and sat on a rock looking at the sea. Tommy looked at him with great interest, at his double chins, his bald head, his bushy eyebrows, and his enormous paunch. He thought of Aunt Ada, of her incipient mustache, her grim smile, her iron gray hair, her malicious glance. Time, he thought. What time does to one? He tried to visualize a handsome young subaltern and a pretty girl in the moonlight. He failed. Romantic, said Sir Josiah Penn with a deep sigh. Ah, yes, romantic. I would have liked to propose to her that night. But you couldn't propose if you were a subaltern. Not on your pay. We'd have had to wait 5 years before we could be married. That was too long an engagement to ask any girl to agree to. Well, you know how things happen. I went out to India, and it was a long time before I came home on leave. We wrote to one another for a bit. Then things slacked off, as it usually happens. I never saw her again. And yet, you know, I never quite forgot her, often thought of her. I remember I nearly wrote to her once, years later. I'd heard she was in the neighborhood where I was staying with some people. I thought I'd go and see her, ask if I could call. Then I thought to myself, don't be a damn fool. She probably looks quite different by now. I heard a chap mention her some years later. Said she was one of the ugliest women he'd ever seen. I could hardly believe it when I heard him say that. But I think now, perhaps, I was lucky I never did see her again. What's she doing now? Alive still? No, she died about 2 or 3 weeks ago, as a matter of fact, said Tommy. Did she really? Did she really? Yes, I suppose she'd be what now? She'd be 75. or 76 bit. Bit older than that, perhaps. She was 80, said Tommy. Fancy now. Dark-haired, lively Ada. Where did she die? Was she in a nursing home? Or did she live with a companion? Or she never married? Did she? No, said Tommy. She never married. She was in an old ladies' home. Rather a nice one, as a matter of fact. Sunny Ridge, it's called. Yes, I've heard of that. Sunny Ridge. Someone my sister knew was there, I believe. A Mrs. Now, what was the name of Mrs. Carstairs? Do you ever come across her? No. I didn't come across anyone much there. One just used to go and visit one's own particular relative. Difficult business, too. I mean, one never knows what to say to them. Aunt Ada was particularly difficult, said Tommy. She was a Tartar, you know. She would be. The general chuckled. She could be a regular little devil when she liked when she was a girl. He sighed. Devilish business. Getting old. One of my sister's friends used to get fancies. Poor old thing. Used to say she'd killed somebody. Good Lord, said Tommy. Had she? I don't suppose so. Nobody seems to think she had. I suppose, said the general, considering the idea thoughtfully. I suppose she might have, you know, if you go about saying things like that quite cheerfully, nobody would believe you. Would they? Entertaining thought that, isn't it? Who did she think she'd killed? Blessed if I know. Husband, perhaps? Don't know who he was or what he was like. She was a widow when we first came to know her. Well, he added with a sigh, sorry to hear about Ada. Didn't see it in the paper. If I had, I'd have sent flowers or something. Bunch of rosebuds or something of that kind. That's what girls used to wear on their evening dresses. A bunch of rosebuds on the shoulder of an evening dress. Very pretty it was. I remember Ada had an evening dress sort of hydrangea color, mauvey blue, and she had pink rosebuds on it. She gave me one once. They weren't real. Of course, artificial. I kept it for a long time, years. I know, he added, catching Tommy's eye. Makes you laugh to think of it, doesn't it? I tell you, my boy, when you get really old and gaga like I am, you get sentimental again. Well, I suppose I'd better toddle off and go back to the last act of this ridiculous show. Best regards to Mrs. T when you get home. In the train the next day. Tommy thought back over this conversation, smiling to himself and trying again to picture his redoubtable aunt and the fierce Major General in their young days. I must tell Tuppence this. It'll make her laugh, said Tommy. I wonder what Tuppence has been doing while I've been away. He smiled to himself. The faithful Albert opened the front door with a beaming smile of welcome. Glad to see you back, sir. I'm glad to be back. Tommy surrendered his suitcase. Where's Mrs. Beresford? Not back yet, sir. Do you mean she's away? Been away 3 or 4 days, but she'll be back for dinner. She rang up yesterday and said so. What's she up to? Albert. I couldn't say. Sir? She took the car, but she took a lot of railway guides as well. She might be anywhere, as you might say. You might indeed, said Tommy with feeling. John O'Groats or Land's End and probably missed the connection at Little Dither on the Marsh on the way back. God bless British Railways. She rang up yesterday, you say. Did she say where she was ringing from? She didn't say. What time yesterday was this? Yesterday morning, before lunch. Just said everything was all right. She wasn't quite sure of what time she'd get home, but she thought she'd be back well before dinner and suggested a chicken. That do you all right, sir? Yes, said Tommy, regarding his watch. But she'll have to make it pretty quickly now. I'll hold the chicken back, said Albert. Tommy grinned. That's right, he said. Catch it by the tail. How have you been? Albert. All well at home, had a scare of measles, but it's all right. Doctor says it's only strawberry rash. Good, said Tommy. He went upstairs, whistling a tune to himself. He went into the bathroom, shaved and washed, strode from there into the bedroom, and looked around him. It had that curious look of disoccupancy some bedrooms put on when their owner is away. Its atmosphere was cold and unfriendly. Everything was scrupulously tidy and scrupulously clean. Tommy had the depressed feeling that a faithful dog might have had. Looking round him, he thought it was as though Tuppence had never been. No spilled powder, no book cast down open with its back splayed out. Sir, it was Albert, standing in the doorway. Well, I'm getting worried about the chicken. Oh, damn the chicken, said Tommy. You seem to have that chicken on your nerves. Well, I took it as you, and she wouldn't be later than 8. Not later than 8. Sitting down. I mean, I should have thought so. 2, said Tommy, glancing at his wristwatch. Good Lord, is it nearly 25 to 9? Yes, it is, sir, and the chicken. Oh, come on, said Tommy. You get that chicken out of the oven, and you and I'll eat it between us. Serve Tuppence right. Getting back well before dinner. Indeed. Of course, some people do eat dinner late, said Albert. I went to Spain once, and believe me, you couldn't get a meal before 10 o'clock. 10 I ask you heathens. All right, said Tommy, absent-mindedly. By the way, have you no idea where she has been all this time? You mean the missus, I don't know, sir? Rushing around? I'd say her first idea was going to places by train, as far as I can make out. She was always looking in A, B, C, and timetables and things. Well, said Tommy, we all have our ways of amusing ourselves. I suppose hers seems to have been railway travel. I wonder where she is all the same. Sitting in the ladies' waiting room at Little Dither on the Marsh. As likely as not. She knew as you was coming home today, though, didn't she? Sir, said Albert, she'll get here, somehow. Sure to. Tommy perceived that he was being offered loyal allegiance. He and Albert were linked together in expressing disapprobation of a Tuppence who, in the course of her flirtations with British Railways, was neglecting to come home in time to give a returning husband his proper welcome. Albert went away to release the chicken from its possible fate of cremation in the oven. Tommy, who had been about to follow him, stopped and looked towards the mantelpiece. He walked slowly to it and looked at the picture that hung there. Funny, her being so sure that she had seen that particular house before. Tommy felt quite certain that he hadn't seen it. Anyway, it was quite an ordinary house. There must be plenty of houses like that. He stretched up as far as he could towards it, and then, still not able to get a good view, unhooked it and took it close to the electric lamp. A quiet, gentle house. There was the artist's signature. The name began with a B, though he couldn't make out exactly what the name was. Bosworth Boutier. He'd get a magnifying glass and look at it more closely. A merry chime of cowbells came from the hall. Albert had highly approved of the Swiss cowbells that Tommy and Tuppence had brought back some time or other from Grindelwald. He was something of a virtuoso on them. Dinner was served. Tommy went to the dining room. It was odd, he thought, that Tuppence hadn't turned up by now, even if she had had a puncture, which seemed probable. He rather wondered that she hadn't rung up to explain or excuse her delay. She might know that I'd worry, said Tommy to himself. Not, of course, that he ever did worry, not about Tuppence. Tuppence was always all right. Albert contradicted this mood. Hope she hasn't had an accident, he remarked, presenting Tommy with a dish of cabbage and shaking his head gloomily. Take that away. You know I hate cabbage, said Tommy. Why should she have had an accident? It's only 9:30 now. Being on the road is plain murder nowadays, said Albert. Anyone might have an accident. The telephone bell rang. That's her, said Albert. Hastily reposing the dish of cabbage on the sideboard, he hurried out of the room. Tommy rose, abandoning his plate of chicken, and followed Albert. He was just saying, "Here, I'll take it," when Albert spoke. "Yes, sir, yes. Mr. Beresford is at home. Here he is now." He turned his head to Tommy. "It's a Dr. Murray for you, sir." Dr. Murray? Tommy thought for a moment. The name seemed familiar, but for the moment he couldn't remember who Dr. Murray was. If Tuppence had had an accident, and then with a sigh of relief, he remembered that Dr. Murray had been the doctor who attended the old ladies at Sunny Ridge. Something, perhaps, to do with Aunt Ada's funeral forms, true child of his time. Tommy immediately assumed that it must be a question of some form or other, something he ought to have signed, or Dr. Murray ought to have signed. "Hello," he said. "Beresford here?" "Oh, I'm glad to catch you. You remember me, I hope. I attended your aunt, Miss Fanshawe." "Yes, of course I remember. What can I do? I really wanted to have a word or two with you sometime. I don't know if we can arrange a meeting, perhaps in town one day." "Oh, I expect so. Yes, quite easily. But, is it something you can't say over the phone? I'd rather not say it over the telephone." "There's no immediate hurry. I won't pretend there is, but I should like to have a chat with you." "Nothing wrong," said Tommy, and wondered why he put it that way. Why should there be anything wrong? Not really. I may be making a mountain out of a molehill. Probably am. But there have been some rather curious developments at Sunny Ridge. Nothing to do with Mrs. Lancaster. Is it?" asked Tommy. "Mrs. Lancaster." The doctor seemed surprised. "Oh, no. She left some time ago. In fact, before your aunt died. This is something quite different. I've been away. Only just got back. May I ring you up tomorrow morning? We could fix something then." "Right. I'll give you my telephone number. I shall be at my surgery until 10. Oh." "Bad news?" asked Albert as Tommy returned to the dining room. "For God's sake, don't croak." Albert, said Tommy irritably. No, of course it isn't bad news. I thought perhaps the missus. She's all right, said Tommy. She always is. Probably gone herring off after some wildcat clue or other. You know what she's like. I'm not going to worry any more. Take away this plate of chicken. You've been keeping it hot in the oven, and it's inedible. Bring me some coffee, and then I'm going to bed. There will probably be a letter tomorrow. Delayed in the post, you know what our posts are like, or there will be a wire from her, or she'll ring up. But there was no letter next day, no telephone call, no wire. Albert eyed Tommy, opened his mouth and shut it again several times, judging quite rightly that gloomy predictions on his part would not be welcomed. At last, Tommy had pity on him. He swallowed a last mouthful of toast and marmalade, washed it down with coffee, and spoke. All right, Albert, I'll say it first. Where is she? What's happened to her? And what are we going to do about it? Get on to the police. Sir, I'm not sure. You see, Tommy paused. If she's had an accident, she's got her driving license on her and plenty of identifying papers. Hospitals are very prompt at reporting these things and getting in touch with relatives. All that. I don't want to be precipitate. She mightn't want it. You've no idea at all. Albert, where she was going, nothing, she said. No particular place or county. Not a mention of some name. Albert shook his head. What was she feeling like? Pleased, excited, unhappy, worried? Albert's response was immediate. Pleased as punch. Bursting with it, like a terrier off on the trail. Said Tommy. That's right. Sir, you know how she gets on to something. Now, I wonder. Tommy paused in consideration. Something had turned up, and, as he had just said to Albert, Tuppence had rushed off like a terrier on the scent. The day before yesterday, she had rung up to announce her return. Why, then, hadn't she returned? Perhaps. At this moment, thought Tommy. She's sitting somewhere telling lies to people so hard that she can't think of anything else. If she were engrossed in pursuit, she would be extremely annoyed if he, Tommy, were to rush off to the police, bleating like a sheep that his wife had disappeared. He could hear Tuppence saying, "How you could be so fatuous as to do such a thing. I can look after myself perfectly. You ought to know that by this time. But could she look after herself?" One was never quite sure where Tuppence's imagination could take her. Into danger. There hadn't, so far, been any evidence of danger in this business, except, as aforesaid, in Tuppence's imagination. If he were to go to the police, saying his wife had not returned home as she announced she was going to do, the police would sit there, looking tactful, though possibly grinning inwardly, and would then presumably, still in a tactful way, ask what men friends his wife had got. I'll find her myself, declared Tommy. She's somewhere, whether it's north, south, east or west, I've no idea. And she was a silly cuckoo not to leave word when she rang up. Where she was. A gang's got her, perhaps, said Albert. Oh, be your age. Albert, you've outgrown that sort of stuff years ago. What are you going to do? Sir, I'm going to London, said Tommy, glancing at the clock. First, I'm going to have lunch at my club with Dr. Murray, who rang me up last night and who's got something to say to me about my late deceased aunt's affairs. I might possibly get a useful hint from him. After all, this business started at Sunny Ridge. I am also taking that picture that's hanging over our bedroom mantelpiece up with me. You mean you're taking it to Scotland Yard? No, said Tommy. I'm taking it to Bond Street. Chapter 11, Bond Street and Dr. Murray. Tommy jumped out of a taxi, paid the driver, and leaned back into the cab to take out a rather clumsily done-up parcel, which was clearly a picture. Tucking as much of it as he could under his arm, he entered the New Athenian Galleries, one of the longest established and most important picture galleries in London. Tommy was not a great patron of the arts, but he had come to the New Athenian because he had a friend who officiated there. Officiated was the only word to use because the air of sympathetic interest, the hushed voice, the pleasurable smile, all seemed highly ecclesiastical. A fair-haired young man detached himself and came forward, his face lighting up with a smile of recognition. "Hello." "Tommy," he said. "Haven't seen you for a long time. What's that you've got under your arm? Don't tell me you've been taking to painting pictures in your old age. A lot of people do, results usually deplorable." "I doubt if creative art was ever my long suit," said Tommy. "Though I must admit, I found myself strongly attracted the other day by a small book, telling in the simplest terms how a child of 5 can learn to paint in watercolors. God help us if you're going to take to that. Grandma Moses in reverse. To tell you the truth, Robert, I merely want to appeal to your expert knowledge of pictures. I want your opinion on this." Deftly, Robert took the picture from Tommy and skillfully removed its clumsy wrappings with the expertise of a man accustomed to handle the parceling up and deparcelling of all different-sized works of art. He took the picture and set it on a chair, peered into it to look at it, and then withdrew 5 or 6 steps away. He turned his gaze towards Tommy. "Well," he said, "what about it? What do you want to know? Do you want to sell it? Is that it?" "No," said Tommy. "I don't want to sell it, Robert. I want to know about it. To begin with, I want to know who painted it." "Actually," said Robert, "if you had wanted to sell it, it would be quite saleable nowadays. It wouldn't have been 10 years ago. But Boscawen's just coming into fashion again." Boscawen. Tommy looked at him inquiringly. "Is that the name of the artist I saw? It was signed with something beginning with B, but I couldn't read the name." "Oh, it's Boscawen, all right. Very popular painter about 25 years ago. Sold well. Had plenty of shows. People bought him all right. Technically a very good painter. Then, in the usual cycle of events, he went out of fashion. Finally, hardly any demand at all for his works. But lately, he's had a revival. Stitchwort and Fondella, they're all coming up." "Boscawen," repeated Tommy. "Boscowan," said Robert obligingly. "Is he still painting?" "No. He's dead. Died some years ago. Quite an old chap by then. 65, I think, when he died. Quite a prolific painter, you know. A lot of his canvases about... Actually, we're thinking of having a show of him here in about 4 or 5 months' time. We ought to do well over it, I think. Why are you so interested in him?" "It'd be too long a story to tell you," said Tommy. "One of these days, I'll ask you out to lunch and give you the doings from the beginning." It's a long, complicated, and really rather an idiotic story. All I wanted to know is all about this Boscawen, and if you happen to know, by any chance, where this house is that's represented here, I couldn't tell you the last for a moment. It's the sort of thing he did paint. You know, small country houses in rather isolated spots usually. Sometimes a farmhouse, sometimes just a cow or two around, sometimes a farm cart. But if so, in the far distance, quiet rural scenes, nothing sketchy or messy. Sometimes the surface looks almost like enamel. It was a peculiar technique, and people liked it. A good many of the things he painted were in France, Normandy mostly. Churches. I've got one picture of his here now. Wait a minute, and I'll get it for you. He went to the head of the staircase and shouted down to someone below. Presently, he came back holding a small canvas, which he propped on another chair. There you are, he said. Church in Normandy. Yes, said Tommy. I see. The same sort of thing. My wife says nobody ever lived in that house, the one I brought in. I see now what she meant. I don't see that anybody was attending service in that church or ever will. Well, perhaps your wife's got something. Quiet, peaceful dwellings with no human occupancy. He didn't often paint people. You know, sometimes there's a figure or two in the landscape, but more often not. In a way, I think that gives them their special charm. Sort of isolationist feeling. It was as though he removed all the human beings, and the peace of the countryside was all the better without them. Come to think of it, that's maybe why the general taste has swung round to him. Too many people nowadays. Too many cars. Too many noises on the road. Too much noise and bustle. Peace. Perfect peace. Leave it all to nature. Yes, I shouldn't wonder. What sort of a man was he? I didn't know him personally, before my time. Pleased with himself by all accounts. Thought he was a better painter than he was. Probably. Put on a bit of side. Kindly. Quite likable. Eye for the girls. And you've no idea where this particular piece of countryside exists. It is England, I suppose. I should think so. Yes. Do you want me to find out for you? Could you? Probably the best thing to do would be to ask his wife, his widow rather. He married Emma Wing, the sculptor. Well known, not very productive, does quite powerful work. You could go and ask her. She lives in Hampstead. I can give you the address. We've been corresponding with her a good deal lately over the question of this show of her husband's work we're doing. We're having a few of her smaller pieces of sculpture as well. I'll get the address for you. He went to the desk, turned over a ledger, scrawled something on a card and brought it back. There you are. Tommy, he said, I don't know what the deep dark mystery is. Always been a man of mystery, haven't you? It's a nice representation of Boscawen's work you've got there. We might like to use it for the show. I'll send you a line to remind you nearer the time. You don't know a Mrs. Lancaster, do you? Well, I can't think of one offhand. Is she an artist or something of the kind? No, I don't think so. She's just an old lady living for the last few years in an old ladies' home. She comes into it because this picture belonged to her until she gave it away to an aunt of mine. Well, I can't say the name means anything to me. Better go and talk to Mrs. Boscawen. What's she like? She was a good bit younger than he was. I should say, quite a personality. He nodded his head once or twice. Yes, quite a personality. You'll find that out, I expect. He took the picture, handed it down the staircase with instructions to someone below to do it up again. Nice for you having so many myrmidons at your beck and call, said Tommy. He looked round him, noticing his surroundings for the first time. What's this you've got here now? He said with distaste. Paul Jagarowski. Interesting young Slav. Said to produce all his works under the influence of drugs. Don't you like him? Tommy concentrated his gaze on a big string bag, which seemed to have enmeshed itself in a metallic green field full of distorted cows. Frankly, no. Philistine, said Robert, come out and have a bite of lunch. Can't. I've got a meeting with a doctor at my club. Not ill. Are you? I'm in the best of health. My blood pressure is so good that it disappoints every doctor to whom I submit it. Then what do you want to see a doctor for? Oh, said Tommy cheerfully. I've just got to see a doctor about a body. Thanks for your help. Goodbye. Tommy greeted Dr. Murray with some curiosity. He presumed it was some formal matter to do with Aunt Ada's decease. But why on earth Dr. Murray would not at least mention the subject of his visit over the telephone? Tommy couldn't imagine. I'm afraid I'm a little late, said Dr. Murray, shaking hands. But the traffic was pretty bad and I wasn't exactly sure of the locality. I don't know this part of London very well. Well, too bad you had to come all the way here, said Tommy. I could have met you somewhere more convenient, you know. You've time on your hands then. Just now. Just at the moment. Yes. I've been away for the last week. Yes. I believe someone told me so when I rang up. Tommy indicated a chair, suggested refreshment, placed cigarettes and matches by Dr. Yus Murray's side. When the two men had established themselves comfortably, Dr. Murray opened the conversation. I'm sure I've aroused your curiosity, he said. But as a matter of fact, we're in a spot of trouble at Sunny Ridge. It's a difficult and perplexing matter, and in one way, it's nothing to do with you. I've no earthly right to trouble you with it, but there's just an off chance that you might know something which would help me. Well, of course, I'll do anything I can. Something to do with my aunt, Miss Fanshawe. Not directly, no, but in a way she does come into it. I can speak to you in confidence, can't I, Mr. Beresford? Yes, certainly. As a matter of fact, I was talking the other day to a mutual friend of ours. He was telling me a few things about you. I gather that in the last war, you had rather a delicate assignment. Oh, I wouldn't put it quite as seriously as that, said Tommy, in his most non-committal manner. Oh no, I quite realize that it's not a thing to be talked about. I don't really think that matters nowadays. It's a good long time since the war. My wife and I were younger then. Anyway, it's nothing to do with that I want to talk to you about. But at least I feel that I can speak frankly to you, that I can trust you not to repeat what I am now saying, though it is possible that it all may have to come out later. A spot of trouble at Sunny Ridge. You say yes. Not very long ago, one of our patients died, a Mrs. Moody. I don't know if you ever met her, or if your aunt ever talked about her. Mrs. Moody. Tommy reflected. No, I don't think so. Anyway, not so far as I remember. She was not one of our older patients. She was still on the right side of 70, and she was not seriously ill in any way. It was just a case of a woman with no near relatives and no one to look after her in the domestic line. She fell into the category of what I often call to myself a flutterer. Women who more and more resemble hens as they grow older. They cluck. They forget things. They run themselves into difficulties and they worry. They get themselves wrought up about nothing at all. There is very little the matter with them. They are not, strictly speaking, mentally disturbed. But they just cluck, Tommy suggested, as you say. Mrs. Moody clucked. She caused the nurses a fair amount of trouble, although they were quite fond of her. She had a habit of forgetting when she'd had her meals, making a fuss because no dinner had been served to her, when, as a matter of fact, she had actually just eaten a very good dinner. Oh, said Tommy, enlightened. Mrs. Coco? I beg your pardon, I'm sorry, said Tommy. It's a name my wife and I had for her. She was yelling for Nurse Jane one day when we passed along the passage and saying she hadn't had her cocoa. Rather a nice-looking, scatty little woman. But it made us both laugh, and we fell into the habit of calling her Mrs. Coco. And so she's died. I wasn't particularly surprised when the death happened, said Dr. Murray. To be able to prophesy with any exactitude when elderly women will die is practically impossible. Women whose health is seriously affected, who, one feels as a result of physical examination, will hardly last the year out. Sometimes are good for another 10 years. They have a tenacious hold on life which mere physical disability will not quench. There are other people whose health is reasonably good and who may, one thinks, make old bones. They, on the other hand, catch bronchitis or flu, seem unable to have the stamina to recuperate from it, and die with surprising ease. So, as I say, as a medical attendant to an elderly ladies' home, I am not surprised when what might be called a fairly unexpected death occurs. This case of Mrs. Moody, however, was somewhat different. She died in her sleep without having exhibited any sign of illness, and I could not help feeling that, in my opinion, her death was unexpected. I will use the phrase that has always intrigued me in Shakespeare's play, Macbeth. I have always wondered what Macbeth meant when he said of his wife, "She should have died hereafter." Yes, I remember wondering once myself what Shakespeare was getting at, said Tommy. I forget whose production it was and who was playing Macbeth, but there was a strong suggestion in that particular production, and Macbeth certainly played it in a way to suggest that he was hinting to the medical attendant that Lady Macbeth would be better out of the way. Presumably, the medical attendant took the hint. It was then that Macbeth, feeling safe after his wife's death, feeling that she could no longer damage him by her indiscretions or her rapidly failing mind, expresses his genuine affection and grief for her. She should have died hereafter. Exactly, said Dr. Murray. It is what I felt about Mrs. Moody. I felt that she should have died hereafter. Not just 3 weeks ago, of no apparent cause. Tommy did not reply. He merely looked at the doctor inquiringly. Medical men have certain problems. If you are puzzled over the cause of a patient's death, there is only one sure way to tell. By a post-mortem. Postmortems are not appreciated by relatives of the deceased. But if a doctor demands a postmortem, and the result is, as it perfectly well may be, a case of natural causes, or some disease or malady which does not always give outward signs or symptoms, then the doctor's career can be quite seriously affected by his having made a questionable diagnosis. I can see that it must have been difficult. The relatives in question are distant cousins, so I took it upon myself to get their consent, as it was a matter of medical interest, to know the cause of death. When a patient dies in her sleep, it is advisable to add to one's medical knowledge. I wrapped it up a good bit. Mind you, didn't make it too formal. Luckily, they couldn't care less. I felt very relieved in mind. Once the autopsy had been performed, and if all was well, I could give a death certificate without a qualm. Anyone can die of what is amateurishly called heart failure, from one of several different causes. Actually, Mrs. Moody's heart was in really very good shape for her age. She suffered from arthritis and rheumatism and occasional trouble with her liver, but none of these things seemed to accord with her passing away in her sleep. Dr. Murray came to a stop. Tommy opened his lips and then shut them again. The doctor nodded. Yes, Mr. Beresford, you can see where I am tending. Death has resulted from an overdose of morphine. Good Lord. Tommy stared, and the ejaculation escaped him. Yes, it seemed quite incredible, but there was no getting away from the analysis. The question was, how was that morphia administered? She was not on morphia. She was not a patient who suffered pain. There were three possibilities. Of course, she might have taken it by accident. Unlikely. She might have got hold of some other patient's medicine by mistake, but that again is not particularly likely. Patients are not entrusted with supplies of morphia, and we do not accept drug addicts who might have a supply of such things in their possession. It could have been deliberate suicide, but I should be very slow to accept that. Mrs. Moody, though a worrier, was of a perfectly cheerful disposition, and I am quite sure had never thought of ending her life. The third possibility is that a fatal overdose was deliberately administered to her. But by whom? And why naturally? There are supplies of morphia and other drugs which Miss Packard, as a registered hospital nurse and matron, is perfectly entitled to have in her possession, and which she keeps in a locked cupboard. In such cases as sciatica or rheumatoid arthritis, there can be such severe and desperate pain that morphia is occasionally administered. We have hoped that we may come across some circumstance in which Mrs. Moody had a dangerous amount of morphia administered to her by mistake, or which she herself took under the delusion that it was a cure for indigestion or insomnia. We have not been able to find any such circumstances possible. The next thing we have done, at Miss Packard's suggestion, and I agreed with her, is to look carefully into the records of such deaths as have taken place at Sunny Ridge in the last 2 years. There have not been many of them. I am glad to say, I think 7 in all, which is a pretty fair average for people of that age group. 2 deaths of bronchitis, perfectly straightforward. 2 of flu, always a possible killer during the winter months, owing to the slight resistance offered by frail, elderly women. And 3 others. He paused and said, Mr. Beresford, I am not satisfied about those 3 others. Certainly not about 2 of them. They were perfectly probable. They were not unexpected, but I will go as far as saying that they were unlikely. They are not cases that on reflection and research I am entirely satisfied about. One has to accept the possibility that, unlikely as it seems, there is someone at Sunny Ridge who is, possibly for mental reasons, a killer, an entirely unsuspected killer. There was silence for some moments. Tommy gave a sigh. I don't doubt what you've told me, he said, but all the same, frankly, it seems unbelievable. These things, surely, they can't happen. Oh, yes, said Dr. Murray grimly. They happen all right. You go over some of the pathological cases. A woman who took on domestic service. She worked as a cook in various households. She was a nice, kind, pleasant-seeming woman. Gave her employers faithful service, cooked well, enjoyed being with them. Yet, sooner or later, things happened. Usually, a plate of sandwiches, sometimes picnic food. For no apparent motive, arsenic was added. 2 or 3 poisoned sandwiches among the rest. Apparently sheer chance dictated who took and ate them. There seemed no personal venom. Sometimes no tragedy happened. The same woman was 3 or 4 months in a situation, and there was no trace of illness. Nothing. Then she left to go to another job. And in that next job, within 3 weeks, 2 of the family died after eating bacon for breakfast. The fact that all these things happened in different parts of England and at irregular intervals made it some time before the police got on her track. She used a different name, of course, each time. But there are so many pleasant, capable, middle-aged women who can cook. It was hard to find out which particular woman it was. Why did she do it? I don't think anybody has ever really known. There have been several different theories, especially, of course, by psychologists. She was a somewhat religious woman, and it seems possible that some form of religious insanity made her feel that she had a divine command to rid the world of certain people. But it does not seem that she herself had borne them any personal animus. Then there was the French woman, Jeanne Guebrin, who was called the Angel of Mercy. She was so upset when her neighbors had ill children. She hurried to nurse those children, sat devotedly at their bedside. There again, it was some time before people discovered that the children she nursed never recovered. Instead, they all died. And why? It is true that when she was young, her own child died. She appeared to be prostrated with grief. Perhaps that was the cause of her career of crime. If her child died so, should the children of other women? Or it may be, as some thought, that her own child was also one of the victims. You're giving me chills down my spine, said Tommy. I'm taking the most melodramatic examples, said the doctor. It may be something much simpler than that. You remember in the case of Armstrong, anyone who had in any way offended him or insulted him, or indeed, if he even thought anyone had insulted him, that person was quickly asked to tea and given arsenic sandwiches, a sort of intensified touchiness. His first crimes were obviously mere crimes for personal advantage. Inheriting of money, the removal of a wife so that he could marry another woman. Then there was Nurse Warner, who kept a home for elderly people. They made over what means they had to her, and were guaranteed a comfortable old age until death came. But death did not delay very long. There, too, it was morphia that was administered a very kindly woman, but with no scruples she regarded herself, I believe, as a benefactor. You've no idea, if your surmise about these deaths is true, who it could be. No, there seems no pointer of any kind. Taking the view that the killer is probably insane, insanity is a very difficult thing to recognize in some of its manifestations. Is it somebody, shall we say, who dislikes elderly people, who had been injured or has had her life ruined, or so she thinks, by somebody elderly? Or is it possibly someone who has her own ideas of mercy killing and thinks that everyone over 60 years of age should be kindly exterminated? It could be anyone, of course. A patient or a member of the staff, a nurse or a domestic worker. I have discussed this at great length with Millicent Packard, who runs the place. She is a highly competent woman, shrewd, businesslike, with keen supervision, both of the guests there and of her own staff. She insists that she has no suspicion and no clue whatever, and I am sure that is perfectly true. But why come to me? What can I do? Your aunt, Miss Fanshawe, was a resident there for some years. She was a woman of very considerable mental capacity, though she often pretended otherwise. She had unconventional ways of amusing herself by putting on an appearance of senility, but she was actually very much all there. What I want you to try and do, Mr. Beresford, is to think hard, you and your wife, too. Is there anything you can remember that Miss Fanshawe ever said or hinted that might give us a clue? Something she had seen or noticed, something that someone had told her, something that she herself had thought peculiar. Old ladies see and notice a lot, and a really shrewd one like Miss Fanshawe would know a surprising amount of what went on in a place like Sunny Ridge. These old ladies are not busy. You see, they have all the time in the world to look around them and make deductions and even jump to conclusions that may seem fantastic, but are sometimes, surprisingly, entirely correct. Tommy shook his head. I know what you mean, but I can't remember anything of that kind. Your wife's away from home, I gather. You don't think she might remember something that hadn't struck you? I'll ask her, but I doubt it. He hesitated, then made up his mind. Look here. There was something that worried my wife about one of the old ladies, a Mrs. Lancaster. Mrs. Lancaster. Yes, my wife's got it into her head that Mrs. Lancaster has been taken away by some so-called relations very suddenly. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Lancaster gave a picture to my aunt as a present, and my wife felt that she ought to offer to return the picture to Mrs. Lancaster. So she tried to get in touch with her to know if Mrs. Lancaster would like the picture returned to her. Well, that was very thoughtful of Mrs. Beresford, I'm sure, only she found it very hard to get in touch with her. She got the address of the hotel where they were supposed to be staying, Mrs. Lancaster and her relations, but nobody of that name had been staying there or had booked rooms there. Oh, That was rather odd. Yes, Tuppence thought it was rather odd. 2. They had left no other forwarding address at Sunny Ridge. In fact, we have made several attempts to get in touch with Mrs. Lancaster, or with this Mrs. Johnson, I think the name was, but have been quite unable to get in touch with them. There was a solicitor, who I believe paid all the bills and made all the arrangements with Miss Packard, and we got into communication with him. But he could only give me the address of a bank. Banks, said Tommy dryly, don't give you any information. Not if they've been told not to by their clients. I agree. My wife wrote to Mrs. Lancaster, care of the bank, and also to Mrs. Johnson, but she's never had any reply. That seems a little unusual. Still, people don't always answer letters. They may have gone abroad. Quite so. It didn't worry me, but it has worried my wife. She seems convinced that something has happened to Mrs. Lancaster. In fact, during the time I was away from home, she said she was going to investigate further. I don't know what exactly she meant to do. Perhaps see the hotel personally, or the bank, or try the solicitor. Anyway, she was going to try and get a little more information. Dr. Murray looked at him politely, but with a trace of patient boredom in his manner. What did she think exactly? She thinks that Mrs. Lancaster is in danger of some kind. Even that something may have happened to her. The doctor raised his eyebrows. Oh, really? I should hardly think this may seem quite idiotic to you, said Tommy. But you see, my wife rang up saying she would be back yesterday evening, and she didn't arrive. She said definitely that she was coming back. Yes, she knew I was coming home. You see, from this conference business. So she rang up to let our man, Albert, know that she'd be back to dinner. And that seems to you an unlikely thing for her to do, said Murray. He was now looking at Tommy with some interest. Yes, said Tommy. It's very unlike Tuppence. If she'd been delayed or changed her plans, she would have rung up again or sent a telegram. And you're worried about her. Yes, I am, said Tommy. Have you consulted the police? No, said Tommy. What did the police think? It's not as though I had any reason to believe that she is in trouble or danger or anything of that kind. I mean, if she'd had an accident or was in a hospital, anything like that, somebody would communicate with me soon enough. Wouldn't they? I should say so, yes. If she had some means of identification on her, she'd have her driving license on her, probably letters and various other things. Dr. Murray frowned. Tommy went on in a rush. And now you come along and bring up all this business of Sunny Ridge people who've died when they oughtn't to have died. Supposing this old bean got on to something, saw something, or suspected something, and began chattering about it. She'd have to be silenced in some way, so she was whisked out of it quickly and taken off to some place or other where she wouldn't be traced. I can't help feeling that the whole thing ties up somehow. It's odd. It's certainly odd. What do you propose to do next? I'm going to do a bit of searching myself, try these solicitors first. They may be quite all right, but I'd like to have a look at them and draw my own conclusions. Chapter 12. Tommy meets an old friend. From the opposite side of the road, Tommy surveyed the premises of Messrs. Partingdale, Harris, Lockeridge, and Partingdale. They looked eminently respectable and old-fashioned. The brass plate was well worn, but nicely polished. He crossed the street and passed through the swing doors to be greeted by the muted note of typewriters at full speed. He addressed himself to an open mahogany window on his right, which bore the legend Inquiries. Inside was a small room where 3 women were typing and 2 male clerks were bending over desks copying documents. There was a faint, musty atmosphere with a decidedly legal flavor. A woman of 35 odd, with a severe air, faded blonde hair, and pince-nez rose from her typewriter and came to the window. "Can I help you? I would like to see Mr. Eccles." The woman's air of severity redoubled. "Have you an appointment?" "I'm afraid not. I'm just passing through London today. I'm afraid Mr. Eccles is rather busy this morning." "Perhaps another member of the firm. It was Mr. Eccles I particularly wanted to see. I have already had some correspondence with him." "Oh, I see. Perhaps you'll give me your name." Tommy gave his name and address, and the blonde woman retired to confer with the telephone on her desk. After a murmured conversation, she returned. "The clerk will show you into the waiting room. Mr. Eccles will be able to see you in about 10 minutes' time." Tommy was ushered into a waiting room which had a bookcase of rather ancient and ponderous-looking law tomes and a round table covered with various financial papers. Tommy sat there and went over, in his own mind, his planned methods of approach. He wondered what Mr. Eccles would be like. When he was shown in at last, and Mr. Eccles rose from a desk to receive him, he decided for no particular reason that he could name to himself that he did not like Mr. Eccles. He also wondered why he did not like Mr. Eccles. There seemed no valid reason for dislike. Mr. Eccles was a man of between 40 and 50, with grayish hair, thinning a little at the temples. He had a long, rather sad-looking face, with a particularly wooden expression, shrewd eyes, and quite a pleasant smile, which from time to time rather unexpectedly broke up the natural melancholy of his countenance. "Mr. Beresford?" "Yes. It is really rather a trifling matter, but my wife has been worried about it. She wrote to you, I believe, or possibly she may have rung you up, to know if you could give her the address of a Mrs. Lancaster." "Mrs. Lancaster," said Mr. Eccles, retaining a perfect poker face. It was not even a question. He just left the name hanging in the air. A cautious man, thought Tommy. But then it's second nature for lawyers to be cautious. In fact, if they were one's own lawyers, one would prefer them to be cautious. He went on, until lately living at a place called Sunny Ridge, an establishment, and a very good one for elderly ladies. In fact, an aunt of my own was there, and was extremely happy and comfortable. "Oh, yes, of course. Of course. I remember now. Mrs. Lancaster. She is, I think, no longer living there." "That is right. Is it not?" "Yes," said Tommy. "At the moment, I do not exactly recall." He stretched out a hand towards the telephone. "I will just refresh my memory. I can tell you quite simply," said Tommy. "My wife wanted Mrs. Lancaster's address because she happens to be in possession of a piece of property which originally belonged to Mrs. Lancaster. A picture. In fact, it was given by Mrs. Lancaster as a present to my aunt, Miss Fanshawe. My aunt died recently, and her few possessions have come into our keeping. This included the picture, which was given her by Mrs. Lancaster. My wife likes it very much, but she feels rather guilty about it. She thinks that it may be a picture Mrs. Lancaster values, and in that case, she feels she ought to offer to return it to Mrs. Lancaster. Ah, I see, said Mr. Eccles. It is very conscientious of your wife, I am sure. One never knows, said Tommy, smiling pleasantly, what elderly people may feel about their possessions. She may have been glad for my aunt to have it since my aunt admired it. But as my aunt died very soon after having received this gift, it seems, perhaps, a little unfair that it should pass into the possession of strangers. There is no particular title on the picture. It represents a house somewhere in the country. For all I know, it may be some family house associated with Mrs. Lancaster. Quite, quite, said Mr. Eccles. But I don't think there was a knock. And the door opened, and a clerk entered, and produced a sheet of paper, which he placed before Mr. Eccles. Mr. Eccles looked down. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. I remember now. Yes. I believe Mrs. He glanced down at Tommy's card lying on his desk. Beresford rang up and had a few words with me. I advised her to get into touch with the Southern Counties Bank. Hammersmith branch? This is the only address I myself know. Letters addressed to the bank's address. Care of Mrs. Richard Johnson would be forwarded. Mrs. Johnson is, I believe, a niece or distant cousin of Mrs. Lancaster's, and it was Mrs. Johnson who made all the arrangements with me for Mrs. Lancaster's reception at Sunny Ridge. She asked me to make full inquiries about the establishment, since she had only heard about it casually from a friend. We did so, I can assure you, most carefully. It was said to be an excellent establishment, and I believe Mrs. Johnson's relative, Mrs. Lancaster, spent several years there quite happily. She left there, though rather suddenly. Tommy suggested, yes, I believe she did. Mrs. Johnson, it seems, returned rather unexpectedly recently from East Africa. So many people have done so. She and her husband had, I believe, resided in Kenya for many years. They were making various new arrangements and felt able to assume personal care of their elderly relative. I am afraid I have no knowledge of Mrs. Johnson's present whereabouts. I had a letter from her thanking me and settling accounts she owed, and directing that if there was any necessity for communicating with her, I should address my letters, care of the bank, as she was undecided as yet where she and her husband would actually be residing. I am afraid, Mr. Beresford, that is all I know. His manner was gentle but firm. It displayed no embarrassment of any kind nor disturbance, but the finality of his voice was very definite. Then he unbent, and his manner softened a little. I shouldn't really worry, you know, Mr. Beresford, he said reassuringly. Or rather, I shouldn't let your wife worry. Mrs. Lancaster, I believe, is quite an old lady and inclined to be forgetful. She's probably forgotten all about this picture that she gave away. She is, I believe, 75 or 76 years of age. One forgets very easily at that age, you know. Did you know her personally? No, I never actually met her. But you knew Mrs. Johnson. I met her when she came here occasionally to consult me as to arrangements. She seemed a pleasant, businesslike woman, quite competent in the arrangements she was making. He rose and said, I am so sorry I can't help you. Mr. Beresford. It was a gentle but firm dismissal. Tommy came out onto the Bloomsbury Street and looked about him for a taxi. The parcel he was carrying, though not heavy, was of a fairly awkward size. He looked up for a moment at the building he had just left, eminently respectable, long established. Nothing you could fault there. Nothing apparently wrong with Messrs. Partingdale, Harris, Lockeridge, and Partingdale. Nothing wrong with Mr. Eccles. No signs of alarm or despondency. No shiftiness or uneasiness. In books, Tommy thought gloomily. A mention of Mrs. Lancaster or Mrs. Johnson should have brought a guilty start or a shifty glance. Something to show that the names registered, that all was not well. Things didn't seem to happen like that in real life. All Mr. Eccles had looked like was a man who was too polite to resent having his time wasted by such an inquiry as Tommy had just made. But all the same, thought Tommy to himself, I don't like Mr. Eccles. He recalled to himself vague memories of the past, of other people that he had for some reason not liked. Very often those hunches for hunches is all they had been right, but perhaps it was simpler than that. If you had had a good many dealings in your time with personalities, you had a sort of feeling about them. Just as an expert antique dealer knows instinctively the taste and look and feel of a forgery before getting down to expert tests and examinations. The thing just is wrong. The same with pictures. The same presumably with a cashier in a bank who is offered a first-class, spurious banknote. He sounds all right, thought Tommy. He looks all right. He speaks all right. But all the same... He waved frantically at a taxi which gave him a direct and cold look, increased its speed, and drove on. Swine, thought Tommy. His eyes roved up and down the street, seeking for a more obliging vehicle. A fair amount of people were walking on the pavement, a few hurrying, some strolling, one man gazing at a brass plate just across the road from him. After a close scrutiny, he turned round and Tommy's eyes opened a little wider. He knew that face. He watched the man walk to the end of the street, pause, turn, and walk back again. Somebody came out of the building behind Tommy, and at that moment, the man opposite increased his pace a little, still walking on the other side of the road, but keeping pace with the man who had come out of the door, the man who had come out of Mays's, Partingdale, Harris, Lockeridge, and Partingdale's doorway was, Tommy thought, looking after his retreating figure. Almost certainly, Mr. Eccles. At the same moment, a taxi, lingering in a pleasant, tempting manner, came along. Tommy raised his hand. The taxi drew up. He opened the door and got in. Where to? Tommy hesitated for a moment, looking at his parcel. About to give an address, he changed his mind and said, 14, Lion Street. A quarter of an hour later, he had reached his destination. He rang the bell after paying off the taxi and asked for Mr. Ivor Smith, when he entered a second-floor room. A man sitting at a table facing the window swung round and said with faint surprise, "Hello, Tommy. Fancy seeing you. It's a long time. What are you doing here?" "Just tooling round, looking up your old friends. Not quite as good as that." "Ivor, I suppose you're on your way home after the conference." "Yes, all a lot of the usual talky-talky." "I suppose no conclusions drawn and nothing helpful said." "Quite right. All a sheer waste of time. Mostly listening to old Bogey Waddick shooting his mouth off. I expect crashing bore. Gets worse every year." "Oh well." Tommy sat down in the chair that was pushed towards him, accepted a cigarette, and said, "I just wondered. It's a very long shot. Whether you know anything of a derogatory nature about one Eccles, solicitor, of the firm of Messrs. Partingdale, Harris, Lockeridge, and Partingdale." "Well, well," said the man called Ivor Smith. He raised his eyebrows. They were very convenient eyebrows for raising. The end of them near the nose went up, and the opposite end of the cheek went down for an almost astonishing extent. They made him on very little provocation look like a man who had had a severe shock. But actually, it was quite a common gesture with him. "Run up against Eccles somewhere, have you?" "The trouble is," said Tommy, "that I know nothing about him, and you want to know something about him. Yet, what made you come to see me?" "I saw Anderson outside. It was a long time since I'd seen him, but I recognized him. He was keeping someone or other under observation, whoever it was. It was someone in the building from which I had just emerged. 2 firms of lawyers practice there, and 1 firm of chartered accountants. Of course, it may be any one of them, or any member of any one of them. But a man walking away down the street looked to me like Eccles, and I just wondered if by a lucky chance it could have been my Mr. Eccles that Anderson was giving his attention to." Said Ivor Smith. "Well, Tommy, you always were a pretty good guesser. Who is Eccles, don't you know? Haven't you any idea?" "I've no idea whatever," said Tommy. "Without going into a long history, I went to him for some information about an old lady who has recently left an old ladies' home. The solicitor employed to make arrangements for her was Mr. Eccles. He appears to have done it with perfect decorum and efficiency. I wanted her present address. He says he hasn't got it. Quite possibly he hasn't. But I wondered. He's the only clue to her whereabouts I've got. And you want to find her?" "Yes. I don't think it sounds as though I'm going to be much good to you. Eccles is a very respectable, sound solicitor who makes a large income, has a good many highly respectable clients, works for the landed gentry, professional classes, and retired soldiers and sailors, generals and admirals and all that sort of thing. He's the acme of respectability. I should imagine, from what you're talking about, that he was strictly within his lawful activities." "But you're interested in him," suggested Tommy. "Yes, we're very interested in Mr. James Eccles." He sighed. "We've been interested in him for at least 6 years. We haven't progressed very far." "Very interesting," said Tommy. "I'll ask you again. Who exactly is Mr. Eccles? You mean, what do we suspect Eccles of? Well, to put it in a sentence." We suspect him of being one of the best organizing brains in criminal activity in this country. Criminal activity? Tommy looked surprised. Oh, yes. Yes. No cloak and dagger. No espionage. No counter-espionage. No. Plain criminal activity. He is a man who has, so far as we can discover, never performed a criminal act in his life. He has never stolen anything. He's never forged anything. He's never converted funds. We can't get any kind of evidence against him. But all the same, whenever there's a big planned, organized robbery, there we find, somewhere in the background, Mr. Eccles leading a blameless life. 6 years, said Tommy thoughtfully. Possibly even longer than that. It took a little time to get onto the pattern of things. Bank holdups, robberies of private jewels, all sorts of things where the big money was. They're all jobs that followed a certain pattern. You couldn't help feeling that the same mind had planned them. The people who directed them and who carried them out never had to do any planning at all. They went where they were told. They did what they were ordered. They never had to think. Somebody else was doing the thinking. And what made you hit on Eccles Ivor? Smith shook his head thoughtfully. It would take too long to tell you. He's a man who has a lot of acquaintances, a lot of friends. There are people he plays golf with. There are people who service his car. There are firms of stockbrokers who act for him. There are companies doing a blameless business in which he is interested. The plan is getting clearer, but his part in it hasn't got much clearer, except that he is very conspicuously absent on certain occasions. A big bank robbery, cleverly planned and no expense spared. Mind you, consolidating the getaway and all the rest of it. And where's Mr. Eccles when it happens Monte Carlo or Zurich, or possibly even fishing for salmon in Norway? You can be quite sure Mr. Eccles is never within 100 miles of where criminal activities are happening. Yet you suspect him. Oh yes, I'm quite sure in my own mind. But whether we'll ever catch him, I don't know. The man who tunneled through the floor of a bank. The man who knocked out the night watchman. The cashier who was in it from the beginning. The bank manager who supplied the information. None of them know Eccles. Probably they've never even seen him. There's a long chain leading away, and no one seems to know more than just one link beyond themselves. The good old plan of the cell. More or less, yes, but there's some original thinking. Someday we'll get a chance. Somebody who oughtn't to know anything will know something. Something silly and trivial. Perhaps. But something that strangely enough may be evidence at last. Is he married, got a family? No. He has never taken risks like that. He lives alone with a housekeeper and a gardener and a butler valet. He entertains in a mild and pleasant way, and I dare swear that every single person who's entered his house as his guest is beyond suspicion. And nobody's getting rich. That's a good point. You've put your finger on. Thomas, somebody ought to be getting rich. Somebody ought to be seen to be getting rich. But that part of it's very cleverly arranged. Big wins on race courses, investments in stocks and shares, all things which are natural, just chancy enough to make big money at, and all apparently genuine transactions. There's a lot of money stacked up abroad in different countries and different places. It's a great big, vast, money-making concern, and the money's always on the move going from place to place. Well, said Tommy, good luck to you. I hope you get your man. I think I shall. You know, someday. There might be a hope if one could jolt him out of his routine. Jolt him? With what danger? Said Ivor. Make him feel he's in danger. Make him feel someone's on to him. Get him uneasy. If you once get a man uneasy, he may do something foolish. He may make a mistake. That's the way you get chaps. You know, take the cleverest man there is, who can plan brilliantly and never put a foot wrong. Let some little thing rattle him, and he'll make a mistake. So, I'm hoping. Now, let's hear your story. You might know something that would be useful. Nothing to do with crime. I'm afraid very small beer. Well, let's hear about it. Tommy told his story without undue apologies for the triviality of it. Ivor, he knew, was not a man to despise triviality. Ivor, indeed, went straight to the point which had brought Tommy on his errand. And your wife's disappeared. You say, it's not like her. That's serious. Serious to me, all right. So I can imagine. I only met your missus once. She's sharp. If she goes after things, she's like a terrier on a trail, said Thomas. You've not been to the police. No, why not? Well, first because I can't believe that she's anything but all right. Tuppence is always all right. She just goes all out after any hair that shows itself. She mayn't have had time to communicate. I don't like it very much. She's looking for a house. You say, that just might be interesting because among various odds and ends that we followed, which incidentally have not led to much, are a kind of trail of house agents. House agents. Tommy looked surprised. Yes, nice, ordinary, rather mediocre house agents in small provincial towns in different parts of England, but none of them so very far from London. Mr. Eccles's firm does a lot of business with and for house agents. Sometimes he's the solicitor for the buyers, and sometimes for the sellers, and he employs various house agencies on behalf of clients. Sometimes we rather wondered why. None of it seems very profitable. You see, but you think it might mean something or lead to something. Well, if you remember the big London Southern Bank robbery some years ago, there was a house in the country, a lonely house. That was the thieves' rendezvous. They weren't very noticeable there, but that's where the stuff was brought and cached away. People in the neighborhood began to have a few stories about them and wonder who these people were who came and went at rather unusual hours. Different kinds of cars arriving in the middle of the night and going away again. People are curious about their neighbors in the country. Sure enough, the police raided the place. They got some of the loot, and they got 3 men, including one who was recognized and identified. Well, didn't that lead you somewhere? Not really. The men wouldn't talk. They were well defended and represented. They got long sentences in jail, and within a year and a half, they were all out of the jug again. Very clever rescues. I seem to remember reading about it. One man disappeared from a criminal court where he was brought up by 2 warders. That's right. All very cleverly arranged and an enormous amount of money spent on the escape. But we think that whoever was responsible for the staff work realized he made a mistake in having one house for too long a time, so that the local people got interested. Somebody's, perhaps, thought it would be a better idea to get subsidiaries living in, say, as many as 30 houses in different places. People come and take a house, mother and daughter, say, a widow, or a retired army man and his wife. Nice, quiet people. They have a few repairs done to the house. Get a local builder in and improve the plumbing. And perhaps some other firm down from London to decorate. And then after a year or a year and a half, circumstances arise, and the occupiers sell the house and go off abroad to live. Something like that. All very natural and pleasant. During their tenancy, that house has been used perhaps for rather unusual purposes, but no one suspects such a thing. Friends come to see them, not very often, just occasionally, one night, perhaps a kind of anniversary party for a middle-aged or elderly couple, or a coming-of-age party, a lot of cars coming and going. Say there are 5 major robberies done within 6 months, but each time the loot passes through, or is cashed in. Not just one of these houses, but 5 different houses in 5 different parts of the countryside. It's only a supposition as yet, my dear Tommy, but we're working on it. Let's say your old lady lets a picture of a certain house go out of her possession. And supposing that's a significant house, and supposing that that's the house that your missus has recognized somewhere, and has gone dashing off to investigate, and supposing someone doesn't want that particular house investigated, it might tie up, you know. It's very far-fetched. Oh yes, I agree. But these times we live in are far-fetched times. In our particular world, incredible things happen. Somewhat wearily, Tommy alighted from his 4th taxi of the day and looked appraisingly at his surroundings. The taxi had deposited him in a small cul-de-sac which tucked itself coyly under one of the protuberances of Hampstead Heath. The cul-de-sac seemed to have been some artistic development. Each house was wildly different from the house next to it. This particular one seemed to consist of a large studio with skylights in it, and attached to it rather like a gumboil. On one side was what seemed to be a little cluster of 3 rooms. A ladder staircase, painted bright green, ran up the outside of the house. Tommy opened the small gate, went up a path, and not seeing a bell, applied himself to the knocker. Getting no response, he paused for a few moments and then started again with the knocker, a little louder this time. The door opened so suddenly that he nearly fell backwards. A woman stood on the doorstep. At first sight, Tommy's first impression was that this was one of the plainest women he had ever seen. She had a large expanse of flat, pancake-like face, 2 enormous eyes which seemed of impossibly different colors, one green and one brown, a noble forehead with a quantity of wild hair rising up from it in a kind of thicket. She wore a purple overall with blotches of clay on it, and Tommy noticed that the hand that held the door open was one of exceeding beauty of structure. "Oh," she said. Her voice was deep and rather attractive. "What is it? I'm busy. Mrs. Boscawen." "Yes. What do you want?" "My name's Beresford. I wondered if I might speak to you for a few moments." "I don't know." "Really? Must you? What is it?" "Something about a picture." Her eye had gone to what he held under his arm. Yes, it's something to do with one of your husband's pictures. Do you want to sell it? I've got plenty of his pictures. I don't want to buy any more of them. Take it to one of these galleries or something. They're beginning to buy him now. You don't look as though you needed to sell pictures. Oh no, I don't want to sell anything. Tommy felt extraordinary difficulty in talking to this particular woman. Her eyes, unmatching though they were very fine eyes, and they were looking now over his shoulder down the street with an air of some peculiar interest at something in the far distance. Please, said Tommy, I wish you would let me come in. It's so difficult to explain. If you're a painter, I don't want to talk to you, said Mrs. Boscawen. I find painters very boring always. I'm not a painter. Well, you don't look like one. Certainly. Her eyes raked him up and down. You look more like a civil servant, she said disapprovingly. Can I come in, Mrs. Boscawen? I'm not sure. Wait. She shut the door rather abruptly. Tommy waited. After about 4 minutes had passed, the door opened again. All right, she said, you can come in. She led him through the doorway, up a narrow staircase, and into the large studio. In a corner of it, there was a figure and various implements standing by it. Hammers and chisels. There was also a clay head. The whole place looked as though it had recently been savaged by a gang of hooligans. There's never any room to sit up here, said Mrs. Boscawen. She threw various things off a wooden stool and pushed it towards him. There. Sit down here and speak to me. It's very kind of you to let me come in. It is rather... But you looked so worried. You are worried, aren't you? About something? Yes, I am. I thought so. What are you worried about? My wife, said Tommy, surprising himself by his answer. Oh, worried about your wife. Well, there's nothing unusual in that. Men are always worrying about their wives. What's the matter? Has she gone off with someone or playing up? No. Nothing like that. Dying cancer. No, said Tommy. It's just that I don't know where she is, and you think I might. Well, you'd better tell me her name and something about her if you think I can find her for you. I'm not sure. Mind you, said Mrs. Boscawen, that I shall want to. I'm warning you. Thank God, said Tommy. You're more easy to talk to than I thought you were going to be. What's the picture got to do with it? It is a picture, isn't it? Must be. That shape. Tommy undid the wrappings. It's a picture signed by your husband, said Tommy. I want you to tell me what you can about it. I see. What exactly do you want to know? When it was painted and where it is. Mrs. Boscawen looked at him, and for the first time there was a slight look of interest in her eyes. Well, that's not difficult, she said. Yes, I can tell you all about it. It was painted about 15 years ago, no? A good deal longer than that, I should think. It's one of his fairly early ones. 20 years ago, I should say. You know where it is? The place, I mean. Oh, yes. I can remember quite well. Nice picture. I always liked it. That's the little humpbacked bridge in the house, and the name of the place is Sutton Chancellor, about 7 or 8 miles from Market Basing. The house itself, is about a couple of miles from Sutton Chancellor. Pretty place. Secluded. She came up to the picture, bent down, and peered at it closely. That's funny, she said. Yes. That's very odd. I wonder now. Tommy did not pay much attention. What's the name of the house, he asked. I can't really remember. It got renamed. You know, several times. I don't know what there was about it. A couple of rather tragic things happened there, I think. Then the next people who came along renamed it. Called the Canal House once, or Canal Side. Once it was called Bridge House, then Meadowside or Riverside was another name. Who lived there, or who lives there now? Do you know? Nobody I know. Man and a girl lived there when first I saw it. Used to come down for weekends. Not married. I think. The girl was a dancer. May have been an actress. No. I think she was a dancer. Ballet dancer. Rather beautiful, but dumb. Simple. Almost wanting. William was quite soft about her. I remember. Did he paint her? No. He didn't often paint people. He used to say sometimes he wanted to do a sketch of them, but he never did much about it. He was always silly over girls. They were the people who were there when your husband was painting the house. Yes, I think so. Part of the time, anyway. They only came down weekends. Then there was some kind of a bust-up. They had a row, I think. Or he went away and left her, or she went away and left him. I wasn't down there myself. I was working in Coventry, then doing a group. After that, I think there was just a governess in the house and the child. I don't know who the child was or where she came from, but I suppose the governess was looking after her. Then I think something happened to the child. Either the governess took her away somewhere, or perhaps she died. What do you want to know about the people who lived in the house 20 years ago? Seems to me idiotic. I want to hear anything I can about that house, said Tommy. You see, my wife went away to look for that house. She said she'd seen it out of a train somewhere. Quite right, said Mrs. Boscoen. The railway line runs just the other side of the bridge. You can see the house very well from it, I expect. Then she said, why did she want to find that house? Tommy gave a much abridged explanation. She looked at him doubtfully. You haven't come out of a mental home or anything. Have you said Mrs. Boscawen? On parole or something. Whatever they call it. I suppose I must sound a little like that, said Tommy. But it's quite simple, really. My wife wanted to find out about this house, and so she tried to take various train journeys to find out where it was she'd seen it. Well, I think she did find out. I think she went there to this place. Something Chancellor Sutton Chancellor. Yes, very one-horse place it used to be. Of course, it may be a big development, or even one of these new dormitory towns by now. It might be anything. I expect, said Tommy. She telephoned. She was coming back, but she didn't come back. And I want to know what's happened to her. I think she went and started investigating that house, and perhaps she ran into danger. What's dangerous about it, I don't know, said Tommy. Neither of us knew. I didn't even think there could be any danger about it. But my wife did. E.S.P.? Possibly. She's a little like that. She has hunches. You never heard of or knew a Mrs. Lancaster 20 years ago, or any time up to a month ago. Mrs. Lancaster, no, I don't think so. Don't. Sort of name one might remember. Mightn't it be? No. What about Mrs. Lancaster? She was the woman who owned this picture. She gave it as a friendly gesture to an aunt of mine. Then she left an old people's home rather suddenly. Her relatives took her away. I've tried to trace her, but it isn't easy. Who's the one who's got the imagination? You or your wife? You seem to have thought up a lot of things and to be rather in a state, if I may say so. Oh, yes, you can say so, said Tommy. Rather in a state and all about nothing at all. That's what you mean, isn't it? I suppose you're right, too? No, said Mrs. Boscawen. Her voice had altered slightly. I wouldn't say about nothing at all. Tommy looked at her inquiringly. There's one thing that's odd about that picture, said Mrs. Boscawen. Very odd. I remember it quite well. You know, I remember most of William's pictures, although he painted such a lot of them. Do you remember who it was sold to? If it was sold? No, I don't remember that. Yes, I think it was sold. There was a whole batch of his paintings sold from one of his exhibitions. They ran back for about 3 or 4 years before this, and a couple of years later than this. Quite a lot of them were sold. Nearly all of them. But I can't remember by now who it was sold to. That's asking too much. I'm very grateful to you for all you have remembered. You haven't asked me yet why I said there was something odd about the picture. This picture that you brought here. You mean it isn't your husband's? Somebody else painted it. Oh no. That's the picture that William painted, House by a Canal. I think he'd called it in the catalog. But it isn't as it was. You see, there's something wrong with it. What's wrong with it, Mrs. Boscawen stretched out a clay-smeared finger and jabbed at a spot just below the bridge spanning the canal. There, she said. You see, there's a boat tied up under the bridge, isn't there? Yes, said Tommy, puzzled. Well, that boat wasn't there. Not when I saw it last. William never painted that boat. When it was exhibited, there was no boat of any kind. You mean that somebody not your husband painted the boat in here afterwards? Yes. Odd, isn't it? I wonder why. First of all, I was surprised to see the boat there, a place where there wasn't any boat. Then I can see quite well that it wasn't painted by William. He didn't put it in at any time. Somebody else did. I wonder who. She looked at Tommy, and I wonder why Tommy had no solution to offer. He looked at Mrs. Boscawen. His Aunt Ada would have called her a scatty woman, but Tommy did not think of her in that light. She was vague, with an abrupt way of jumping from one subject to another. The thing she said seemed to have very little relation to the last thing she had said a minute before. She was the sort of person, Tommy thought, who might know a great deal more than she chose to reveal. Had she loved her husband, or been jealous of her husband, or despised her husband? There was really no clue whatever in her manner, or indeed her words. But he had the feeling that that small painted boat tied up under the bridge had caused her uneasiness. She hadn't liked the boat being there. Suddenly he wondered if the statement she had made was true. Could she really remember from long years back whether Boscawen had painted a boat at the bridge or had not? It seemed really a very small and insignificant item. If it had been only a year ago, when she had seen the picture last, but apparently it was a much longer time than that. and it had made Mrs. Boscawen uneasy. He looked at her again and saw that she was looking at him, her curious eyes resting on him, not defiantly, but only thoughtfully. Very, very thoughtfully. "What are you going to do now?" she said. That at least was easy. Tommy had no difficulty in knowing what he was going to do now. "I shall go home tonight. See if there is any news of my wife, any word from her. If not, tomorrow I shall go to this place," he said. "Sutton Chancellor. I hope that I may find my wife there." "It would depend," said Mrs. Boscawen. "Depend on what?" said Tommy sharply. Mrs. Boscawen frowned. Then she murmured, seemingly to herself, "I wonder where she is." "You wonder where who is?" Mrs. Boscawen had turned her glance away from him. Now her eyes swept back. "Oh," she said, "I meant your wife." Then she said, "I hope she is all right. Why shouldn't she be all right? Tell me." "Mrs. Boscawen, is there something wrong with that place, with Sutton Chancellor?" "With Sutton Chancellor? With the place?" She reflected. "No, I don't think so. Not with the place." "I suppose I meant the house," said Tommy. "This house by the canal. Not Sutton Chancellor Village." "Oh, the house," said Mrs. Boscawen. "It was a good house, really. Meant for lovers, you know. Did lovers live there? Sometimes. Not often enough, really. If a house is built for lovers, it ought to be lived in by lovers, not put to some other use by someone." "You're pretty quick," said Mrs. Boscawen. "You saw what I meant, didn't you? You mustn't put a house that was meant for one thing to the wrong use. It won't like it if you do. Do you know anything about the people who have lived there of late years?" She shook her head. "No, no. I don't know anything about the house at all. It was never important to me. You see, but you're thinking of something, no, someone." "Yes," said Mrs. Boscawen. "I suppose you're right about that. I was thinking of someone." "Can't you tell me about the person you were thinking of?" "There's really nothing to say," said Mrs. Boscawen. "Sometimes, you know, one just wonders where a person is, what's happened to them, or how they might have developed. There's a sort of feeling." She waved her hands. "Would you like a kipper?" she said unexpectedly. "A kipper?" Tommy was startled. "Well, I happen to have 2 or 3 kippers here. I thought perhaps you ought to have something to eat before you catch a train." "Waterloo is the station," she said, "for Sutton Chancellor. I mean, you used to have to change at Market Basing. I expect you still do." It was a dismissal. He accepted it. Chapter 13. The name on the file wasn't hers. They told you it was just a fainting spell. Low blood sugar. Nothing serious. But the IV mark on your arm says otherwise. And the name on the chart taped to the end of your bed. Not yours. Not Tuppence Beresford. Not even Mrs. E. Beresford. A different name altogether. Jane M. Crawford. Date of birth, 1903. Deceased crossed out. You sit up. Feel the bandage under your collarbone. You remember the tea. Then the firelight flickering. Then nothing. You press the buzzer. No nurse comes. Just a soft, static hiss from the ceiling speaker. And silence. You get dressed. No mirror in the room. No windows that open. Yup. No staff in the corridor, only one door slightly ajar at the far end. You slip through and step into a different kind of quiet. The kind that doesn't feel empty. The kind that feels watched. Down the hall, you find the nurse's station. A single clipboard sits on the counter. You scan the names. There it is again. Jane M. Crawford, room 203. You are in room 203, but you're not Jane. At least, you didn't think you were. You keep walking. Something's wrong with the paintings here. They're all identical. Same image, a child's drawing of a house with a crooked chimney, and the sun bleeding red in the corner. You remember that sun? From where? Your stomach twists. You find the exit stairwell. Descend 2 flights. To the basement. No lights. Just a humming sound, mechanical and constant. Then you see the sign. Storage, maternity archive closed, 1945. You push the door. It's unlocked. Inside rows of file cabinets, each labeled with chalk. Unnamed, 1943. Refused custody. Subject S, B. Inverted behavioral response. And then, survivor. Fireplace girl. Sutton. Chancellor, status. Unknown ID, Crawford, Jane M.O. You stop breathing. Then, not from shock, from recognition. You don't remember being Jane, but the moment you see the sketch inside the file, the red sun, the fireplace, the hidden door, you know, because it's your drawing. From a life you weren't meant to keep. Behind you, a voice. Not loud, not urgent, just calm, masculine, familiar. You should have stayed asleep. Darling. You turn, Tommy, or someone wearing his face. He holds up a syringe, smiles gently. They were very clear. If the memory wakes, so do the controls. But you don't run. You just whisper, you knew. You knew what I was, and you married me anyway. He pauses, eyes soft, almost sorrowful. I didn't marry you in spite of it. I married you because of it. Chapter 14. The Girl Who Burned the File. You don't scream. You don't fight. You do what survivors do best. You wait, watch, learn. Tommy steps closer. Syringe ready. But there's a shake in his hand. Not from fear, from memory. Memory. From the weight of something he can't unknow. You whisper, what else did they tell you? Was I a project? A patient? A property? He doesn't answer, just lowers the syringe, almost like he's surrendering. Almost. Then you bolt. Your body remembers how to run, even if your mind doesn't. Out the corridor, up the stairs, into daylight. The sun is wrong. Too white, too cold, as if reality itself is being sterilized. You don't stop running until you reach the gate of Sunny Ridge. The nursing home looks abandoned. Weeds curl up through the gravel. Curtains hang like tongues from cracked windows. And no voices, no birds, only the hum of something left on. You break in through the kitchen. Still smells of cloves and bleach. You follow the hum. It leads you to a locked room near the east wing. Door warped. You force it open. Inside a projector. Already running? No screen. Just bare wall. The film plays on loop. A child. Sitting in front of a fireplace. The camera doesn't move. She speaks to someone off screen. Words barely audible, but her name is clear. She says it 3 times. My name is Emily. My name is Emily. My name is Emily. You watch the tape twice, 3 times, and then you see it. The doll in her lap. You remember its name, Moppet. You haven't seen Moppet in 40 years, but it's not a memory. So, it's a recording of your life. The projector sputters. Stops. You open the drawer beneath it. Inside, a matchbox. And a note in faded ink. If you remember, burn it all. They'll come for you either way. You light the match, toss it in. The tape curls, melts, smoke carries voices you never meant to hear again. You walk out without looking back. In the yard, a swing. Rusty, still moving. You sit, feel the sun on your face, and say it out loud for the first time. My name is Emily. A voice behind you. No, your name is subject theta 4. You turn. It's not Tommy. It's a woman. Neat skirt, clipboard. Soft voice, like a therapist or a warden. She says, and we've been looking for you for a very long time. Chapter 15. The Institute for Lost Children. You don't struggle. You've done that before. You remember how it ends. Instead, you watch the woman with the clipboard, prim, efficient, almost kind. She leads you to a gray van. No markings. Only the faint scent of lavender and antiseptic. The ride is silent. Buy-in. Except for the hum of the tires and a single phrase playing over the van's speakers, there is no fear in forgetting. There is only silence. You arrive at a low concrete building outside Dorking. No signs, just a metal plate by the door. The Institute for Cognitive Reclamation. Restricted. Inside, white walls, clean hallways, polite smiles, but no clocks, no windows. You're registered under Theta 4. No last name, no date of birth. Only your gaze. They say your pupil dilation confirms reactive resistance. They say your posture suggests residual identity assertion. They say you are still dangerous. They give you a room and a notebook, blank. They tell you to write what you remember, but every time you try, the pen skips. Your hand trembles, and the page stays empty because you remember too much, and none of it is admissible. On the third day, they assign you a companion, a man, 40-ish, pale hands, wide eyes. He calls himself Miss Grantish Greene, but when you show him a drawing of a fireplace, he nods, slowly. Then he takes your pencil, draws it again, adds the crooked chimney, the doll, then a name in the corner. Not yours, Sarah K. You ask him, do you remember her? He says, she burned. But not in the fire. She burned in the files. Later that night, you sneak into the resource wing. Use the badge you stole from the lavender nurse. Inside shelves of tape reels and memory maps. One labeled Emily, Theta 4, incomplete merge. Another green. Subject, Sigma 5. Unresolved hostility. You swap the reels. Download both onto a portable tape unit. You leave a sticky note behind. If we disappear again, make sure we remember who took us. Outside, you find the corridor, unguarded. The hallways hum like a hive of polite amnesia. You whisper to yourself, no more reprogramming. No more forgetting. This time, I keep it all. Then, an alarm. Red light. Sirens that don't sound like sirens. They sound like lullabies sung backwards. You run. So does Mr. Green. And somewhere in the dark, you hear your name. Not Emily. Not Theta. Tuppence. From a voice you still love. Even if it signed your file. Chapter 16. The room with no ceiling. You run until your lungs burn. Mr. Green limps behind you, clutching the tape unit like it's holy. You reach the disused medical annex, door rusted, half buried in ivy and denial. Inside dust, silence. And something else, electricity. The building's supposed to be shut down, but the lights flicker awake the moment you enter. Like they were waiting. You find the room by instinct, a sterile cube, 4 walls, no ceiling, just black void above. like memory too deep to chart. On the floor, an old projector unit and a biometric chair. Ambistabico. Mr. Green finds the port, loads the tape labeled Theta 4, merge attempt AB3. You hesitate, then sit. The chair hums. Sensors grip your temples, and suddenly, you are there, but not now. Not in this body. You are small, 6'7", sitting on a white bench. What? Feet swinging. A woman stands before you, slim, lipstick smudged, gloves too tight. She holds your hand. She's trembling. You say, "Why are we here, Mummy?" She kneels, strokes your hair. Because you're special. S.O. Because you remember things too clearly. And because they said, they'll help you forget the bad ones. You cling to the doll Moppet and ask, "Will you forget me too?" She doesn't answer, just signs the paper, hands you to the nurse, walks away. The image freezes. You try to move. Can't. A new voice overlays the frozen scene. Mechanized. Male. Subject Theta 4 was released to us willingly by maternal guardian. Her dissociative vividness qualifies her for high resilience memory partitioning. File closed. Consent archived. The projection shuts down. You sit there, empty, not with sadness, but with clarity. She chose it, not under threat, not out of love, but out of convenience. You weren't lost. You were delivered. Mr. Green kneels beside you. He says, "I saw mine, too." She told them I didn't dream like normal boys. And now, I don't know what part of me ever belonged to me. You look at him, not with pity. Yeah, with recognition, because maybe that's the only truth left now. They didn't erase us. They recorded us, and now they're trying to decide which version gets to live. The alarm still echoes from distant halls. You stand, grab the tape, look up at the black ceiling, and say, "Time to write our own file." Chapter 17, A House That Remembers You. The coordinates were inside the tape, as buried in the reel's frequency watermark. A cottage outside Sutton Chancellor. No name, just a dot on a map left blank on purpose. You and Mr. Green arrive at dusk. Mist coils around the hedges like nervous breath. The house looks exactly like the drawings. Crooked chimney, narrow windows, a fireplace with no mantle. Except it's not just familiar, it's responsive. When you step inside, the lights flicker on. No switch, no sound, just recognition. The wallpaper is red, with tiny yellow roses. You've seen them before, in dreams, in fevers, in that one broken frame from when you were 6. Mr. Green walks into the parlor, freezes. That's my mother's record player. You blink. It's not yours, but it is his. You walk upstairs. Second room on the right. A white canopy bed. Doll on the pillow. Moppet. You pick her up. And her eyes open. Not mechanical, not real, but remembering, you go room to room. Each one is different. Each one tailored, as if the house isn't built from wood and plaster, but from shared memory. You say, "This isn't a house, it's a container. For us, for them, for what they tried to divide." Mr. Green calls you from the cellar. You descend, brick stairs, cold air, low hum. There's a terminal, old interface, CRT screen blinking. Welcome. Subject Theta 4. Would you like to reclaim unpartitioned fragments? YN. You look at Green. He nods once. You press Y. The house shifts. Walls groan. Pictures rearrange. You see flashes, a girl screaming behind a fireplace, a boy hiding a burned file under floorboards, a nurse crying as she injects a sleeping child, a contract signed in blood, then burned, then signed again. You fall to your knees. Not from pain, from sheer weight. Memory has mass. Ain't this? And this house is collapsing under it. Then, a voice through the static. Not a machine. Not a hallucination. Tommy, Tuppence, I found you. But I don't know if the version I love is still there. If you hear this, come back. I'll take you. However you are. Just come back. The screen blinks one last time. Consolidation complete. Identity unstable. You whisper to the walls, then let me be unstable. But let me be real. Outside, the house begins to dim. Not burn, just fade. Because when memory is reclaimed, it doesn't need a home anymore. It becomes you. Chapter 18. The Woman Who Remembers Everything. You take the train back to London. No ticket, no ID, just a face too forgettable to be stopped. You sit in the last car, next to Mr. Green. Neither of you speaks for 2 hours, because some truths don't need words. They just need witnesses. When you arrive, the city feels different. Brighter, somehow, like it forgot what it buried. But you didn't. Your memories are clear, too clear. You remember the wallpaper at the institute, the smell of gas in the nurse's coat, the shape of the flame when your mother signed you away. Tommy is waiting, in your old flat, still wearing the same jacket, the same cologne, but not the same man. He doesn't say hello, just, are you still you? You smile, tilt your head, depends on which file you were in love with. He offers tea. You decline. Caffeine interferes with memory reinforcement. And right now, you need everything sharp. You sit across from him, lay the tape unit on the table. They're going to come for me. Tommy, not because of what I know, but because I remember it accurately. He nods, eyes tired. Older than you remember. I can protect you. I can disappear with you. You laugh, softly. No, darling. We've been disappearing all our lives. Now, it's time to be seen. You activate the device. It hums, projects the footage, everything. The experiment, the fire, the child behind the wall, the voice of your mother. Tommy watches, eyes wide, hands shaking. And at the end, when the screen goes dark, he says, they'll erase us. You lean forward. Then we burn first. You upload the footage to 3 secure servers. Leak coordinates to journalists in 4 countries. Send an envelope to a woman named Emily Carter, age 6, survivor of a similar program in Wales. Then you wait, not for rescue, not for retribution, but for the moment the world sees you. Not as a wife, not as a victim, not as a subject, but as a woman who remembers everything. Then the knock comes. Not loud, not polite, just final. You open the door. 3 men in gray coats. Gloves. No names. One says, ma'am, we need you to come with us. You step into the hallway. Smile, of course. But I'm not coming alone. Tommy steps beside you. Green follows, hands in coat pockets. And for the first time since childhood, you walk forward knowing who you are. Chapter 19. The memory that refused to die. You expect a bunker. An interrogation room, maybe even a padded cell. But they take you somewhere worse. A conference room, carpeted, air-conditioned. Stale water in plastic bottles. The kind of place where truth gets redacted. Where people call for getting a strategy. 3 people sit at the table. A woman in pearls. A man with a badge but no name. And her? The director. She hasn't aged. Not really. Same iron hair. Same hollow voice. Same scent mint tea and policy. She says, "You've caused a great deal of disruption. We had a structure. You cracked it. You smile. You had children. You broke them." She looks down, shuffles a folder labeled Theta 4 Containment Failed. She doesn't look angry, just tired. You open your coat, place the tape recorder on the table. Green places a second one beside it. Tommy says nothing, just stares at the woman in pearls. He whispers, "She was the one who recruited me. Told me I could protect her. Told me she'd never remember." The director leans forward. Her voice drops. "Let us make you forget again. You'll wake up in 3 weeks on a beach. A new name. No memories. No war in your chest. You laugh. I lived that already. It was called marriage." The man with the badge reaches for the tape. You slap his hand away. "Try it. But everything's already live. Everything's been watched." And for once, the memory made it further than the lie. They pause, check their phones. A silent panic shifts across their faces. The director closes the file. "You've won nothing." You lean back. "No. You lost me a long time ago. You just didn't know I was still watching." They let you leave, not because they want to, but because now you're evidence. And evidence that breathes is hard to bury. You step into the light. Tommy beside you. Mr. Green behind. The city buzzes like it doesn't know it's free now. You walk without fear. Because when you remember everything, no one can edit your story again.